And Hadronians, Crypto Sloth here. Welcome to the first video of my Hadron series. This video is for those new to Hadron or looking to understand the contract more deeply. Keep in mind, the depth of this project is near endless, but today we are going to go over the basics to build our foundation. In future videos, I plan to slowly peel back each layer of the Hadron onion. Hadron was created to serve two main purposes: add optionality for hex stakers and mitigate the sell pressure of emergency end staking on the hex price. The way Hadron accomplishes these goals are through three functions: minting Hadron, which is the token of the protocol, tokenizing hex stakes in the form of NFTs, and giving you the ability to take an advance out on future mintable Hadron. So the first and most simple function in Hadron is the minting function. This is probably the most important piece of information for all of us Hexicans, as all hex stakers are entitled to mint Hadron starting on launch and continuing forever. So all stakes that currently exist and that will ever exist can mint Hadron completely free, no strings attached. You can mint one Hadron per B share per day served. The formula on the screen calculates the exact amount of Hadron mintable. Of course, if you have minted any Hadron before on previous days served, you can't mint that again. So when calculating the amount of Hadron you can mint at any given time, you need to subtract the days minted from the days served. Let's look at an example. Say you have a stake for 500 B shares for the max stake amount, 5,555 days, and you've served 100 days on that stake but have never minted. With this stake and the days served, you can mint 50,000 Hadron tokens. In addition, each day that you serve, you will get 500 more mintable Hadron. And that's the minting function. It's very straightforward and very easy to understand. And it's applicable to all hex stakers from now till forever. Even if you never use the other two functions, it is important to know that just by staking hex, you are entitled to free Hadron. However, and this is of paramount importance, mint your Hadron before you end your stake. If you end your stake before you mint, you will forfeit that Hadron that you're entitled to forever. Now let's take a look at the second function of Hadron, the tokenization of hex stakes. This function is comprised of four different parts: depositing your hex into a smart contract called a hex stake instance, or an HSI stake. This HSI contract will then stake your hex for you. You are then able to take that HSI contract and wrap it into an NFT, and that will give you the ability to trade it as you wish. And then, once it's at an address that you are content with, you can detokenize it back into just its HSI form. Let's take a deeper look into how each of these specific parts of the tokenization function work. So let's say you have some liquid hex that you want to stake through Hadron. First, you're going to go to hadron.pro. On the dApp, you will have an option to deposit hex into a smart contract called a hex stake instance. This smart contract is a single-use contract whose only function is to interact with hex.com. HSIs can only do the same things that we can do natively on hex.com: stake, end stake, good accounting, or emergency end staking. Now, it can be a little scary to put your hex into some other contract, especially since owning the keys to our coins are of paramount importance to us Hexicans. However, HSIs have no admin keys and are owned by your private keys, so you are the only one who can control the HSI and its functions. So now that we have our hex deposited in an HSI contract through hadron.pro, the HSI contract then will stake our hex for us. With this staked hex wrapped into an HSI contract, we can then tokenize this contract into an NFT, which will then confer all of the interoperability and functionality that comes with NFTs to our hex stake. And of course, once you have a tokenized stake, you can then detokenize it back into just the HSI contract. So with all this staking, wrapping, and tokenization, it can be confusing to understand what contract or who owns what and when during this entire process. So here's a simple way to understand it. At the beginning, you own the hex in your wallet just like normal. Then, once you deposit and stake the hex through hadron.pro, your wallet no longer is the owner of that stake as far as hex.com is concerned. The HSI stake is the technical owner of that stake. However, you and your private keys own the HSI contract and are the only person who controls it. Once you tokenize your stake, you then forfeit ownership of that HSI contract to an NFT. Now, you and your private keys own the NFT that owns the HSI contract that owns the HEX stake. Then, when the HSI is detokenized, ownership of the HSI contract is transferred to whatever wallet owned the NFT at the time of detokenization. This is how stakes made through Hadron are transferable. So that's tokenization. At first it can seem pretty complicated and hard to understand, but once you review it a couple times, it's actually quite simple. Now let's take a look at the last function of Hadron, and that's the advanced function. But first, a quick disclaimer. The advanced function of Hadron is a means to create debt and potentially leverage. This is an advanced function and should only be used by those who understand debt and leverage and the risk inherent to these tools. Seriously, you are leveraging the greatest asset in the world with this function. Do not take such an action lightly. Alright, so with that out of the way, let's dig in a little bit. Instead of waiting the entirety of your stake to mint all of the Hadron you're entitled to, you can mint it immediately through the advanced function. This can only be done with stakes made through an HSI contracts. So any stakes that you have currently before the launch date that are made natively on hex.com cannot be used to take an advance on. These advances are debt, which necessitates payments with a premium. Installment payments of a percentage of the principal plus interest are due every 30 days and are payable in Hadron token only. If you miss 3 payments in a row, which is the same as being 90 days delinquent, your HSI stake is able to be liquidated. Alright, so here are the 5 formulas that go into calculating all of the relevant numbers for an advance. The first one is the amount of Hadron able to be borrowed. Then total installment payments that will be due. The Hadron principal that you'll be paying every payment, and as well as the Hadron premium you'll be paying every payment. And finally, the total premium percentage of the entire advance. Let's take our previous example and walk through exactly how these formulas apply to such a stake. First, the amount of Hadron you can borrow is the number of B shares that you own times the total days staked minus days already minted. So, this example stake would be able to take an advance of 2,777,500 Hadron. When taking an advance of this much Hadron, the total number of payments that will be needed to pay off the entire debt is calculated by the total days borrowed divided by the 30-day installment window. This comes out to be 186 payments for this particular stake. Now, in reality, there are only 185 full 30 days in a Quattro Cinco stake. So those remainder days will only demand a fraction of the normal payments. With the amount of Hadron borrowed calculated and the total installments calculated, let's look at the amount of principal you'll be paying every payment. And that number is calculated by the B shares that you own times the 30-day installment window. So for this particular example, each payment for this stake will be 15,000 Hadron. Then, the amount of premium or interest each payment will require is calculated with this longer formula. It is the Hadron principal per payment times 1/2 of the global hex APY at that given time divided by 365 days times the 30-day installment window. This formula pulls the global hex APY. So for the sake of this example, we will assume 40%. Each payment for this example stake is 246 Hadron, which means for each installment, you're going to pay a total of 15,264 Hadron, which is the principal owed plus the premium owed. And with all of that calculated, we can now look at what I think is the most impressive number from this entire formula set, in my opinion. And that is the premium percentage of the entire advance. When we divide the total premium payments by the Hadron principal of the stake, we see that the total interest for this load is 1.64%, a very competitive rate. Now I want to reiterate that these payments are due in Hadron, not any kind of stable coin, which means price volatility could make acquiring the Hadron needed for the premium difficult. Keep this in mind when using the advanced function. Alright, now I know that was a lot, but there's one more important piece of the Hadron puzzle we need to understand to get a good view of the entire protocol, and that is liquidations. This feature is only relevant if you are 90 days late on a payment, which is a very generous deadline. Theoretically, you could wait 89 days to make a payment, and then you would only be 59 days late and would have another 30 days to make the payment before you are 90 days delinquent. However, I do not recommend this strategy. So the liquidation function is actually a public function. Anybody can trigger it to liquidate a certain stake once it's 90 days delinquent. Now, once a delinquent stake is liquidated, the stake goes to an auction house and is put up for auction for 24 hours. And the bidding can only be done in Hadron for these stakes. So the first bid that's made is actually by the person who triggered the liquidation is equal to the debt owed. Each bid burns the Hadron in the bidder's wallet to ensure that they have the Hadron for the auction, and then when a higher bid is made, the previous bid's Hadron is minted and the new bid's Hadron is burned. In the last 5 minutes of the 24-hour auction, a new bid would trigger a 5-minute extension, and this is kind of just to ensure that bots can't hurry up and stack in at the very last second to scoop up all the stakes. Once this 5 minutes is over without another bid, the HSI stake is then sent to the winner's wallet and the Hadron bid remains burned. And that's it, everyone. These three functions, minting, tokenization, and the advanced function, are the backbone of the Hadron protocol. But these are just the mechanics of Hadron. There really is so much more awesome stuff that can be talked about and discussed utilizing these three functions that are built on top of Hex. We have still yet to touch on the value proposition of Hadron, the launch bonus, the SA wallet, risk management strategies, or various advanced strategies. In future videos, we will be diving deeper to understand how to create wealth with Hadron so that we can spread the positivity and compassion that are central to the Hexagon ethos.
Videos. I've been watching Hex in the morning with Stolt and Jim Rapp. I've been watching Coffee's videos. I've been watching all the videos just to wrap my head around the spider web and what's going on with Icosa and Hadron, because there's so many moving parts in that. Go ahead and see if you can explain it to me like I'm a 5-year-old for us, would you?
Sure, yeah. Also, Cryptographics is starting to put out a nice little series about Hadron and Icosa as a whole. So, and I've been watching those; they've been pretty good. But most simply, Icosa is just like a DeFi staking protocol. You can stake Hadron and you can earn Icosa. You can stake Icosa and you can earn Hadron and Icosa. And then there are also a couple other mechanisms to earn Icosa as well. But fundamentally, it's easiest to think about as a way to park your Hadron to earn yield in another token if you would like that option. That's pretty much like the overview of it, and that's a pretty good overview of the whole system right there. There's a question for Bob Wells. He says, it says, if you choose not to add capital to your stakes, you get diluted. And that's a little bit what Blue was talking about. So imagine a situation where all three of us are staking and I am not continuing to add to my stake position, but you two are. Now, in any pool that exists within the Icosa system, there is a finite amount of yield, and that it does. And what I mean by that is it doesn't scale as more people join the pool. As more people join the pool, the individual yield gets lower. So if you two are adding capital to your stake and I'm not adding capital to my stake, my percentage of that entire pool starts to go down. And that's what people are talking about when they say, if you're not continuously adding capital, you're being diluted in the system because other people are committing more to the system. Therefore, they're earning more yield. And presumably by not adding more, because when you add more, your stake length gets reset. You're looking to, you could infer that you're looking to cash out sooner. And so if we interpret yield rewards as a function of your commitment to the system, and that you get more the more you contribute to the overall health of the system, then of course it makes sense for those who are going to be contributing more capital as well as locking their coins up for longer are going to get more yield, and those who presumably are going to sell earlier will get less yield. So it all kind of works out. Icosa staking. And Icosa staking earns yield in both Hedron and Icosa. And so the APRs for each of these tokens are calculated differently. The Icosa APR is calculated as the daily burn of Hedron divided by the T-share rate. So again, that is similar to the pure Hedron staking. It's the exact same function. And then the Hedron APR is a function of all of the Hedron advanced from the HSI cells to the smart contract. So if you remember, the HSI contract the HSI contract takes an advance on all of the Icosa smart contract takes an advance on all of the HSI sent to it. But now you have this pool of Hedron from the advances. When you stake your Icosa, you get some of that Hedron because 100% of it is distributed to Icosa stakers. And so this is really cool because before, the only way to obtain Hedron outside of market buying it was to stake Hex. And so now we have a different way of obtaining Hedron trustlessly outside of just buying it off the market, which I think conceptually is pretty cool. Now, there's also minimum stake lengths with the same parameters as the Hedron staking, but there's no volume bonus for this. So everybody, the Hedron is distributed equally across all players or across all tokens staked, but you still have to lock up your coins according to how much of the Icosa you own relative to the entire system. So yeah, like this chart says, you stake Icosa, it should be an A there. You earn Hedron, and then you also earn Icosa. Now, there are some other staking rules that apply to both pools that are going to be important to consider. So the first is each wallet that you have, and by each wallet, I mean each separate set of private keys, so not a new public address created by the same set of private keys. You get one stake per wallet. You cannot create multiple stakes within the same wallet. Now, you are able to add new funds, either Hedron or Icosa, to each of the pools. Oh, sorry, let me backtrack for a second. One stake per wallet, per staking pool. So you can have one Hedron stake, one Icosa stake. And you can add new funds to those pools at any times, but there are stipulations to that. So first, of course, your staker league is recalculated. So if you move up from a dolphin to a shark to a whale, then you get that bonus that's associated with that staker class. However, your minimum stake length is also changed. So you would be locking up your coins for longer if you cross that threshold. As well, your stake length is reset to day 0. So it's as if you restake. And so you aren't going to be able to claim your principal or your rewards until that timer is up. Now but your coins are locked, but they're not hard locked. There is emergency end staking available. Now, if you do this, you will lose some of your principal and the interest if the stake is ended before the lockup period is over. And these penalties scale with the length of the stake. So the more days you serve, the less penalties to your principal and interest that you're going to accrue. I don't think there are any details on the exact penalty structure quite yet, but Icosa has its own truth engine as well. For Hedron, the penalties that so for the interest that you would have accrued when those penalties are taken out of your yield and your principal, these are obviously coins that now exist, and so those are going to be distributed back to the staker pools. So for the Hedron penalties, 50% will be burned, which, don't forget, that is part of the function of Icosa that's able to be minted. So more Icosa will be minted this way. And then 50% is distributed to the Icosa stakers. And then for Icosa penalties, 100% is distributed to both the Hedron and Icosa stakers. So yeah, that's pretty cool. We all, just as in Hex, that the people who honor their commitment to the system get the benefit of those who did not honor their commitment. We also have a similar kind of concept going on with Icosa. We're going to start with the HSI buybacks. So this is, I think, this is the main distribution model of Icosa. And the way it works is that the Icosa smart contract will buy HSIs, and then it will mint Icosa to the person who sends their HSIs to that smart contract. The amount of Icosa that's going to be minted is calculated through the amount of borrowable Hedron that HSI stake has, divided by the T-share rate. So what that means is stakes that have more Hedron that's able to be advanced upon are able to get more Icosa when you send the HSI to this contract. Now, there are 3 things to keep in mind with this. First, the Icosa is minted immediately upon sale. 2, max stakes with 5555s get 10% extra Icosa on top of their base rate, as well as HSIs with launch bonuses will get a bonus equivalent to the X's that they got for their launch bonus. So all HSIs with a 10x launch bonus will get a 10% Icosa bonus in addition to the max link one, and then a 9x will get 9%, 8x, 8%, etc., all the way to 1x, which is, I guess, 1% bonus. So once you send the HSI to the contract, you're going to mint. The contract is going to mint your Icosa. And then what's going to happen is that smart contract will immediately take an advance against that sold HSI. So you send your HSI, get your, right here. You send your HSI, you get your Icosa, and the smart contract takes out an advance against that stake. And then that smart contract is not going to pay the advance back. It is going to allow that HSI to default and head to the liquidation market. And so now we have a situation where the supply of Icosa is tied directly to HSIs that are sent to the liquidation market. And in fact, it incentivizes people to take HSIs either by making new ones or taking the ones that they have previously made, especially the ones during the launch phase, send them to this contract and get it on the liquidation market. And as we all know, hex stakes on the liquidation market can be bid on with Hedron. And the amount of Hedron that wins the stake gets burned. So that's one important feature of this system. Let's look at the next one. Oh, sorry, yeah. Also, here's just a quick example of how that math would work out. So let's say you have a 1 T-share stake and it's maxed out Quattro Cinco. You get 5,555,000 advanceable Hedron, and that is divided by the share rate. Now, the share rate is about 22,818. However, the way it is coded in Solidity, there's an extra decimal there. So when the Icosa smart contract pulls that data from the Hex smart contract, there's one extra 0, further kind of diminishing the supply of Icosa a little bit, which I think is pretty cool. And so with this 1 T-share stake, the max stake length, you would get 24 Icosa as the base rate. And then, of course, you get your Quattro Cinco bonus. So you get about 26 Icosa for a 1 T-share stake. Now, I kind of let that sink in a little bit, because 1 T-share is a lot. Even on this 90% dip, if you want a T-share that's maxed out for the 15.2 years, that'll cost you about, I think, like $300, $400. That's not an insignificant amount, and you're only getting 26 Icosa coins for that. So, this coin, unlike Hedron, which has trillions of supply, will not be as abundant in terms of raw numbers that Hedron is. And keep that in mind as we move through this presentation too, because there are going to be more layers added to the scarcity aspect of Icosa. So you have the HSI bypass.
HSI.
Okay, so this is how you do it. Let's say you create a HSI which is 20 T-shares, yeah, or 10 T-shares. Let's say 10 T-shares. It's going to cost you what, like $3.5, $4 grand to make a 10 T-share HSI. So let's say it's 10 T-shares, and that means that the amount of Hedron that you'll be able to borrow on that stake will be 10,000 times 5,555. So whatever that is.
Yeah.
Okay. What's that? 4 zeros, so 5, so 1,000, so like a million, right. 5 million, 5.5 million Hedron. Right? Okay. So then you'll send that HSI, you tokenize it, you send that HSI to the Icosa contract, and that Icosa contract borrows all of the Hedron that it could on that, which is like 5.5 million. And then it's going to divide that 5.5 million by whatever the hex share rate is on that day. And the hex share rate, let's say it's like, at the moment, the hex share rate is what, 22,800 hex per T-share. So that means it'll be divided by 228,000. So that's how the hex contract measures the share rate with that in that numeral. So 22,800 T-shares is equivalent to 228,000. And so, yeah, you divide 5.5 million by 228,000. That's how much Icosa you get. Plus, then if you have over, like, it'll depend on what ranking you are in terms of the Icosa system. So if you're a shark, you'll have to stake for 360 days minimum. If you're a dolphin, I think you'll have to stake for 240 days. I can't remember the exact things. And then you get a little bit of a bonus for each level as well. And so what's going to happen is that you'll send that, you'll get that Icosa, you'll have to stake that Icosa for a certain period of time. And then if you want, you can just leave it in that pool to keep collecting the interest. You don't have to take it out. So that in that way, you can stake for as long as you want. It's not really staking for as long as you want. It's you can leave it in that staking pool for as long as you want. But there'll be minimum periods depending on what your percentage of the pool is. So whales will have to spend a longer time in that pool. So I hope that answers your question. Next line.
Yeah.
So that's with the Icosa stake. And the other thing is with the Icosa staking, you'll because you're getting Hedron and Icosa, the Hedron that you'll get comes from that borrowed Hedron. So the Icosa contract borrows the Hedron, so then it leaves it for 90 days to go into liquidation and it's going to auction. And that actual Hedron that it borrowed is distributed to the Icosa holders.
Very good now.
In Hedron. So that won't necessarily be a lot of money though, because you remember like borrowing 5.5 million. Like if it costs you $3,000 or $4,000 to make a hex stake, and you can only borrow 5.5 million worth of Hedron, which is worth nowhere near that amount of money.
Yeah.
You're going to also be highly incentivized to maybe go and buy back that stake or buy back another stake. Because if you've got 1,000 of them all coming up, not everyone's going to be buying them all for the best price. You're going to be able to get some bargains in there, you'd imagine.
Right.
And so in that way, what you could do is you could make a nice big HSI. You'll get a whole lot of Icosa for that. You'll immediately start earning, and you'll immediately start earning on the historical burnt hedron. So it's going to be quite high, the yield, especially at the start. And then you could just go back 90 days later with some hedron and hopefully pick up your hex stake for cheaper than you paid it for.
Nice. Okay.
Yes. And then that way maybe you're only spending a bit of hedron to get a whole lot of Icosa because you have the hex stake that you would pay for, you get back.
Yeah, because I think there's probably a few people who have maybe several billion hedron who maybe gearing up, especially a couple weeks ago I tweeted, I was like, this looks pretty interesting. Hedron's at around 2,500. It has never been this low. I've seen it before. And then lo and behold, a couple weeks later, maybe a couple days ago, it was at it went up 3 or 4x. And that's when you saw in that phase, if you would have, you would have been able to accumulate a lot. It went way down from its, from the launch and all that stuff. So it's interesting to see where is the accumulation started because that could have been the local bottom, or did the accumulation start because of Icosa and new projects and being able to use Hedron to participate in these things?
I don't know. I'd have to guess, and I would say it's because of the new announcement of what Alex has created. I think it's just bullish news, or it was by the rumor kind of thing, and so that's why you saw that little pump. But I don't know. It's so hard to attribute motivation to why people buy or sell, why mass amounts of people buy or sell, and all we can really do is kind of guess at them, what the narrative is and what they're thinking.
Right.
and struggling for number one validator on Pulse Chain.
So disappointing. So disappointing.
I got it back today.
People don't give you enough crap for that. We need to give him some more crap.
That's a pretty good title, man. The number one validator.
If you're not number one, you're number two, right, Dave?
Oh, damn.
Yeah.
Who's number one now?
So right now it's me. So me and Hodl Dog, I think we'll probably alternate weeks
Fucking
now.
Hodl
You know, like
Dog,
some
man.
kind of
That's
shared
dope.
custody kind of thing.
Fuck yes.
It's shared custody. Back, the kid, full circle.
Dude,
Kid.
I've seen some things that Hodl Dog has created, and it's epic, man. It's man.
And shout out to Hodl Dog. He's the one who taught me how to be a validator.
Oh,
he actually helped me get mine up and going because he got his working first. So yeah, shout out to him. He's the master. I'm the student.
He's a good doggy.
We like Hodl Dog. I don't know who doesn't like Hodl Dog. Just let me know and give me some objective reasons why, because I haven't heard any. Haven't heard a single one.
As a legend. I was so happy to meet him in Vegas in March. It was awesome.
Yes. But so Dave, remember our bet about if Pulse Chain launches, you're going to come to Vegas?
It's looking like I'm going to win.
I think so. It's so terrible, so bad.
But hey, at least we got a Pulse Chain update today from Richard. That was awesome.
What happened? So I've been out this morning. What happened? Yeah, give us some update.
Told you, don't go outside, man. Like,
I need to be more excited. I've already had my coffee. Now. Get me there, David.
Yeah, he tweeted that kind of an update. They're working on doing the DDoS attacks on the testnet right now. That's what they're focusing on, like a red team, blue team, and they're doing internal. It's on the private testnet, so it's even we can't see it's not public, but that's going on, and they're going to make some tweaks to I think the number of validators. He said the entropy of validators. So it sounds like he's going to add maybe more than 33.
More than 33, maybe maybe 69.
That works.
That is more than 33.
Yeah, because just in case, like, let's say there's only 33, it makes it it is less to target and attack. So if let's say you did bump it up to 69, well, then it's like way more servers all around the world. You got to simultaneously DDoS. It gets way more complicated and expensive for the hackers. So I could see why
for the devs though too, running those servers, right?
It just means that more validators who would not be in rotation now will be in rotation. You'll actually have more choices to vote from, really.
Okay. Interesting. Yeah, the people attacking and the people. Yeah, I could see that. I mean, that is something you would do again from security background here. When you have a vulnerability or you have a type of attack, you're trying to see if you fixed or not, or see if your protections work or not. You do usually have, you have the developers, which are usually the blue team or security ops team, people who are responsible for monitoring it and who are checking to see if someone is able to get in or the attack works or whatever. So you have that sort of team who's like watching, and then you have maybe a red team or you have some other type of attack team that is trying to perform the attack and try to make it successful. And they kind of like feed each other they can feed each other intelligence. But for this case, it sounds like if that's what's happening, it sounds like they're in a testing scenario where, the one team is attacking it by exploiting the vulnerability, the bugs that they found that they're fixing, that they probably have fixed, but they want to verify, is it actually fixed? So it's actually a good sign. That's a sign of quality assurance in a way of like, we want to be certain that these are fixed. So we're actually going to try to attack the network. Now, how good of attackers do you have? It kind of comes down to, okay, the people who are trying to attack, do they know all the different variables? Do they know the different ways to attack? How many test cases are there? There's different, quality levels of trying to attack things that are fixed and make sure they're fixed from the other side. But hey, I got all the faith in the world that RH is making sure like, hey, this is going to be locked tight and solid before shipping. So that's a great sign and a great move that they're actually testing these fixes in real time to make sure we're good to go. Period.
Yeah, very, very exciting. Yeah, because that shows progress. We're getting that's progress. Really good. That's good news because once that's tightened up, once security is great, it can't be DDoS. Once we can guarantee that we're not going to pull a Solana, then that's good progress. That's amazing.
Yes, for sure. No Solanas. We don't want Solanas.
Yeah,
Bullish is telling me. I'm just going to drop it here because I don't have Telegram on this computer. So StreamYard. Nobody get on StreamYard who's not Sloth. Or maybe later you can, but not right now. Por favor. Yeah, David, can y'all drop that in the Telegram? Because I don't have Telegram on this device.
Wait, what?
I don't see.
Bullish got it. I dropped it in
You
the chat.
didn't put anything. Oh.
Actually, I can't.
Oh wait, dude. On how many channels are we? Because I'm looking at the Crypto Sloth chat, and now I'm looking at yours, and there's more, right?
There's the launch party chat. That's probably. Oh, here we go. Sloth's on. Welcome to the show, Sloth. How's it going?
I made it, guys.
You made it.
Welcome.
Off Hexy Bastards channel, which was a ton of fun. So, after this whole marathon and you catch up on all this stuff, you have another hour of content to watch also as well.
Let's go.
Yeah. How's it going, guys?
Doing good. Good to see you.
Very excited. To start the show. The one who had your name in the title to get here. No, that's David Feeder. He had the name in the title. But Sloth, you're second best. Okay. No, I'm just kidding. Beard second. You're third. That's cool. I'll be fourth. Don't worry. It's not an ego contest. Okay.
A little bit.
yeah, that's true. That's playing.
I gotta stay professional, man. I'm on the clinic floor. I got patients. I can't be letting it all hang out.
You have a soccer jersey on. Is that professional?
Yeah. It's a Colombian national team jersey. Yeah.
Okay, so then it's professional. Yeah, okay.
Looks like we got one more joining us. Blue Bomb.
Yeah.
Nice.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Welcome to the party.
Yeah. Thank you.
Oh man,
I've
been saying it to a lot of people, but it feels again like kind of the beginning of X, where we were just with so many people on stream and just having fun and having a party of just celebrating whatever. Now we're celebrating another coin. It's great, man. Best bear market I've been in.
How good is this bear market?
It's fucking great, man.
It's amazing.
Smart. I don't know. A 2017 bear market, it was pretty. I definitely know a lot more now than I knew then. But I gotta say, 2017 was fun up until Christmas. Everything fell apart.
Yeah,
it was so quick though. It was so quick. It was up so quickly and then down so quickly.
It was quick. That's true. Just to remind everyone who's watching, if you want to ask questions, come to this channel, not the one you may be getting restreamed on. Or get someone to copy and paste the questions here. Either way, but otherwise, we won't see the questions. So
has anybody had a rethink of tactics and strategies, like as it's leading up to it? And did you kind of like lock in your strategies early on? Or?
First of all, what you said told me it might be good for everyone's watching. You said you can tokenize HSIs that are pending. So if you want to sell your HSI for Icosa, you can still do that after Icosa launches. You don't have to wait for it to tick over in the day. Yeah. That's a good information, man, because I hadn't heard that, and it's important.
Yeah, so you still got 27 hours to sell an HSI to the contract. You can just make it and
because it doesn't matter when on the first day you get your Icosa and stake it, right? Because it has to take over before you
that first day.
Yeah, so that's actually a good thing to note of. Like for pretty much the staking pools, the We Are All the SA, Icosa pool, all of it, you have plenty of time to like get in because the yield doesn't start until the day ticks over like the next day. So you have a whole 24 hours once this thing starts to get your strategy in place. There's no reason to run around and like frantically click buttons or like making sure everything's okay. Like you take your time.
Actually, I've got a question for you guys. It's a bit intricate, but does your position in when you enter a staking pool, that's like based on what that stake is of the total supply, that's how many days it's going to be locked up for, right?
Yeah.
Is that worked out at the end of each day, or is that worked out at the exact time that the person comes into the pool?
I think when they come into the pool, I think when you pay your gas fee and everything, part of the contract goes to like calling that number and looking it up at that specific time.
So you could enter so on day one, people could enter the pool in the first hour and be whales, and by the end of the day, they could be dolphins.
Yep, that's correct. But you can always just add, one Icosa or a tenth of an Icosa, and then it changes. It's not a big deal.
Yeah, that's true.
But yes, your stake size relative to the total supply can change at any given moment, and it really matters when you make your stake and when you end your stake.
Got a question here too. Are people just first time looking at Icosa? Are people buying hot? Are you referring to buying hot like Hedron and to prep for Icosa? I guess how would you all interpret that, and how would you answer it once you interpret it?
I don't
just buying hot just means they're trying to get early or get in early.
It's like FOMO or something. I don't get it. Rephrase your question, please.
Yeah, that's probably part of it. There've been people coming into the chats who don't even know about Hex. Well, I had one guy, not many people, but I had one guy who just wanted to know how he could buy it, and I was like, after a bit of questioning, he was like, "Do you know what Hex is?" And he didn't have
Get your credit card right now, Simplex. Okay. hey, that might be a good. People who don't know much about it. Can anybody want to take a turn at explaining like in plain English, the simplest way possible? What is Icosa? Anybody want to take a stab?
Yeah, I can do that. Very simply, Icosa is just a single-sided staking platform where you can put your Hedron that you get for free from your Hex stakes. You can stake that and you'll earn Icosa. And then if you want, you can then take that Icosa and stake that in the Icosa pool, and then you'll earn more Icosa and Hedron. So that's the most simple, basic, that's what Icosa is.
Okay. And why would you what is the what is it? Is the Pumpamentals for Icosa? Is it the positive feedback loop between Hex, Hedron, and Icosa, or what? I guess what is the primary use case Pumpamental of Icosa as far as is it beyond staking? Is it locking up? Is there other use cases for it?
Nope, that is the only use case of Icosa. It is purely a staking token, very similar to like Hex is purely a staking token, and the mechanisms behind how it inflates and the yield payout for the staking is where the value proposition of Icosa comes from. One cool thing is if you look into the contract, deeply, like the mechanics of each of the token, what you'll find is negative externalities or things that are bad for the Icosa price translate into positive price mechanisms for either Hex, Hedron, or both. So that's a cool feature. Like if you start digging into the mechanics of this system more, you'll find that the things that bring the Icosa price down may start to trend Hex and Hedron up.
Okay. Interesting.
Yep. Simply put.
and we talked about earlier too. Could you? And I know you've explained this a couple of times, but in the simplest way possible, can you, without a diagram? I know maybe there'll be a diagram eventually, but without a diagram, can you explain the positive feedback loop with Hex, Hedron, and Icosa?
Yes. Okay. So let's see. Let me think of where the best place to start is. Let's start with the Icosa one. I think that's the best place to start. And so first you have to understand the HSI buybacks. And that is that at any point in time, you can take an HSI, tokenize it, and sell it to the contract. And so what's really cool is that there is a potential arbitration point there where that if the price of Icosa is higher than the price that it would take for you to buy Hex, stake it, and then tokenize it, and then send it to the contract and get Icosa. If you can sell it for more than the money you put into the Hex that you bought to make the stake, then you can sell that Icosa for an immediate profit. Now that does something really interesting. What it does is that it brings the Icosa price down, but it also pumps the Hex price a little bit because Hex is being bought off the market to take advantage of that arbitration, and it's being locked up for 5,555, presumably because that's how you get the most Icosa. So now there's less sell pressure in Hex going in the future. Now, while the two prices meet together in an equilibrium, the Hex price has bumped up a little bit. So where that arbitration point was before it went above it, when it meets that arb point again, it's now a little higher than it was before. So the base Icosa price has gone up a little bit. Now, that's the first positive. That's the first thing to maybe trigger the positive feedback loop, because then what happens after that is that HSI that was sold to the contract to take advantage of this arb point, the contract takes an advance on it and allows it to be liquidated. So then 90 days later, somebody will bid on that HSI with Hedron, and that will be burned. Now, the amount of hedron that is used to liquidate that HSI will always be higher than the amount it took to take the advance on. We can discuss that later, but mathematically the incentives work out that way. So what that means is, as people take advantage of the Icosa arb, hedron downstream gets burned. Now, while burning doesn't necessarily pump the price, it does divert buy pressure and prevent sell pressure kind of in the future. And so what that can do is give room for the hedron price to start going up. Now, if the hedron price starts going up, there's another arbitration point within the hedron system. So if say you put $1,000 into a hex stake, and then you make an HSI, but you could take $1,100 out when you advance on the hedron in that HSI. Well, there's another immediate amount of profit that you can take. So you buy hex, you stake it, you immediately take your hedron advance, and then you take that, and then now you've profited $100. And so what happens then is the hedron price goes down, but again, the hex price goes up. So if the hex price goes up, that kind of brings that arb for Icosa up a little bit in the background, but the hex is going up because it's being locked 5555, because that's the most capital efficient way to take advantage of the system. But then in the short term, hedron gets sold down, but because people have immediately profited, that HSI, or at least a large percentage of the HSIs that are used to take advantage of the hedron arbitration point, will probably also be sent to the liquidation market. And as I just said before, more hedron is always burnt than the amount of hedron you get from the advance. So then 90 days later, from a net perspective, more hedron is getting burnt, which, as we just said, helps push the price up. Our point, repeat that entire cycle all over again.
That is the best explanation I've heard so far.
And guys, for everyone in the chat that might not have followed, because I have to listen to Sloth like 4 or 5 times because I don't know, he's just going too quick. But he has some really good videos on it, and I sent one of those videos to my brothers, and I told them, watch this 5 times, and please make sure you understand this, because once you understand that those dynamics between the 3 coins, you start to see the universe. You start to understand.
And I have to apologize that sometimes when I get excited, especially on streams, I just start talking fast, trying to get my mouth to keep up with my head. But like, I'm going to try to
don't apologize. That was perfect. That's the explanation.
Have you ever seen?
So bullish.
And so what's being called this arb point, which is maybe not the best name for it. I'm not sure if that's confusing people a little bit, but it's basically a price ceiling in between the ratio of Icosa to hex. Because at a certain price, you can just buy the hex stake and get that amount of Icosa. So whenever it goes over that, people are going to do that just to get that little bit of profit. So that ceiling, that price ceiling of that ratio, is actually going to pull the price of hex up. When it's around there. And so it's interesting because when people talk about what the value of Icosa will be, that $1.87. That's that price ceiling. If it goes to $2, that means people will buy up hex and sell down Icosa. So it's really going to be lower. The price will probably start off lower, I think. But it might get bought up to that price very quickly because that's what it's worth.
So you're saying if Icosa goes up in value, people will sell their Icosa to buy hex, to then make HSI stakes to get more Icosa? Am I right?
Exactly.
And then if
it's profitable to do that.
And so if Icosa is lower than the initial cost price of getting it, it will you are better off buying it on the market. So the price goes up to the cost price again.
Exactly.
But but what is the fundamental then of Icosa if it always stays at
it's tied to hex. It's tied to hex. Because remember when we say fundamental, when we say fundamental, when we say fundamental, we're like talking about US dollar terms.
Yeah,
so for Hedron to do a 10,000x, hex has to do a 270x.
Yeah, all right. But then, okay.
So can you say your question again, Proof of Beer? I think I might have understood, but let me make sure.
Real quick, I just want to get these other guys. There's a couple other people coming in, so I'm just going to get them in, and we'll continue.
Perfect.
Quick. Welcome, RG3.
Yeah.
Hey.
What's up, Cap?
What's happening, fellas? Sitting here in my underwear. You guys caught me.
Sup, Kool-Aid. Nice. This is gonna be a good party.
Yeah.
Nice. Okay.
What is
the right people joined?
Where have you been, man? I miss you. Markable. I miss you.
Hello. Well, I've
Jeez.
been out. There wasn't anything exciting, man.
He's got work to do.
I've been in Wake of Hex though, but like
we'll talk later.
The only thing you can do is just dick around, and now finally something interesting happens. So now I'm here.
By interesting, you mean Mad Gains.
Mad Gains. Yes, sir.
So let me jump in here real quick and
well, hang on, because he had a question we didn't answer. Let's just quickly answer.
Yeah, I knew Captain was going to try to cut me off again.
I mean, that's what we do.
Okay, so
you also
in this
deserve it.
conversation. I was wondering, like, if the arbitrage point of Icosa, so if it goes up, people will sell it for hex, so it goes down to the cost price again, and if it goes down, people will buy it on the market, so it goes back up to the cost price again. So I'm just wondering, like, if it's gonna stay around that cost price, why would anyone do the HSI stakes now to get the Icosa if it's just going to stay around that price? You get me?
Yeah, I can answer that.
What's like how would you?
Yeah, so the reason why you would do that first is because you bypass slippage entirely. So because the price starts at 0, presumably, like all the Icosa that could ever be part of a liquidity pool, especially in those first 30 days, has to come from an HSI buyback.
Yeah,
it's just how it works. And so presumably there might not be a ton of liquidity. So like if you want to get like say like $100,000 into Icosa, like what if there's only $100,000 of liquidity? Like you're just running the price up to infinity against yourself. You're better just doing it through the HSI buybacks to get all of your Icosa based on your dollar value. Go ahead.
But I'm saying, why would you want it if it's not gonna pump like a 10x? Because it's gonna
you get crazy yields. Because you get crazy yields in the first 30 days and crazy yields
is that
in the
true?
first year.
Because if I listen
it's a guess because we don't know because it's based on human behavior, but it's probably a reasonable guess.
But if I listen to the streams of Slot, I heard that there's like 41,000 Icosa every day basically handed out to that staking pool. But then if you go to the Icosa chat in Telegram, there's like 2,500 people in there, so it's not a lot. But if you divide the amount of Icosa being handed, and you would assume that everyone gets the same part of the pool, you wouldn't get too much. You would get like 35 Icosa every day or something. So that's like $60 or something. Like,
well, you've got a lot of assumptions. You've got a lot of.
No, I'm just trying to calculate that, and I'm just trying to figure out is it actually
calculate speculation and people moving their money?
So the reason that I say that it's going to be,
but at some point,
why do we say it's going to be crazy yield if the
I'll tell you.
Is that
I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. Because in order to stake Icosa, you need Icosa, and the only people that are going to be able to get liquid Icosa in that first 30 days is people who have sold an HSI for Icosa. That's it.
They can still go in the market, right?
Basically less people in that pool with less economic energy because they have to spend real world value. They have to give up a hex stake for that Icosa.
Is part of like maybe the concern that you're getting at is like you see the price of Icosa kind of being pegged to this like intrinsic price, and so you're like, well, if it ever goes away from it.
That's what you guys just said. Like if it goes up, it goes down again, and if it goes down, it goes like to the same kind of equilibrium.
But we're still like a 30x or something away from that price in terms
of. Sure, it's gonna fluctuate, but I'm just saying if we're gonna build our like if we're gonna say the value comes from that it's an arbitrage thing, then you shouldn't look at price performance. You should look at yield, and then if you look at yield and the amount of people that are there, I'm just wondering if it's gonna be crazy yield. I'm just talking here. You know, I'm all for the system. I'm just wondering. It's just questions.
That's a great question.
So, no one can ever know ultimately. We're all going to be guessing. Yeah.
For Real quick, we got a question from Jay. How much Icosa is there in total? Do we have a total supply number?
About 86, 87 billion, 87 trillion. Oh, Icosa? No, we don't know. So.
It starts at
Icosa,
zero and inflates from there.
Yeah, I was gonna say, hopefully there's not 87 trillion Icosa. That doesn't sound.
The inflation will be quite high. The inflation will be quite high for the whole first year because it's being seeded by that burn.
All right.
Hedron.
Cool.
RG3, you had something to talk about?
Hello, sir.
Markable. You're always
talking.
No, I've been excited about this for a long time because you guys, Kool-Aid here, has been talking to me about this very concept for a very long time.
3 years now, dude. 3
years. Before Hedron came out, he was trying to teach
big
me
payday
about what all this was. Yeah, and a light bulb went off after a few months of him finally talking to me about this and just ramming it down into my brain. And I was like, the real exciting thing for me is not all the details here that's going on, because I know that right now everybody's all excited, but the next 30 days we all have time to do whatever it needs to be done, because it's all going to play out before us, and then everybody's going to be able to make their plays over the next month or two here and do what they need to get in and get involved. But what I'm excited about is that because of Hex, because of the little nuclear generator that it is, the yield generator that it is, we are actually, this right here that's happening today is the real birth of DeFi. This is what DeFi and real yield generation is going to be. This is what we were talking about when Hex first came out, was we are separating ourselves because of the uniqueness of Hex from all of crypto. All of crypto, everything that they've tried to do, that they've shell gamed everybody with, Hex has created the atmosphere, the nucleus for that to happen. And now people like Alex have built things on top of Hex that are actually going to make real DeFi exist. This is going to blow the world's minds when they find out about it. This is, I mean, we're all excited because we get it and we know, and we're on the cutting edge of it. But these other folks have no clue. They're still trying to pick up the pieces from Luna and freaking Celsius and everything right now and trying to see if they can get crypto going again. See, they're all scared that their crypto is going to die, because it did. It's dead. It's gone. It was done a long time ago. This is the new birth of crypto here. This is DeFi. Hex has done it. Richard has done it. And now people are really making products on top of it. And here we are. This is really what's exciting about today, is now we are DeFi.
Well, if you look at like the intrinsicness of like Amazon, right? Amazon started as an online bookstore, and people are like, why don't you just go to the library, right? And then everything was built upon the same ecosystem of having utility through utility through utility. I don't ever go shopping in person. I do all my stuff within the same ecosystems that I use and have. And since our ecosystem is trustless yield, wrapping that utility in other things that can build on top of that is the same growth example of carrier pigeon to fax machine to high-speed internet. It's the move forward for a lot of things. So to speculate on just price, but not understanding what's going on under the hood and why it's important, and exactly why I've been screaming. I mean, a bunch of you take my security training. What did I teach you? Wrap your encryption, wrap your encryption, wrap your encryption, take another place, put it somewhere else, you can wrap it again. I've been talking about the utility of weighing and leveraging multiple things for a long time. And this is the very first birth of that. I think there's a lot of other things that can happen between Icosa, between the We Are All This, the SA, and how they all work together to both consume an inflated supply and then to inflate into that supply, a yin and a yang.
This is a great segue, actually, for a good topic to discuss. Okay, so if you're the SA, like you've seen the OA make massive moves to eat up supply of the stuff that he's brought out. The SA at the moment doesn't have any clear path to get tons of Icosa. Does the SA do anything? And if anything, what do they do?
The biggest HSI stake you've ever seen in your life.
They need Hex for that.
Well, that's the whole point, right? Because like even the little guppies are going to make 5555 stakes, which basically sucks the hex off the market and sticks it as a tradable unit that you can start to create those NFTs and do all the rest of that type of stuff. You could technically, if you think about wrapping, like I've been yipping about for 3 years now, wrap a whole bunch of tiny HSIs into one larger thing that you could then leverage and weight into a different platform or program. Looking at just this utility when you're not really understanding, it's like turning a car on and pressing the go pedal and be like, this thing moves, but you don't realize there's mechanics, there's leverages, there's things that you can continue to build on top of it. And that's really the most important and exciting part of the whole ecosystem. And it all is based off of a T-share. As Icosa's burn mechanism speeds up the Hedron's ability to be dumped, it then takes more hex and pops that off the market. So then the T-share is more rare, which means the Hedron doesn't have as much way to be created. And you need the Hedron gas through hex to make Icosa.
Yeah. Will the SA stake their Hedron?
How much would it take on a life?
The way the numbers and the slow drip between staking Hedron, I know obviously you have to unstake it to actually stake the Icosa, but what is the difference between the yield generated through staking Icosa to get Icosa and Hedron versus just staking Hedron to get Icosa?
Well, if you stake Hedron, first of all, if the SA staked Hedron, they'd have to lock it up for at least a year.
No, I'm not talking about the SA. I'm just talking about anyone that stakes Hedron, you earn Icosa.
Yeah, you earn Icosa based on the Hedron burnt divided by the XT share rate.
Sure, and then what is that reversed by staking Icosa? Because then you earn the Hedron that would be
Icosa staking. With Icosa staking, you get the same amount of Icosa, plus you also get like the Hedron that has been borrowed with the from the people's exercise.
I see. So you get a 1-to-1 staking of your Icosa, but then you're getting the Hedron off of the borrow that's going up to liquidation before it gets burned.
There's also the penalties go to the Icosa pool. So if somebody emergency end stakes in the Hedron pool or the Icosa pool, some of those penalties go to the Icosa pool.
So there will also be days maybe where you don't get any Hedron for the Icosa staking?
Yes, correct.
And is that the same for the Hedron as well?
No, you'll always get, because the contract can
always get Icosa. No, okay, gotcha.
Well, if there was no Hedron burn the previous day after the 360-day seeding period, like for the 3.4 trillion that's going to be used to calculate Icosa yield for 360 days, theoretically there could be no Icosa yield if no Hedron was burned that day. That is a possibility of the system. Yes.
Okay.
Hey, we got a question from Crypto Watch I want to get to before too late. In reference to whale, sharks, dolphin, can you explain in detail one stake per wallet? Can I use hardware wallet and multiple hidden wallets? You want to stake that one?
David Kager, I take it, because a hardware wallet can have as many addresses in it as you want. It just depends if you're using the import address or your private wallet address.
Yeah, it depends how long you want to wait too. Like, because I've even talked to other people where, let's just say they're a dolphin, but they don't want to wait 180 days. Maybe they want to spread their time risk. So, yeah, if you want, you can split up into multiple wallets, and then you will be a dolphin, and then you can do less time. So that's an option. Or if you want,
but you don't get the bonus, right?
Exactly, you're giving up the bonus. Yes, or if you put it on one big wallet and then you stake your Hedron, you might be a dolphin or a squid, and then you're locked in longer, but you get a bonus. So, I personally would recommend bonus. I'm going for a bonus. So
yeah, what's a year?
Delayed gratification, baby. That's the name of the game.
Also, to answer the second question, I don't think it's one stake per wallet, but one stake per address. And so
that's exactly the correct answer there. Yeah, because a hardware wallet can have 54 or whatever different addresses on it.
There's also some math to work out though about compounding, because let's say you're a shark. If you divide it into 10 dolphin wallets, then and you don't have to stake for as long as the shark wallet, and so you can basically scrape all of the yield sooner and restake that yield as well. So you'll be earning it. Yeah, so there's that to consider as well.
Or you could have a bunch of 555 stakes to nuke whenever you want. When Captain says that Hex gets the $5, be like, and you're dead, and you're dead, and you're dead.
Welcome, Hex Ray Edition.
Oi.
So Hex Ray.
Hey kids, how's it going?
Good to see you, man.
Pretty good.
Question here from Ely.
All these is.
How do you guys feel about the current price of Icosa on testnet at 0.14 cents? Is it 0.14? It's a very interesting way to represent it.
Testnet is so far from reality. That's not even. Don't even use it as a measurement at all. Yeah, it's all jacked up.
Testnet numbers.
Testnet's weird.
You could probably
Definitely don't look at your pulse chain testnet numbers.
Guys, can we please take a moment and appreciate Jim Rat's mustache?
Look at
that.
Look at
that.
That baby's getting that's baby.
I don't know if Jonathan was talking about Jim Rat, but he is now. He is now.
No, I know. I saw you, and then I saw you like a week and a half later. I'm like, what did you do? What are you?
I can do the handlebars now. It's really cool.
You get the serious cop stash, bro.
I don't believe you have a beard anymore, and that's why we haven't seen your face in a year and a half.
Yeah,
that's like porn star.
I got a girlfriend
cop
and
mustache.
she made me shave my beard, and that's why I never went on camera anymore.
Oh, you should be ashamed then. Fair enough.
I also, there was just one question, and I think we figured it out in the private chat, but Motley put a comment on a bit earlier about, he said, I suggest do some AA sniping like back in the day. And I'm not entirely sure what he referred to, but I think he referred to putting in a little bit of hex every, or a little bit of ETH back then every single day.
No, he means arbitraging. So like,
So yeah, what does he mean? It would be called hodl dogging.
Yeah, exactly. That's what
the other one's hodl dog.
So what does he mean? Can you explain?
Well, if there's a Uniswap price that's being traded, then you could either buy the Icosa straight off the Uniswap, or you could sell the HSI and get Icosa.
Ah, like that. Okay, so look out for if the Icosa is cheaper.
That's
than the HSI. Okay, gotcha.
That's how Wise came about. That's why Wise token came. If you remember during the AA, what was going on was that scumbag was arbitraging all of us and dumping on our heads, and so he was going in, getting it off the AA, and then dumping it into Uniswap, and he got so mad when he got caught doing that, and it got stopped, and more liquidity came into the AA, or I'm sorry, into Uniswap. And then he wasn't able to arbitrage anymore, and it leveled the prices out because they were pretty skewed there. There was a few times where it was really skewed, and so he emergency end staked his monster 150 million hex bag, and got mad and went and built a token that got wrecked.
We just need to hear from good texture, and everything will be okay.
Damn.
Yeah, that was quite a scene to watch.
The revenge.
That was the best of you.
But that's what he was doing. Markable is he was doing that AA arbitrage deal.
Yeah. Okay, I gotcha. I didn't know that was happening, but yeah.
Well, I think that was the interesting thing. I didn't really gather it till later. I got my head around a lot of stuff on how the AA would eventually close the spot price and all the rest of that stuff to like close the gap. And obviously, that wasn't written after all of that would have happened because everything was immutable, audited, and all the rest of that. But I could see how that plunger was a thing. And you were like, well, do I buy it on spot? Do I buy it? And then the AA zipped it up, and I was like, oh, I got a better deal, but then it closed. So
yeah, there were days in the beginning, the first month, where it was just killing the Uniswap price. Like we were just getting massive amounts, and then they were taking that and going back into Uniswap, and by the time I had figured it out, it was a day or two on the late side. It was like boom, boom, oh. I was like,
funny.
Shit.
We were still figuring it out 8 months in. But,
the funny thing is that no matter what you did, as long as you bought hex, You were golden, except if they won, but you would still be golden now.
You'd be golden as hell. I mean, like day one humping in.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not complaining by no means. Am I complaining?
Yeah, no. But I'm saying for everyone here with the Hedron, Icosa, and all that stuff, like, just do something, man. Do something, whatever works for you, and you'll probably be fine.
Yeah, the only thing you ever regret in life is doing nothing.
Yeah. You know, I used to teach chess, and we had 3 golden rules that we'd teach for the kids chess. First rule is control the center, develop your pieces, and then castle. And I've been kind of thinking about this in terms of that analogy. Like castling is like, what's the most important thing to you? You know, like hex is really at the base of all of this. So hex is really kind of the important token. And I've even started like measuring all of these things in terms of hex, not in terms of USDC. Mm-hmm. It's like hex is going to have its price against USDC. It's going to do its thing. But all of these things, including Maxi and all of their ecosystem as well, that's really all should be priced in terms of hex. And so that's kind of castling. Develop your pieces means actually try, go into some pools. Don't go put all of your eggs in one basket. And then control the center, which is like give yourself options. So in chess, like if you've got a horse or a rook, a knight, its most powerful position is in the center of the board because it can move in many different positions. Your bishop, when it's behind your pawns, is useless. But as soon as you move a pawn forward, all of a sudden you've got all these spaces that it can go on. So I'm kind of recommending people like do a little bit of everything. Mm-hmm. Like each of these pools is unique and has its own kind of like tokenomics. So and then there's also liquidity providing at some point, So it's like you've got so many options. So just don't rush all into one sort of play. I'd say put out there and then just see how things go and then adjust.
When you say liquidity providing at some point, I mean, it's fair to say there will be liquidity providing. I'm not fucking moving any needles over here, guys, but I'm saying in general, whether that's a small portion, and that's why some of the LP guys, and I'm just learning about all this stuff for the most part. I don't really participate for the most part. That could be to or fro my detriment. I don't know. But a lot of these guys, like Sam, my partner, not a Hexican, he's just a nerd. Like, he just loves all this nerdy shit, and he wants all of it. You know what I mean? He's thinking, like, there's going to be no one providing LP, so there'd rather be a large premium there for some of the fees. First thing that's going to come to his little brain. So I mentioned it, just thought about it. Anyone thought about that side of it at all? I know it's maybe not a Hexican way right off the jump, and I agree with that as well. For the most part.
I have some alpha for you. Here's a trick. And I listened to Johnny Chaos. So what you can do tonight is if you're a baller, you can take an HSI stake and you can sell it for Icosa. Then you go to matcha.xyz and you make a limit order and you mark that Icosa way up. I'm talking like $100 a pop, $200 a pop.
That whoopsie.
Fat limit order. Now, there's no liquidity in the beginning. So when somebody uses like MetaMask router or matcha.xyz and there's mad slippage, they're going to slide right up and they're going to buy your coins at some ridiculous price. And then you take that money and you go and you buy more and do it again. And just,
you know where Johnny learned that? It was the pain of Ether Delta. You fucked up on the zero way back when. It was just
you would be fine.
I just lost all my money because I did not know what zero versus 0.00001 was. But it just takes those whoopsie moments.
That's
so matcha.xyz. That's like,
but you know what? Because of that, because of that,
got to change to get back into that. Yeah.
Because of that ceiling point, because like people will probably buy it up underneath and will sell it down above. That's the Icosa Hex trading pair, and that could be a lot of trading going on in there. That could be the liquidity.
That's kind of what I mean. Again, you get that. It's always like, how many people know about this? We already know. Why does nobody talk about Uniswap? It's kind of hard to figure out. Why is it hard to talk about PulseX to new people? Because it takes a while to get there. You know?
But look at the stickiness of Alex's website. I haven't even looked at it. I saw either Sloss or Cryptographic Experience, and it looks like butter. And the thing is, we will make it easier for that to happen and all the rest of it. And I think what Blue was talking about earlier is get your castle in because you're setting your point, your anchor to where everything else goes from that point. And as long as you maintain that, I mean, I've said it from the beginning. This is a shadow of a t-shirt. A t-shirt took 2 years, and we suffered to learn this, and we didn't even know what we were talking about. We got on. I was camera tech, one of the best role models in the world, and I'm the camera tech. But now this needs the same amount of grace to allow it to grow, just like everything. And it will, because it's an evolving, rotating ecosystem that's not built on false promises or a farce situation. It's already been established through the people, the premise, the method, and everything of the madness that we went through in the beginning.
Can I go into what Fida just said a little bit? Because it's something that a lot of people still also need to learn, including me. Fida, if you would do that, right? And you would put the Icosa and you would limit sell it at $100 or something. Would that on like when would that be sold? Because other people would sell like for $3 or $2. Yeah, but is that only for people that accidentally put slippage way too high, or because if there's enough Icosa being sold at $3, it will never touch your $100, right? Or am I wrong?
Correct. This only works in the very beginning.
With very
low liquidity.
Very low liquidity, and then let's say there's only like 5 Icosa at $3, and someone wants to buy 6, then one Icosa gets sold for $100, basically.
And the accidental thing is they were pressing the button and they didn't look what they were doing. I mean, it's an unfortunate thing, not be free on madness, but like it is correct and it will happen.
Yeah, because it even like the other charts for some other coins that just launched, you see that crazy candle that happens in like the first. That's exactly what that is.
That's what happens. That's fucking insane.
So tonight at 8 o'clock at 8:05, if you're on Matcha by 8:05, you're probably like. You could probably pull it off.
Dude, so if you go to Stake Grab, you see those wicks on Hex almost every day. You see them wake up way high. That's what happens like every single day, and that's crazy.
Well, I mean, it's a hard
Yeah, I'm with Watley. I can't believe we're talking about this shit.
It's pennies in front of Train's guys.
People are talking about this shit.
It's a shot in the dark. It's a shot in the dark, and it was a shot in the dark if only 1 or 2 or 3 or 5 or 10 people knew it.
Picking up pennies in front of a freight train.
500 people know about it now.
Without a torch.
I get what you're saying, but this is what we as a community do, and that's why we got.
Yeah, I don't agree. I completely disagree.
This many great streamers out there, and everyone wants to be part of the team because everyone's winning together.
Well, I think
I don't see that anywhere else.
Like again, look at your speedometer when you're driving. Look at your price chart when you're buying. Don't be just like go. Whoa, what did I just do?
Oops.
I'm
in reality, it all happens very slow. If you're like, to me at least, like I do things like people act like it's all like buying at one time, all my money at one, like it's some way, but like I don't know anyone successful that really does that over a long period of time. You just trickle in as much as you can put in and find ways for that money to work for you. Because in crypto, a little bit goes a long way shortly. We all figured that out. At the time, everyone was broke at some point. And you're like, well, if I put my money here, it's probably going to multiply faster. So you got to start somewhere. I love when people start mentioning like how much of something someone else has rather than them. And that determines the decision they make. It's like, oh, there's like 100 dudes with more money than you. It like, oh, dude, wait till you go to Legacy Finance where you don't even have $1. Like you don't have a say in the pool. People, we're so early. If people could only wrap their head around, like it seems like when you have $100 million in an asset, that there's no way in hell it's early. There's no fucking possible way this is early. And most people will sell on that feeling eventually a little bit, and it'll spread out more. But I mean, guys, we're so early.
If you look at BlackRock, that
means if you try to get a credit card in the United States, it'll be sent to your door in half a second. To get your shit on Icosa and Hedron, it'll take you about 7 months of research. There's a lot of premium there that people just don't want to talk about. It's about marketing. It's about putting your face out there. If this was happening on Oprah, my mom would know how to do it. It's not hard to do. It's just not popular.
You get a Hedron, you get an Icosa, and you get an Icosa.
I just want to repeat, there are only 2,300 people in the Icosa chat.
It's going to double soon. All right, I'm going to interrupt everyone because the chat is blowing up, and we have to get some of these questions. So let's answer some of these questions. People watching, Anaquil asked like 40 minutes ago, Please go over how tokenized HSI show in MetaMask, whether it does or not. Who wants to take that one? Let's blaze through some of these questions.
It doesn't show up in MetaMask. It doesn't show up in MetaMask.
Yeah, it doesn't show up.
You can see it in Ethoscan. You can see it in HSI.
Where do you find it? Yeah.
There's a few places you can find it. Yeah, Hadron in the Hadron dApp, in the Icosa dApp.
So it's kind of like a T-shirt, then.
Yeah.
In that way, yeah.
Yeah, you can't see it in MetaMask. You can see it on Etherscan, HSI Watch.
Well, it's got its own address. It's got its own address. So if
you go to Hedron.pro, you can get the information of the specific address your stake is from, and then just plug that into your staker app, and then you can monitor it without having to mess with anything else. That's what I do with the HSIs that I make. Yeah.
But you can put your HSI on OpenSea, right? So how do you do that then?
You can.
Yeah, but then but OpenSea sees it. Yep. Does see it? Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Yeah, once you have to tokenize it first, though. Like if you have an HSI that's not tokenized, it won't show up. You have to go to Hedron.pro, and then under Actions, it'll be tokenized. Click that. Run.
And then you see it in your wallet.
And then you see it in your wallet. Yeah.
Okay.
And in MetaMask, you'll see that it's tokenized as well, I believe.
Yeah, if it's tokenized, I would guess you can see it in. But if it's not tokenized, you can't see it.
I think I did. I saw it, and I had to load in something that showed NFT. Like I had to load that token address of an NFT or something.
And if it's
like add the asset,
and if an HSI is tokenized, you if it ends, you end it exactly the same way as if it wasn't tokenized.
So if
that the same untokenize,
you have to
detokenize.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah. Okay, cool.
Yeah. All right. Can y'all touch on the staking waterfall idea for Icosa? I assume.
That was Gifford's idea, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was Gifford's. I can touch on that because I've talked to him about that a decent amount. So the way I like to conceptualize it, and it's really kind of a catch-all strategy, and basically the nuts and bolts of it are have multiple stakes out there so that you can like take the yield from a smaller stake and maybe add it to a larger stake, or that you have the ability to compound your stake yield over time. Because if you just put it all into one stake, you're not able to compound. You just get the daily payout and you have your points, and then you have to add more principal to it. But the yield you can't compound. And so essentially the idea is, so you have one maybe long-term stake, and then you take some other of your funds, your Hedron or your Icosa, and you divide it into smaller stakes. Then you continue to compound those stakes until it gets to the next staker class phase, where then you have to wait longer for it to compound. Start new smaller stakes, continue to compound them until they get higher, and then you can compound a couple of these other stakes, and it yields when it comes out to make a large stake over time. So it's like you're using the fact that smaller stakes, since they have a shorter stake length period, you can compound your yield quicker. And then when you compound your yield quicker, you can then kind of build up this larger bag of coins over time. That's essentially the gist of the waterfall strategy. And like he uses like the analogy of like, you know, like in weddings when they have like the pyramid of champagne glasses, and then like you pour it. It's like as you fill up one cup, then you go and fill up another cup, and then you continue to let the overflow of each of your stakes, or the cups in this analogy, fill more stakes in the future.
So then why wouldn't you just keep on doing smaller stakes? Like
because you lose out on bonuses. So it's like if you want to have a balance between having flexibility of compounding your coins and or selling them, like you have that option with this strategy as well. Mm-hmm. But then you're able to work your way up to stakes that will eventually get a bonus, or have a stake that have a stake that has a bonus, and then have a smaller set of stakes that don't have a bonus but have the flexibility.
Okay. So are we talking about staking Hedron now or Icosa? Because there's
both.
Hedron, you can only have one stake per address, right?
So you need new addresses for the strategy. For each stake that you do for the strategy, you need a new address.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. But Icosa can have multiple stakes per wallet.
It's the same.
Oh, it's the same.
It's the exact same.
But you can add to it or something. What was it again?
You can always add.
There's no time.
But on both? Is it on both? Like you can add. Okay, cool.
On the Hedron side, a whale gets locked when they stake, but on the Icosa side, since it starts at 0, it's a non-denominator. You can unstake
it anytime. Yeah, okay.
And then just to clarify for anyone listening, and I think we already talked about this before, but when you're actually selling your HSIs to the contract, you can just go all in on one versus spending gas on a whole bunch of them. It all works the exact same way. The only difference is people on the other side have to spend that money to buy it on the open market. I haven't looked into this. What happens if a stake, once it goes to the open market, it just hangs out forever, right? Until someone grabs it?
Yeah. So in the liquidation auction, is that what you're talking about? The liquidation?
Yeah. Once it goes to the auction house.
So after the 90-day default period is over and the stake goes up for liquidation, somebody has to run the liquidation function themselves. So they have to pay a gas fee, and they make that initial bid. And so once that person runs that function, makes an initial bid, then the 24-hour time period starts, and the more subsequent bidding can occur. But theoretically, if nobody made that first bid, then it would just sit there forever. But you are always incentivized. Everybody will forever be incentivized to make that first bid, because you are always going to be made whole if you wait till the end of that stake. Because the amount of Hedron that you can advance upon, which is that initial bid in the first place, is the amount of Hedron you can mint when you're at the end of the stake. So if you're just willing to make that first bid and say nobody else wants to bid on it afterwards, you will be made whole at the end of the stake by minting all the Hedron that you originally made, plus you have the hex stake at the end. So it's always profitable to make that very first bid in the liquidation auctions.
So when you make that first bid and you run it back into the time clock of you having to pay it off, is what you're saying. So as long as you keep paying your dues, it will
by making the bid, you pay off the advance. You are paying the advance when you make the first bid. And then all subsequent bids are just extra Hedron on top of the paid off debt that gets burned to win the stake.
Because it restarts every time on top of that. And then all the Hedron that gets removed, because I think I remember that it stacks every time that gets burnt or sent back or something like that.
Yep. When you make your bid on the stake, that Hedron gets burned. When somebody else goes to make a stake, it will remint the previous bid's Hedron, put it back into that person's wallet, and then burn your bid. And it will just do that until the 24 hours is up. And then the person who made the last bid, their Hedron stays burnt, and the contract sends them the HSI.
Excellent. So I think I have two of my video files. I've literally had to disconnect the video cards to do this stuff. So I'm just like,
So if you sell your HSI, then after 90 days, it gets on auction?
Correct.
But so
unpaid.
So let's just theoretically say that no one is going to bid. Could I just theoretically buy that HSI back for 1 Hedron? No, that's not how it works. So there's a floor from
the
where
floor would probably be weighted to whatever the thing was that went in. So if you go in and let's just say you HSI 100,000 hex stake, it's going to cost more than a 10 hex. I don't know why I would do a 10 hex stake, but in the future.
Yeah,
maybe or 10 hex may be worth $10. So those have a bonded weighted average on what their use case is, because the burn mechanism would also probably it's basically like another T-share ratchet up each time that it does those kind of things. So when it goes to the auction house, maybe the Hedron rate is
so
up.
It's hard coded in. So like say you sell the HSI, the Icosa contract takes the advance, and the advance is just say 1,000 Hedron, just to keep it simple. On that 90 days, the very first bid to put it in liquidation will be 1,000 Hedron. Like, it's just what it is.
I got you.
It's the same number of Hedron that was taken in the advance. That is the initial bid. You can think of the liquidation auction as paying off somebody's debt. That's essentially what you're doing.
It's like for like. The price appreciation is what we think of in our heads when we think of USD, but ideally it's like for like when you shake the hand, be like, here's a car, here is a car. They both drive. Now the difference is how do they appreciate?
Yeah, Hydrology 101 puts it well in the chat. If you want to pull it up.
Interesting.
Another question here, Dix Insider. How can I determine the price of an HSI NFT good deal or not? What I need to look at? Where can I see this stuff?
Anybody else want to take that?
Sloth's tired of talking.
Yeah. No, I'll take it. All right. So
I mean, I'll take anything. I'm just really working right now.
Yeah, no, I got this one. So valuing HSIs on like OpenSea is actually can be pretty complicated because there are a lot of factors that are going in. The very first thing to think about is how much hex would I have to buy to make this exact stake right now? That's the very first thing to think about, because if you can just make the stake right now yourself cheaper than what they're selling it for, then you might as well just do that instead of paying extra for it. Now, there is also things to consider in terms of like launch phase bonuses. If the HSI has a launch phase bonus and they're selling it, there may be an extra premium on top of that because those are very limited and can never be minted again. Stakes that have more T shares but for longer, those can be a little more difficult to value because the redeemability of that stake is so much farther in the future. So you're less certain on how much how much hex is going to be accumulated in that stake over time. But through our speculations of the system, it'll be more over time as well. Shorter stakes, if you can get a nice discount on those fairly early, you're going to have more liquid hex soon, which is optionality to participate in any of this system or to restake. Let me think what else. And then you also have to consider the amount of Hedron that's already been accrued as well as will be accrued, which that number can be hard calculated based on the stake parameters. So if you're looking to value stakes on like OpenSea, I would really consider your own personal situation, thinking like, do I want to get longer stakes? Do I want to get shorter stakes? Consider how much would it cost to get the stake right now if I just bought hex off the market, and then that will be a good initial measuring stick to determine if you should buy that stake or not.
Good. Question for Crypto Kool-Aid. Talking about Hex and Big Payday and multiple wallets, can you explain the benefit of having more than one wallet for airdrops Big Payday versus one wallet?
So like we're talking about having just a hardware wallet in general. So your hardware wallet actually has a brick ton of different wallets inside them. The think about it like an envelope that has a whole bunch of pieces of paper in there. Most people don't delve that deep into it. Back in like the original Ledger days, it was a nightmare. That's why I like a Trezor, especially the T1. It's butter. It's beautiful. It's easy. It's gotten convenient. Where back in the other day, like this one time, I had this scam exchange token that was locked in like the 35th slot of it, and I tried to get it out like for a year. And I'm just like, I threw it against the wall, and I'm just like, I hate you. And then eventually I did get it out. But you do have the ability to have multiple different stakes under one utility, which is the hardware wallet. The hardware wallet is like Shield Masters. It has a shield in front of you, right? It's your protection that solids your handshake, because really a hardware wallet prevents you from handshaking your private keys because they've never left your shield. But you have to authorize the button. So there's a pool in there. And that's just it. So the wallet address or your ETH address, when you go to MetaMask, and be like, I want a new one. That's what it is, essentially. That was really what the question.
But it's not necessarily the answer of the question, right? He also asked what the advantages of having more wallets instead of just one.
Because you can stake more.
But also what he said was considering airdrops, I believe. He basically answered his own question. More wallets that you do the same thing, you get more airdrops.
Well, no, that's not necessarily true.
Depends on how, but like most of the time.
Depends on airdrop parameters.
Yeah, but most of the time you get more airdrops. Like that's what the history.
I went with Motley and
asked Motley about that one.
Yeah, I did like 25 MetaMask wallets. You know what I mean? Like I spent like 4 weeks on that.
Yeah, what about those? A lot of those Pulse D wallets that have a lot of spread out stuff too. Put a lot of wealth into. There's a lot of guys that kind of know that, and there's guys that operate like that in general. They're kind of computer people, and they like to have 55 wallets so that they can get an exuberant amount of airdrops. I know plenty of them, and I don't look for them. They're just around. I know those guys. I see them everywhere. I don't personally do that. I wish I did.
It's a risk and reward thing, man, because like the money in front of freight trains is one problem. 2, mitigating that amount of wallets. If you haven't taken my security training and you actually can access it like that, that's a lot of pieces of paper that you got to fumble through with a lot of different words. You're going to be like puppy baby crazy for a while.
You're going to get as crazy as Kool-Aid without the wine.
It's the CG that makes you crazy, sir. It's CG. I did get an hour of sleep.
I got a question. Oh, go ahead.
Michael T has a question.
RG3, right up to this one real quick. Can I use USDC to mint Watsa?
Yes. Right? Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, it's ETH. It's basically all the Richard Hart ecosystems plus ETH is gas, right? It's the road fuel. And USDC is the stable of Ethereum.
But before you do anything, just go to the website and you'll find out.
USDC, ETH, Maxi, Hex, or Hedron.
Well, there you go.
So that was going to be my question. Actually, is the trading pairs? What are the trading pairs out there going to be for this?
What are you going to set? What are you going to set, RG?
Yeah. what are you going to do?
Well, I mean,
I'm trying to figure.
We follow you, Cap. Come on.
Yeah, we look at your wallet to find out. We don't.
We are all RG3.
It's going to be very interesting because there's going to be so little Icosa in the first 30 days. I'm not sure what people will want to LP.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting.
I'd go with the whole 2-year no touchy thing that I always say.
Yeah, but like you do want some sort of LP, and if you're in a whale position, you want to make sure that there is a trading pair that is kind of liquid, so that it can have, a market and a price. So.
Well, remember, LPing is actually with the impermanent loss that comes from LPing. It's actually a way for a whale to cash out without
So it's probably
it's just dangerous.
I think
to liquidity.
I guess it will be Icosa Hex and Icosa USDC. That's what I would.
I would be surprised if we got a Hedron pair. That would probably, if I had to put like the highest probability pair, probably Icosa Hedron.
Yeah,
the best pair.
That just makes
it makes sense. And then
it makes I would be surprised if they put a USD pair in there too. It makes it easier to take advantage of arbitrage. So like you don't have to immediately like if there's an Icosa Hex pair and then there's an arb between Hex and Icosa, you don't really want to sell Icosa for Hex directly because then you're immediately moving the price against you while taking advantage of the arbitrage. You want like a separate USD pool out there to take advantage of it, so you're not like pushing the price against yourself in the pool you're trying to arb.
Well, that's inherently the interesting issue with right now. I know a lot of people have Hedron and they need the Hex to get their Icosa, so they have to technically push the Hedron price down a little bit to try to get the
Which is what we're seeing right now.
Yeah. And the thing is that it really doesn't matter at the end of the day because it's the foot for the horse type situation, because like letting this thing run actually will burn the Hedron. And that was inherently the issue in the beginning, is we did not have a Pac-Manator. We did not have something to kick it back into overdrive, to jumpstart your car. And so allowing that now is perfectly fine, because that starts the mechanism to really start the next, as Captain was saying, nuclear reactor. And that's what it is. It's an echo of a nuclear reactor with more fun mechanics to play, but built within the same mindset, frame, and eco structure. Like you were saying, I don't know if it was you or Cryptographics, Alex wrote a TWAP to actually like go 10 ticks and pick your price, whether it was for the what's the stakes or the other one. And it's just you gotta let these things be built and mature.
Okay. Guys, we just got a few minutes left too on the stream, but I do want to ask, for people who don't know, can someone explain what is WhatsApp? There's probably a lot of people who don't know what we're talking about. What is? Can
we call it something else?
No. I was talking to.
It's the best name I've ever heard.
Well, I was talking to Hector earlier.
It stands for "We Are All the SA."
It sounds too much like what's up.
It just sounds like what's up.
Yeah,
that's what gets me.
What's up? Bitconnect. It's Bitconnect.
Honestly, like I have a soundboard in my phone, but I think the easiest way to think about the We Are the All SA limited supply pool, it's an opportunity to buy a piggy bank or a piñata, and it's a very, very, very limited piñata, and that piñata can grow, and then that piñata also technically is playing a game of chicken with other piñatas. The name gets a little confusing.
You suck so bad at explaining this.
Yeah, piñata wars.
Like you make so many stories.
That's my job, right? We haven't seen your beard in a year.
Geez, here we go.
Hey, how much of the piñatas get spread to the other piñatas when you break your piñata? Is there a ratio?
See, that makes sense. Now we're not dealing with
what's the piñata ratio?
If you have 10% of a share of a pool, and then you leave that pool, the rest of that 10% that you were going to be earning starts getting attributed to everybody else in the pool. So if everybody is even, they each get like 1 point something percent of your share.
Just like the share pool. Yeah, just like this.
Yep.
So basically, you can sacrifice some money in the first 14 days to get into a pool. And you can only do that in the first 14 days, and then you get a piece of the yield from the pool.
And you get an NFT. You'll get NFT.
And the longer you wait to get out, the more yield you're gonna get, because the moment you stop your stake, you're out of the pool. You can't get in anymore.
You've got a choice. You can either burn your NFT to collect the yield, or you'll be able to sell that NFT on a market place like OpenSea or
it's just a nice mini game. Who can sit the longest? And it's in the
It is, but you know what? It's
like a separate HSI.
The difference though is though that you will know how much yield you're getting in that pool. So like after 14 days, everyone's positions is set, and you know how much yield you'll be getting, like, or your percentage of that pool. Whereas for the other pools, they're going to be going up and down, and all sorts of stuff is going to be happening. And so,
that's another interesting thing as well.
Well, no, it's closest to the faucet, right? Because this pool is directly limited supply. It's closest to the faucet, I assume, of where everything would be coming from to get those prices and bonuses. And if you haven't been paying attention about wrapping, someone could wrap that NFT into another NFT, because an NFT isn't a silly monkey or a picture. It's a bloody wrapper. I can take a Hershey bar, put a Kit Kat wrapper on it, and sell it as a Kit Kat that has extra gooey shit.
So to keep it at the what's up, what feeds it? Like where does the
Icosa contract? The Icosa contract just works out how much Icosa, and it's all the inflation of Icosa.
And that pool is just a bigger pool within the Icosa pool.
It's closest to the faucet where everything
that
comes.
That pool gets a little bit extra than the other pools. It gets hedron divided by the hex share rate, but it also gets a copy of all the bonuses.
Okay.
So when an HSI is sold, there's a Quattro Cinco bonus and there's a launch bonus.
Mm-hmm.
So if those happen, the WhatsApp pool will get a copy of those. And then also when bonuses are given when people end stakes in the other pools, those bonuses will also be copied over to the WhatsApp
and
pool.
And then
I think
also in
general,
general,
be like, what's the bonus?
And also how it the WhatsApp pool also competes in the normal Icosa pool to get the no? Okay.
So
in the 14
the way the yield is calculated, the burnt hedron divided by the T-share rate, say that equals 1,000. Then the WhatsApp pool, the hedron pool, and the Icosa pool each get 1,000 Icosa.
I see.
Okay, cool.
Hey, real quick, guys, I'm going to jump off just to get ready for my segment since it's on Restream rather than.
Yeah, we're going to wrap up here too.
I hope everyone has a wonderful day and don't rush or anything. I hope everyone has a great day. And dude, I'm really excited for tonight. I was on my on my crypto computers fucking around with Kool-Aid on my phone trying to get all my shit in order. You know what I'm saying? And I'm fucking stoked out, bro. I don't give a fuck.
Let's go.
Up, dude. Like,
I will be around for the people that don't get a hold of me, and we can all do it.
I'm going on with Giphy. So if anyone has questions too, he'll probably be able to answer a lot of those more detailed questions, guys. I'll see you soon.
Well, one last thing I'd like to add is anything that locks up Hex for 15 years and makes it more rare is just this is the piece de resistance for freaking Hex. I'm telling you right now.
You know what it reminds me of, Roy? It reminds me of De Beers. And we were just like, what the fuck is De Beers?
It's going to get, again, it's going to get so rare that people are going to be standing in line waiting for your Hex stakes to come out just to get some Hex. It's going to get locked up so tight from all the different products out there, the Hex Investment Trust, all the things that we're doing. Hedron, I mean, Icosa, all of this is just going to be freaking lock Hex up and make it so damn rare.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on to your Hex, folks. Hold on to your Hex.
I need that bread line meme, the one where it's like people in a bread line or soup kitchen and all that, and they're waiting for Hex though. They're getting Hex in the line. They're getting Hex. They're getting fulfilled like that way.
And it's these people not wanting to give up their shares, because don't forget that because of the scarcity, because of the rarity, because the value of Hex shares, people are not going to want to let that out. They're not going to want to sell their Hex. They're going to even make it more rare by the stuff that is coming out not coming into the system, because they're going to keep it and restake it. You watch.
And if you take that analogy a step further, if you think of Hex as $1 and there's only $10 left in the world, this is like a whole bunch of quarters right here. And that actually gives people the ability to get a piece of the dollar that no one's giving up. And then that will get rarer, and that will get rarer, and that will get rarer. It's all built on the same echo.
Yay.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Well, thanks everyone for the panel. It was we're kicking it off. It's almost midnight UTC time at least, and we're gonna get it done. Icosa launch party. You've heard it here from all the wonderful guests, all the people. We are all we're all the people getting all the coins. So
we're all
they say.
Is that where that comes from? Okay.
Yeah. So everyone head to the GRC's channel, check the tweets, get the chat from Ryanfro, head to the next streams. I'm sorry I didn't get to all your questions, but these guys, they have a lot of information that likes to come out of their mouths, and they just keep talking. I can't get in there. I didn't want to. So good information though. So good information. Smash the like, smash the sub, head on over. I'll be hanging out too, and at least in the chat if nothing else. And thanks all for watching. And see you all very soon. Yep.
Yeah, yo.
Longer, do you get bonuses in the Icosa system? So there are no time bonuses for staking longer. There are volume bonuses though. So if you stake in either the Icosa or Hedron pool, depending on the percentage of the entire supply that you are staking. So if you stake a whale position, a shark position, or a dolphin position, the higher position you have, there is a minimum stake length that will be applied to your stake. So in order to completely unlock your principal and your yield, you need to wait a certain amount of time, and that scales proportionally to the amount that you stake. So whales have to wait about a year. Sharks have to wait like half a year or something like that, and then it keeps going down the less that you have. But you also are incentivized to stake that amount because there is a bonus on top of it. So like whales get a 20% bonus yield, dolphins get 10, and it keeps going down from there. The exact numbers are in my video in one of those images you showed earlier. So there is no longer pays better bonus in the Icosa system, to use hex terms. Yeah, there it is. But there is a bigger pays better bonus in the Icosa system to use hex terms.
Gotcha.
But there are length bonuses, time bonuses for the HSIs that you send to the contract. So like it says right there, the Cuatro Cinco bonus. If you send an HSI that is maxed out in the hex system, then you get 10% extra Icosa that's minted when you sell that HSI. So that's the only kind of bonus you get for increased stake length, but it's staking on the hex system. And so, now here's another way the Hedron system, or I guess we could call it the Icosa Hedron system, is incentivized.
Is there a special day to bid on liquidated HSIs?
Yeah, 90 days after the advance is taken, if no payment is made, then it gets sent on the liquidation market. So
it won't necessarily be with the one day that they all come out. It probably will be staggered. There's 90 days. Is it 90 days that people are able to sacrifice for? So then 90 days after that, 90 days.
So for the HSI sale, that's forever. Like you can do that ad infinitum forever.
True. Yeah, you can always make more Icosa.
The special day we were talking about was day one of when Icosa launches. Presumably that's when the most HSIs are going to be sent to that contract, just because it's the first day to get in, and you want to get in as soon as possible to get as much yield as possible for as long as possible, right? And so if all of these HSIs are sent to the contract on day one, the contract automatically takes the advance out, like no matter what. So all of them are going to have the exact same liquidation day, 3 months from whatever that day of the launch is. And so that will be the special day where so many get on the liquidation market all at once.
You would imagine.
Well, yeah, there is some interesting possibilities. The SA is an address we have no expectation of. But let's go, let's say the SA has a bunch of Hedron or a bunch of hex. What could it potentially do with it that would benefit the entire system? Well, for the Hedron, it could burn it. Like, more burnt means more yield for us, and that's awesome, especially as
nice.
For earlier contributors.
I don't think he'll burn it. I don't think. I think
it might be. Yeah, go ahead.
I think he'll use it for providing liquidity.
Yeah. Another one is providing liquidity, allowing people to help, make Hedron more liquid. With Hex, there's an interesting possibility where it could take all of the Hex and stake it into HSIs, and then sack it, and then default on them all. Yeah, and then it gets a position in Icosa.
It sends them to the Icosa.
Yeah, it sends it to the Icosa thing, so it gets its share of the system. Because as of now, I don't think there is any allocations to the SA specifically, or there is no SA in the system.
No, there's no massive automatic whale like we have in Hex and Hedron. Yep. We have the OA and SA. There's none of that in Icosa, is there?
Nope. There's none of that at all. So if the SA would want a position in the system, it could use some of the hex sent to that address to stake an HSI and then obtain the Icosa through that. We'll see if it stakes its Icosa or not. You could probably make an argument either way. And then, what's cool about that? The HSIs go on the liquidation market, and then more Hedron gets burnt as a result of that. So we all benefit if the SA does do that. Maybe the SA takes a little bit of money for itself. Who knows? Like it's its prerogative and it's fine. And it could use some of the ETH and the USD to buy up the Hedron price or buy up Hex and then continue to feed that into the contract for more liquidation. There's a lot of possibilities. What do you think?
The other possibility, just to throw out more possibilities,
is
that what we saw when with the Pulse and Pulse X to an extent sacrifices was that whales pumped the USD value of Hex just before they sacrificed it, and they did that on day one. And I'm thinking there's a possibility that something similar could happen with Hedron, that whales pump Hedron so that they can sacrifice at a higher USD value.
To get a bigger position of the NFT.
I guess that's
graphics. Today, we are going over the third and final pool that we haven't really gone over on the channel yet when it comes to the Icosa staking platform launch, and that is the We Are All the source address. Now today, we're going to be going over some strategies for how you can benefit and make the most of this pool. Now, if you still haven't heard, a new staking platform is being released on August 15th at midnight UTC time, which equates to 5 p.m. Pacific time and 8 p.m. Eastern time on August 14th. This staking platform gives a use case for the token that is only mintable for Hex stakers, which is Hedron. Now, Hedron can be staked to earn the new token called Icosa when it comes to this new staking platform, which can also be staked to earn Icosa. However, unlike the Hedron pool, the Icosa pool also earns Hedron tokens in addition to the Icosa yield you get. There is one final limited time entry staking pool that we have not talked about here on the channel in a video. And like I previously mentioned, it is the We Are All the source address NFT pool. This pool, while it earns the same amount of Icosa as the other pools, is very different from the previously mentioned two pools. When Icosa goes live, you will have a 14-day window to send in USDC, ETH, Hex, and Hedron in order to mint one of these NFTs. This is no ordinary NFT though. The amount of dollar value you send to the contract is worth points, and every dollar is worth a single point, which is attached to your NFT or NFTs. At the end of the 14 days, the system sees the total number of points across all NFTs minted during that period. If there are 100,000 points in the pool across all NFTs minted, and you have 1,000 points between your NFTs or NFT, You will have 1% of the pool and get 1% of the daily yield. The amazing thing about these NFTs is that they will always be increasing in their value every single day they exist. Here's where things get interesting though. Unlike the other two pools, there is no minimum or maximum time lock on the pool. However, the only way to get your Icosa yield you've earned to date is to burn your NFT and remove yourself from the pool forever. Luckily though, you can mint as many NFTs as you wish with one single address. Now, if other people are burning their NFTs and you're still in the pool, this will increase your share in the pool and increase your share of the daily Icosa yield. And as each person comes out, you'll be growing slowly bigger and bigger as a portion in the pool. So, what are some strategies that you can use to not be stuck in the pool awaiting the perfect moment to remove all of your yield? Let's go over 3 of my favorite strategies. Number 1, an NFT ladder. Instead of going all in on one NFT and being stuck with completely removing yourself from the pool all in one go, you can create an NFT ladder. Let's say you have $1,000 and you want to send all of that to the pool. Instead of going all in, create a number of NFTs with an equal portion of your total. You can do like 5 NFTs and $200 each, for example, or 10 NFTs and $100 each, etc. You can do this any way you like. It can be split up in 5 or 6 or 2 or however you want to do it. This gives you the option though to have a ladder similar to a hex staking ladder where you have yearly stakes ending, except in this case, you have yearly NFT burns. You can create a ladder for as long or as short as you like. And if the year is up, but you don't feel it's worth it to burn your NFT yet, you can just extend the ladder out as long as you need. So let's say you want to do a 10-year NFT ladder. Every year for 10 years, if you had 10 NFTs, you would burn 1. And exactly like a hex staking ladder. And if let's say you got to the point where it was a year out and you still didn't see a lot of yield, well, move that all a year back. Or even wait for that first one until a point in that year where it makes sense to burn it. That is all for strategy number 1. Now it's time to move on to number 2. And that is called the set it and forget it strategy. This strategy is for those who want to just have some skin in the game, but not a whole lot. The strategy is quite simple. Place only the amount of funds into one single NFT that allows you to completely forget about it. This could be $1 or 10,000 depending on your financial situation. Of course, it could be more than that, but it really just depends. The point here is to forget it exists for a long time. By doing this, you remove the temptation to burn your NFT and allow others to remove themselves out of the pool and slowly over time increase the amount of yield you get daily without that temptation to burn your NFT. This pool could last for a long time, so being able to forget about the NFT for years before looking at it could turn out to produce a whole lot of yield in the longer term as your position increases.
What in the heck is up, guys? It's your boy GRC. That was a slick intro. Biceps in the chat for bullish. Whew, I'm jacked up today, guys. Why is my video all fuzzy? Give me a sec. Maybe I spilled some Pulse Doge on it. Come on now. Come on now. Come on now. I'm in my zone right now. Come on now. Woo-hoo-hoo. Guys, let me say a couple things because I'm off the script. I've really never been on a script before, but I feel more off the script than usual right now because big things are happening and everyone's getting pumped up about it. And we have a killer. How long? 2 hours until the Icosa launch. we have a few special guests, even a special guest, Sam Stolt, who I love streaming with more than anyone because he cuts right through the fat. Sam, I want to talk about LP on the Icosa side just to see where your head's ping-ponging around to, because it's like a mystery land and nobody knows what to say about it. It's great. I love it. Let's get into it. Transition. Bam, 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 bam.
You already know what time it is. Crypt in the morning. Crypt in the morning. Crypt in the morning. Waiting on phone. Crypt in the morning. 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 Waiting on phone. Crypt in the morning. Crypt in the morning. Smoking a blunt on my way to the gym. 11 a.m. and I'm already tuned in. Got me some hex and I'm making a stay. Got me some heads on, I'm making it rain. Pay me some maxi and that's just in case. Jim Redder sent me to show you the way. Crypt in the morning. 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 Crypt in the morning.
Yo, what's good, bro? That was an awesome intro. Looks like, cheers. Looking forward to this. That was an interesting.
Sometimes Sam in life, the stars just feel like they're aligning.
Looks like you're having.
And I'm not talking about moon bags or anything. I'm just talking about the stars, man. I love it.
How was your lawn work today, dude?
It's all finished. It's a prime cut too. You want to know the truth? What GRC? I went over it once and I went over it twice on a lower grade. I wanted to get another. I had to. I wanted to get another hack at it.
I was weirdly FOMOing and looking forward to getting on this stream again because I am excited about what is about to launch. Is there any way to get this thing so it stays down?
Yeah, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
It's super
it's the worst. Where our minds are on the exact same thing at the exact same moment.
Like, did you see that? I was like, oh, I'm definitely.
No, I know. But Sam, remember context here. We've got a lot of viewers. There's a lot. There's like 6 streams, 7 streams going. We just had a deep dive, got into the basics. Everyone was asking their questions. Sam, I want to dive deeper. I'm sorry. I don't want to scratch the surface anymore. This is all speculation stuff. I mean, it kind of is all speculation. But at the end of the day, I want to see where are the opportunities? Where are people not looking? Where's the blind side? Because the whole Hedron system was blind side to the whales that thought everyone was going to dump forever just because I guess they assumed everyone was rich, but that's not the point. The point is I feel like, and then I brought up liquidity providing in the last stream right here before here. And to be honest, everyone was like, no one's going to do that. And I was like, there's someone that's going to do it. I said, I guarantee you, Sam, please just add on to it. Like, I need it. I need it.
So there's 2 interesting things. Like the LP piece, very interesting, right? Because like you have the only ways to get Icosa, there's going to be 0 LP. And then the people who do have any Icosa, somebody's going to have to want to provide LP, right? So it's going to have to be somebody who has big bags, who has access, or they're willing to just be that good Samaritan to do that. But then to think about that, you're like, well, are they going to provide LP? Because this is what the person is going to go through, right? They're going to provide LP versus Hedron. Are they going to provide LP versus ETH versus USDC?
What do you think? You had to guess.
I given what RH has said, right? He likes to have it tied to USDC because it seems to decorrelate slightly because you're having it pegged to a stable.
I think it might help the system a bit too, keep it healthier because you're kind of, instead of providing within the asset that Hedron was meant to move in the similar direction, that's not really what you want all the time with liquidity. You want to know that they're correlated, so it's kind of a weird play because you don't really know what's going to happen. But when you go into USDC, you're basically cashing out into USDC when it goes on the other side of it, which will happen. But you have to be a person that wants USDC. So it's just this whole mindfuck game where people are like, well, if you're not buying and staking Hex, you're fucking up. And I'm like, dude, it feels like if you're not providing LP with 10% of your bag, you're fucking up.
What do you think? By the way, I just had a buddy just start providing LP.
We got a couple guys down below, so we got to wrap it up before and you can ask them the same question.
Yes. Okay. Do you want to transition and
yeah? Why don't we? Hey, cheers, guys! It's a beautiful day. We're in a bloody bear market, and we're all having a goddamn good time. Are you serious? Are you serious? Tell me a bear market better than this. Tell me a bear market better than this. And we're punching harder than ever. I am going to do whatever I can fucking do to make this thing, not Hedron, not Hex, the truth about crypto and these amazing products prosper. I want to be fucking drunk in fucking an hour.
One thing that I liked about cryptographics right before we came on here, where he is talking about if somebody has a potential bag that they're going to put into the essay, assuming, right, you've got 3 different pools to put something into, right? You put your Hedron in there, Icosa in there, or you can get it on this NFT thing for, I think it's a 14-day launch period. What he was talking about is just, if you have $1,000, you could do 10 different NFTs, right? So remember how, like, if you pull your NFT, you're effed, right? You can't, like, do anything if you claim your NFT earnings, right? So what you could do, if you know you want to put in $1,000, you put in $1,000 in 10 different transactions. I don't know if it's just transactions or 10 different wallets. This allows you to have 10 different NFTs. If you have 10 different NFTs, then
we were just talking about so like all the guys that were about to come on, we were all just talking about this exact same thing. Exactly where we ended up. I want to shout out 2 super chats while Giphy gets a transition. Guys, I got a $200 super chat from Paladin YYZ. Thank you so much. She said, great job, Jim Rat. Been meaning to chuck you some bucks. Fantastic show. I appreciate that so much. You have no idea. And we got Hex Monkey. Ooh, Hex Monkey's on GRC's good side. Great stream and topic, guys. Here's some seed money for your liquidity pool. GRC. Guys, it's a good time to be in crypto. Let's get our boy in. Giphy!
Oh, there he is. Oh, there's an echo on my side.
Yeah, my bad.
You're good.
I don't know.
Hey, what's up, bro? How you doing?
Good. How are you? Good to see you. Good to meet you guys. This is awesome.
This is epic. I was really looking forward to this. Like, I'm hanging out with my girlfriend earlier today, and I was like, oh, cool. I get to get on. Like, this is one of those things where I don't really get excited about a lot of shit in the sense that, like, the stuff I'm looking forward to, I'm just kind of doing stuff. And I was looking forward to getting on the stream, and I'm looking forward to everything that's happening. Like, being relatively new to crypto, and I've seen a shitload of projects launch in the time that I've been in crypto. And this is the one that I'm most excited about, interestingly. What are your guys' thoughts? How are you guys feeling?
I'll transition Giphy in just while I answer that.
Please.
This morning when Alex said he would not have built Hedron if Richard did not build Hex, that's when it just all came together for me. And I was like, this is just great fucking product. Like these are just great fucking products in the perfect time. We're so early. I'm so excited. Hedron keeps impressing me. The guys in Hedron keep impressing me. Alex keeps impressing me. And these ideas have all been, these guys like Giphy have known a lot of this stuff for a long time. It's just getting noticed by the people.
Giphy, so this is, I don't think we've done a stream, or we may have. I don't know. Have we done one
me,
before?
Me and Giphy have never met. Me and like, I've just been admiring his work from afar, to be honest.
Oh,
just because I didn't know, you just see people, they start talking. It takes you about an hour or so to figure out who knows what. And this guy's just head deep in the most dense information in the Telegram groups, all up in it. I can see it. He's talking the stuff, and I wanted to have him on because he probably knows a lot of these little nuanced topics, liquidity providing, some of this other stuff that maybe we look at, but not a lot of people really look at.
Can you talk to us about what are your thoughts? Like, so Icosa is zero supply to start with, and somebody's going to have to create a liquidity pool. And a lot of the times, because there's something in psychology called status quo, people will just go with whatever the thing is. That's why, if this is the path people normally walk, then this is the path people are going to continue to walk. Even if there's a better path, they're just going to continue to do what they're doing. So that first person who sets up the LP position, Is it going to be with USDC? Is it going to be with ETH? Is it going to be with Hex? Is it going to be with Hedron? Like, where do you see? And then what are some like the pros and cons, or have you thought about any of that kind of stuff?
Sure. Yeah. No, it's going to be incredibly interesting. Like, I'm probably just as interested as you are to see how exactly this is going to play out. From as soon as that first second ticks over, I'm going to be watching that, because you're really looking at three primary options, right? The most obvious answer is with Hex. Why? Because we've seen it work so well with Hedron, like Hedron, Hex, primary liquidity pool, right? And the way I look at it is Icosa is like a fourth tier token, right? Because you got your Ethereum, you got your Hex on Ethereum, you got your Hedron on Hex, and now you got Icosa, right? So the other option is maybe it's Icosa Hedron. Maybe that's a primary liquidity pair, especially because if you're staked in the Icosa staking pool, you earn two tokens, Icosa and Hedron, right? So it's almost like you're minting a liquidity pair out of thin air by serving your stake lane, right? Pretty cool.
What about, because I'm thinking of, I was trying to think of like how Richard Hart was thinking when he was like, okay, when assets move together, right? Like assets go up together, assets come down together. And that's what my understanding of why he wanted to push people to tie Hex to USDC, because then there creates less of a correlation in there, at least in early days, right? Like lately it's been correlated, Hex and the market. But if you think of that, whatever you tie it to, it's going to have some correlation to. So what if Icosa is tied to Hex? Because then it will increase the correlation between those two things. But the idea, I guess, would be if people are selling Icosa, they're probably going to want to get out of Icosa to get cash for some reason, because that's kind of the point of it. But I think that might be an interesting pair to put it together with, but I don't know if people would actually do that.
Yeah, I mean, there has to be a Icosa USDC pair. I mean, you guys were just talking about it on the previous stream, right? That in order to do like certain arbitrage or really anything, you need to have some sort of stable coin in the pairing, and USDC is that coin right now. So that's going to be important. I mean, beyond that, you would have to assume that there will be some whales who recognize the fact that you have to have enough liquidity to have a healthy trading token. You have to have enough. It can't be too thin, right? But you also don't want it too thick, because then you have a hard time getting that volatility and those mad gains, right? So you have to assume there's going to be some whales, benevolent whales, who want to see this token succeed, and they want it to have a healthy liquidity pair. I'm going to be interested on how that liquidity pair is developed. I just think you're going to see three large pools with this one. I just think there's going to be three. The smallest being the USDC pool, in my opinion.
So because I was looking at pools for Maxi, I think, the other day, and I'm gonna see if I can find it real quick. But Maxi has Maxi Hex, Maxi ETH, and Maxi one other one. And if you look at the amount of TLV, like the total value locked, Maxi Hex is the largest, right? Because people are like, oh, I don't want a permanent loss. They don't understand it fully, in my opinion, but they're like, let me put it in here. But then you look at the other pairings and you realize that nobody actually trades between Hex and Maxi, right? They trade, it was like ETH and Maxi or USDC and Maxi. They don't actually, even though the TLV on Maxi and Hex is the highest, right? So I'm like, those couple pairs, I'm sure there's going to be a couple pairs eventually between like Icosa and USDC, Icosa and ETH, and maybe Icosa and Hex or something. But then it's like, where are people actually going to use? Which one? Because that's the one, when I was looking at the pairs for Maxi, I don't know if I can pull it up or not, but I just didn't see any volume between any, like the Maxi and Hex pair versus the other ones, and I'll try to pull it up where you.
And we're still very early in all of this stuff, to be fair. In a weird bear, I mean, not in a weird bear market, but in a bear market and macroeconomic nightmare. So that is I think that's fair to state. You know what I mean? Like it's important to watch cryptos. Richard Hart said something the other day, and he was like, products with good product market fit have a hard time going below 95%. And I paid attention to when he said that, because I was looking at the numbers and I said, well, you know what? Mr. Hexy Poo, you made it to 95%. And maybe I like to read in between the lines when Richard talks a little bit, because he doesn't like to say things too directly. You know what I mean? And he mentions the rest of the bear market. He mentions the downturn. So I do want everyone to be careful too in general. I forgot what the fucking point was in the beginning.
No, that's good, but I could kind of follow up a little bit on that, please. Right? So there is two concepts you have to kind of hold jointly. The first concept is what you mentioned, Sam. It's like what is people going to be using the most, right? In and out, in and out, in and out. And it might seem weird where you see a large liquidity pairing and you don't see like those two tokens being traded the most, right? So the other spectrum that you have to kind of keep your head wrapped around is that when you're dealing in an ecosystem that is built on top of Hex, whether it Maxi or Hedron or Icosa, is that you have to make that the primary liquidity pair so that as prices run up on one side, it pulls the other one up with it, so that you're not actually directly hurting the price of one thing by trading it for the other. So a great example of this, if you look back when Hedron first launched, the primary token that was made was USDC, right? We saw that, and we're watching, you know, that liquidity pair, and it seems right, like that's what Hex did, right? But then you start to see daughter wallet addresses minting their Hedron and creating a Hex Hedron liquidity pair. And if you really want to go down the rabbit hole on that, there was a secret message sent, which you might want to ask people who are more technical than I am on Solidity, that basically suggested that this needs to be the primary pair. Like if you're building on Hex, this has to be it. This has to be it. So if Hex is running, it pulls up Hedron / Icosa. If Hedron's running, right? Because remember we saw that huge ramp up at the beginning.
Yeah, it felt like Hedron
USDC.
Felt like Hedron was pulling on it a little bit. Hex a little.
And then we paired it up, right? Then we paired it up, and then Hedron started eating up some of that sell pressure on Hex as we're going down, right? So now they work in tandem. They work in tandem. This is a healthy ecosystem. Without
can you touch on that like from a super layman's terms, because the tying those two together, I like intrinsically kind of understand it
right now. Sam, there's people swapping their Hedron for Hex. Think about this just as a right now use case, so you can think about it. Right now, people are swapping their Hedron for Hex because they ran out of money and they want to get into Icosa. Okay, so right this moment, everyone just like me, I know what situation they're in. We're all Hexicans. We know how those accounts look to a degree. And they're taking that funds that they made off of those lit ass gains in the last month. They're taking some of that because of the news for Icosa. And then they're actually buying Hex, putting it into an HSI in preparation to, which is a 555 HSI, by the way. So God damn it. I'm so much worse at nighttime.
No, you're good.
I thought. And I get lost in the middle of them, but you know what I mean? It
was a good point, though, bro.
It seems like you can't lose in a way because you can almost, and I can only assume Alex thinks about these nuanced details a little bit strong, like with more people and with more time than I do. He thought about this. That's my first point about Hedron. I was like, look at that smart guy with all that good shit to say. You think he's not thinking about every single whale just throws their hands up and they're like, too much sell pressure. I'm like, you think this guy, you know, like I think you got to look a little further into how much nuanced information some of these guys have. This is decentralized currency. This is the Wild West. You know what I mean? Guys like Alex, guys like Giphy, they know they can't say everything. You know what I mean? Come on, you can't say what you can't. It's not fair because it could be liable at some point.
So to just conceptualize this, like how this is working when you look at the semantics, like the actual details of it. If something's paired together, right, then you got overflow. That's what you have, like the routing through, like, right? And please, if you're like, hey, you missed something or something's incorrect, just interrupt me. So if you have, say, Hedron, and I'm just talking this out loud as you're talking about this, I was like, how is this working mentally, trying to, right? So say you have Hex USDC, Hex ETH, and Hex Maxi, or whatever the case is. We'll just call those the top three pairs. And then there's Hex Hedron. And if somebody wants a large enough order for Hex, then, and say that's USDC, they're like USDC Hex, that's what they want. And there's overflow, meaning the prices got to all be relatively like at the same point, right? We have 4 different pools, and if one goes out of whack there, then there's opportunity right there. So the router is going to be going through to try to find the best price for the person. I'm assuming that's how I would do it. I'm assuming that's how like they program the router to actually go through it to find the best price given the pairs that are available there. So if that's the case, right? Somebody's buying, they have USDC and they're buying Hex. It's a large enough order, so now there's overflow into these other pairs. So you're like, okay, let's say it goes all the way down to the bottom pair, Hedron and Hex. So what does that mean? That means that you're going from USDC to Hedron, then you're going to go from Hedron to Hex there, right? And how is that going to pull up the price of Hedron? Is what it just I'm trying to conceptualize this. If you have a better way of understanding this, please talk me through this, please.
I wish I could help you out more, but let me just put it this way. Like, if you just go look at the white paper of Uniswap v3 on their website and go through those formulas that they developed there, I mean, there's a lot of calculus involved here. I mean, if you're just looking at just generally speaking, you've got a lot of that right. Like, if there's not a primary pair, then it becomes an exotic pair, right? And then those exotic pairs can pull more of a fee. Like, they have it set up on 1, 2, 3% fees, right? So the more routing it has to do because of some sort of liquidity issue, it does charge exotic fees, and that those fees are brought on by the trader and then given to the liquidity providers, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, and there was one other thing I wanted to just mention, because Sam, I've watched you guys, so I've heard some of your background, right? I want you to think about this. If you're looking at the legacy stock market, right, and Apple stock is up way up, like way up, what do you think the S&P 500 is doing on price?
Oh, same thing, yeah.
Why is that?
I mean, it's always been.
Well, they get at some point, if you make massive gains, they come back to the asset that's safe.
It's because this S&P 500 portfolio is almost majority Apple stock.
Oh,
like over time, like that value there, like you've got Apple stock, you've got Amazon, you've got Microsoft, right? And based on their net worth going up, it basically pumps the pool, right? It is the majority of it. It's a very rare day you'll see Apple, Microsoft, Amazon down and the S&P 500 up. Like that just doesn't happen.
That's
because
like if
that's their primary liquidity
stablecoin
pairs,
crashes
right?
and every single platform uses it. We all knew those platforms were going to go down because it was a large chunk of what they had in them, and they got liquidated. So we were like, I was scared. I didn't know what everyone else was doing. I was also doing my show, so I was trying to tell people, but it was such a large portion of that pool that the smarter guys were like, no, well, that's 30% gone. Like they're going down, and they did, at the time.
That's that the what you mentioned with legacy is right. Like, so the prices are always correlated in legacy. Like if shit's like ballooning, like I think of it as a tide coming in, right? If shit is tanking, the tide's going out, and the tide being all boats are in legacy going up or down, right? And that kind of like it's going to hold for every asset class out there. But I'm trying to understand the semantics mentally to just put together a framework. And as you were talking about this, and I was thinking about the tide coming in and out and raising all the boats up, with the S&P 500 and Apple's X percentage of the S&P 500, or whether it's in crypto. And those streams, you'll see like a nature movie or like where they're like, hey, this tiny little stream over here, and then this is maybe just me imagining it, this tiny little stream that's like 1.5 feet wide, and they follow it back, and then it turns into this bigger stream, and it's part of this one, and then it goes back, and it's like part of this bigger river now, and then it goes back, and it's part of this bigger thing right here. And if you think of crypto as like second, third, fourth tier type things as these tiny little streams, right? Well, if you have something happening at the mouth of the giant ass fucking river, and that gets tightened up or goes down, right? Then what do you think is going to happen to this tiny little like fourth tier stream that's 1.5 feet wide, right? Or the trickle that's coming off of that? All of those are just going to get smaller. I'm not sure how this is all happening, but that just tends to be how it plays out, like mentally as a framework to think about.
Hydrology 101 real quick has a Sam, because the USDC you used to purchase Hex got routed through the Hedron USDC pair, it means it pushes the Hedron USDC price up. Since Hedron is interchangeable with Hex USDC goes up too.
But then it just sells it off. right? So yes,
but I mean,
yes.
it's a way to sell off while staying out of the, like is providing liquidity and moving into USDC the best way to sell if you were going to sell and to get?
Well, I think that they're saying that like why is Hedron going up, Hex is going up if they're tied together. So if it overflows, right? So say somebody's like USDC to Hex, okay, that's going to overflow beyond that to find the best price. One of the pools is going to be Hedron Hex. To do that, they take the USDC that was going to go to Hex, and some of that USDC goes into Hedron. What happens when you buy something, the price goes up. So that's what he's referencing there. But then what happens when you sell that thing, right? Because you go from USDC to Hedron, price goes up, right? Then the next half second, that Hedron goes into the Hex Hedron pair, and then you sell Hedron down to buy Hex up. So I love the detail where we left that comment, but I don't know if it holds 100%, unless that like you think of the fees are being pulled off of there. So like it's almost like a buy and burn, so to speak, because if you pull fees off of the time. Yeah, no, it is.
It's complicated stuff, man. It's like super complicated. Like
It
I
is.
struggle at times, and I have to have that hydrology guy. He teaches me a lot. You know what I'm saying? So
it's easy to speculate on the upside too, because these speculative assets, we see what happens when people start hearing about them. So a lot of it has to do with buzz. They can even get Pulse Doge to start buzzing. Like I'm just saying, when there's a real product market fit and people know and trust the people behind it, and it's tied to the B share in some way, people buy into that. They buy into that heavy because it's legitimate. And Richard's mentioned it, everyone's mentioned it, and that was my take. Sorry.
Yeah, and here's a really quick, easy one. Like, say you want to buy, like, you're taking your Hex and you want to buy Hedron, right? You're technically selling your Hex and driving the price down to buy the Hedron to drive it up, right? But if you have an intermediary, USDC, a stable coin, it creates a buffer between that. So instead of selling one product down in order to get the other one to go up, it basically, it's like I'm selling my USDC, so that goes down instead of the Hex, right? Or I'm buying the Hedron with USDC instead of selling the Hex, right? Is another way to look at it. It's a hard concept. It really is.
It's fascinating. I love LP. I think it's awesome and super underrated. Like
it's like but the one thing I notice is when you say LP, all the rich dudes in the room are like, shut up. Like it almost feels that. I swear to God, and I'm not the rich dude in the room. I'm the guy observing. So I pay attention hard, and it's almost like, yo, you want to say that out loud? It's like you realize it's true. Make all our money, right? Like literally, that's what it feels like. And I like that feeling.
But I'll put it out there though, like Uniswap is a miracle. It's a miracle that a Uniswap exchange even exists, right? And then it works so great, and they're on the third rendition. And it's just amazing. It cuts out so much of the BS that you see in Legacy, right? That all the back rooms and all those deals you can never see. And you never know what's going to happen. Everything's on chain the way it is just absolutely, it's just awesome. So I always like to pump up Uniswap any chance I get.
Uniswap, thank God for Uniswap. What a brilliant. Ethereum is the greatest technology in Uniswap that I've ever fucking been a part of as a human organism. I think. Like it's been incredible to look at how it can change everything, and nobody knows about it yet. You can't even bring it up in a conversation. Everyone that even knows crypto tells you that it's stupid, and they don't. I'm like, stupid. What?
What do you guys think of the V4 for Uniswap? Like they're not announcing this. This is complete conjecture. But what do you think would be the best feature that could be added to Uniswap from what we're at now? Because they're already like the leading DEX, right? They have concentrated liquidity. Awesome. It just allows you to increase your returns. So what are some other dope features that could be added? Love to hear your thoughts. So while you guys think about that, I think adding limit orders would be awesome. I think that would be a very, very cool feature. And adding some analytics is not really around trading, but one thing that, and maybe different, you'll be able to answer this for me, but when we think of fees, we don't think of Ethereum fees. We think of ETH fees. Like if I'm like, oh, fees, well, I'm Ethereum, we immediately think of ETH fees. We don't think of the fees on Uniswap. And when I go to pay for something, and maybe it's just in the Etherscan and I haven't seen it because I didn't look that closely, but you're like, okay, cool, I'm doing this transaction, it's $5, $12, whatever it is. But then it's not taking into consideration the fee you're paying Uniswap, right? So I would like to see some more transparency where I get to see like the total cost of the transaction. Yes, I understand there's an ETH fee, but how much is the fee in a dollar value that I'm paying the 0.3% to Ethereum? So those would be two things that I would really like to see in like V4 or attached to V3. Do you guys have any features or anything like that you think would be dope in V4 Uniswap?
I mean, I think you nailed it. I mean, absolutely. Like the limit order thing, that's the only other reason why we go other places is limit order and because it spreads it across other exchanges, right? But beyond that, like adding more transparency to like what's going on the network so that we're not always on Etherscan and we're not chasing and hunting down wallet addresses and that sort of thing. I'm right there with you, man. I think that'd be great.
Another one, did you see Sushi X Swap?
Yeah.
Where they have, they partnered with, I forget the name, somebody can let me know in the comments, where they partnered with a bridge, right? So they incorporated the bridge into the swap so you can trade between networks. If it was a internal, meaning like Uniswap developed bridge, it was trustless, where it didn't aggregate pools. So bridges, right? You take asset A on a network A, and you put it in, and you pull out like asset A +1 on this side, and this is on network B, right? Is a wrapped version. But then this value accrues here at the bridge, and it gets bigger and bigger, just like more and more value as people go into this, right? Well, that would be awesome if you could get rid of this, because what does that do? If I have 1,000, if we're all just chilling and I have $1,000 sitting on the table, that's a risk, right? But if I'm there, it's probably going to be okay because nobody's going to touch it. But if I put $10,000 or $100,000 or $1 million or $10 million or $100 million, the risk of somebody coming to that table and stealing that money just goes up. And you think about a bridge, like the more people use it, the more that value accrues and to that center point, and it just becomes an attack factor. So if you could somehow do something where you have the bridge capability to trade between, say, Binance and Ethereum or any other network all in one spot for one transaction fee, and you could provide liquidity in a much bigger, like you could just put in USDC, and the USDC would be liquidity for Binance and Polygon and Ethereum and et cetera, right? Because you could put in one pool, but it provided across the board. That would be like, oh my God, Uniswap is like the DEX of the future. It's already like number one, but that would literally just set it so far ahead of everybody else.
Sam, you're on fire. Somebody buy this man a beer. Holy crap. Yes. I mean, just real quick.
That's why we keep him around.
That's the one thing with bridges, right? Exactly what you're nailing. And as far as I know, there's no way to create a bridge without the creator having admin keys to it. It's just, as far as I know, it's not possible. Richard Hart said something about, it's like, hey guys, I want to know admin keys for the post.
Yeah, but can't the admin keys have different functionalities to not allow you to get into certain things?
TikTok.
Because when you have the admin, oh my bad. Well, when you have the admin keys, the admin keys for a lot of projects that can't necessarily get a hold of your funds. There's a lot of nuance there too. From what I interviewed some guy, don't fucking DM me about that, please. All right, guys, I'm gonna switch it to graphics. Guys, crypto graphics. This has been incredible. We have 53 minutes until the Icosa launch. I'm under the impression that this stream will live in history forever. Okay, and I mean that. So, guys, get ready, get set. It's your boy GRC, Sam Stoll. We're live every single day at 11 a.m. Eastern, crypto in the morning. I have never missed a day. Y'all can, all right, never missed a day. Love this community more than anything. Giffy, thank you so much for coming in here. You got to come on Crypto in the Morning soon. Absolutely. And we are going to be laughing at the bank. I promise you guys, it's going to be incredible. I think we're all going to be talking more, but it's graphic segment. Any closing words from you two gentlemen?
Just one real quick thing. When you're looking at the LP especially on Icosa, there's going to be that, you probably heard it mentioned many times, that kind of fair value for Icosa. Just think about that when you're setting your limits on your trading range.
I was actually typing a message out to you in the chat here, so I wasn't fully paying attention to what you were saying. I apologize to that, Gifford. I would love to have you come on and we just chat more about LP and ranges.
Crypto in the morning.
Crypto in the morning, 11 a.m. EST. There is one bridge that I found, and this is the last note on this topic.
Should we just do it tomorrow, Giffy? Are you going to be awake?
Yeah, I should be.
Crypto in the morning with Giffy. I go for a launch. If he's awake, I'll double check with him.
We got the Monday morning, 11 a.m. There's Sovereign app, which is a DApp for RSK sidechain to BTC, which is a trustless bridge.
What are you talking about? Where are we going with this? We got to transition. We got to transition.
We'll dive on that.
What is up, you guys? Welcome back. I hope you've been here for a long time and learning from all the amazing streamers we've had today, because this is one of the most exciting days I've been a part of in a long time. I feel so lucky to have found this community and be able to be giving the information to all of you, because Icosa is launching in now 50 minutes. First we had Hex, then we had Hedron. Now we have the staking platform for Icosa. This thing is going to be nuts. So today, guys, thank you for being here. Please go ahead and smash the likes on whatever stream you're on right now. Share it out so whoever that you're with or whoever that you have on your social media can see this and come and learn about what's coming and how to get in on day one for this incredible opportunity. So real quick here, I don't know how to get on Restream and get the comments up, but I see there's lots of people in here and you guys are incredible. There's 130 something people in here already, 120. Amazing. So what we're going to be doing, guys, on this stream is we are going to be talking strategies. So like I said in the chat earlier, what I'd like you to do, and hopefully I might bring a couple people on here, depending on who's available and who wants to talk strategies. But what we're going to do, guys, we're going to be talking strategies for the Hedron pool, the Icosa pool, the WhatsApp pool, how to work those pools together. Like, should you take an HSI and move it sell it as a buyback to the Icosa pool? How should you play this? So if you've got questions, start firing them into the chat, and I'm going to be paying attention and watching for those, and we're going to answer those here. So real quick, I'm going to take a moment and just figure out how to engage with chat so I can bring up comments.
What's up, Cryptographic? So if you look on the right side, you'll see a chat tab, and then there, do you see it there? You should be able to pull it up.
I see the chat. I just don't know how to, it doesn't show that I can bring it up. I can't click and bring it up on.
You can just shout it out, and I'll pull it up for you. That's the good thing about having a producer.
Okay, dude, this is so new. This is so sick, man. Dude, this is dope. Okay, let me go back a little bit. Let's see here. If I got any questions. I think I saw one real quick. And so first question, can I stake my liquid Hedron, or does it need to be in a hex stake from a Hexpedition for Icosa, that is? Or does it need to be in a hex? So basically, this is the easy one right here. So we're gonna start ground floor. So if you have liquid Hedron, you can stake that Hedron in 48 minutes and you could earn Icosa. Now, the cool thing about this is eventually when you earn enough, like depending on how much Hedron you have, what you're going to be able to do with your Hedron is earn that token. But when you earn enough Icosa over time, you're going to be able to put that in the Icosa pool. And that sounds like, okay, Captain Obvious, but here, this is where it gets really cool, because this is a feedback loop. Another one, a feedback loop within a feedback loop, because there's so many within the system. So over time, as you stake your Hedron and you get that Icosa, you put your Icosa into the Icosa staking pool. Well, guess what? Now your Icosa pool is earning both Hedron and Icosa as well, which then powers both the Icosa pool and the Hedron pool. So you got the Hedron pool powering the Icosa pool, and the Icosa pool powering both the Hedron and the Icosa pool. It's nuts. You really can't go wrong when it comes to staking on this platform. There are maybe more optimal decisions you could make, but a lot of those optimal decisions can only be known if they were optimal or not in the future. So really, by just taking a position in this platform when it goes live on day one, and again, on day one, you have 24 full hours or 23 hours and 59 minutes to get in that pool before the clock ticks over and day one's yield gets brought to everybody. So let me just go through the comments real quick and see what we've got. What can we do with our liquid Hedron? How would the minimum Hedron stake times? Okay, that's a great question. Let's go over the time scales from Garo hashtag 5555. How are minimum Hedron stake timescales calculated? So when you stake, your percentage of that stake of the total supply will be calculated into your stake time. So if you are less than, I think it's 0.001% of the supply, it's a 30-day stake. Actually, no, I'm going to bring this. I don't want to mess it up. Let's just bring this up real quick. I might have a tab open I can find here. Let's see here. So it's right here. So a whale size stake is 1% of the Hedron supply with a minimum stake length of, and I don't know if I can do this. I wish I could comment in here as well. While in here, I'm going to throw this into the.
You can,
chat.
And also you can share your screen. And let me see if for anyone watching, please use the hashtag question, and it'll be easier for the system to start, and we can queue it up.
Sick. Okay, yeah, guys, if you hear that, yeah, so hashtag question if you've got any questions, it makes it way easier for us. Okay, let me see if I can. I don't have a tab that I can bring it up on. Actually, maybe I do. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm going to just open up a new document real quick here. Paste that in. All right, sweet. So now, should have shared, I think. Okay. I hope you guys can see bullish. If you want to give me, I can't really see my screen with this. There we go. Yeah, it's good. So as you can see, so a whale size stake is 1% of the Hedron supply with a minimum stake length of 360 days. And at the end of that stake, if you're still a whale by the system standards and you haven't gotten diluted, which is more so likely to happen in the Icosa pool than the Hedron pool, but it still could happen, you get a 20% bonus. Shark size stake is 0.1% with a 200 stake minimum. Dolphin is 0.01, a squid is 0.001, and anything smaller than 0.001 is just 30 days with no bonus. And of course, a squid has a 5% bonus on yield, and a dolphin has a 10% bonus on yield. Now, something that's interesting specifically in regards to this with the Icosa pool is in how the supply inflates and contracts. Now, with Hedron, the supply, if you look at how all of the Hedron gets minted, essentially, there is no burn address because there's not an address minting Hedron. It is based on you and I minting Hedron from our hex stakes. So all of the Hedron that goes into these pools does not get burnt. The supply stays static unless there are Hedron burnt or more Hedron minted. That's the only way the supply moves. But with Icosa, as someone stakes their Icosa, that shrinks the supply because similar to hex, the Icosa is actually burnt when it goes into the Icosa pool. So the supply will contract and expand as people either mint Icosa as they come online with selling an HSI to the buyback and they mint Icosa, or if they go into the pool, the supply will shrink. So what's really interesting is there could be times where if the supply expands, and we talked about this in a few streams, you may have already heard this, but as this expansion and contraction happens, there will be times maybe where you are a larger stake, but because supply has expanded, because people are minting Icosa with their HSIs, if you stake during that period, your stake is actually a small amount of the total supply because there's a lot in circulation at the moment, meaning you'll have a 30-day or 90 or 180-day stake or maybe 270 instead of 360. But if that Icosa is liquid or circulating in supply moves into the staking pool and creating the overall supply to contract, that means that you will have served a time that is less than what you should have been, because if you staked when that person or those people staked, the supply would contract. So if you staked then, you would actually have a much larger percentage of the total supply at the time of staking, which means you would normally just be at a very high minimum length. But because the supply was large when you staked, you actually will get a smaller minimum length. What's cool though is when you end, if the system deems you having a whale-sized stake at the time of you ending, you could have only served 30 days, 90, 180, or 270 days, and you could still be paid at a 20% whale bonus. So there are many ways to even play the supply mechanics and watching the supply expand and contract in the Icosa pool specifically. So I hope that makes sense. I'm going to check in with chat real quick and make sure everyone's following along. And let's go see here. Okay,
can you see the pin messages?
Where's the pin messages here?
Right when you click on chat, there should be something that says like pin messages. If not, bring them up. We have like 11 questions queued up.
Oh man, yeah, I am just. I'm gonna stop screen sharing real quick here. Pinned, I don't see them anywhere, man.
Yeah, I gotta send you an invite in the private chat. Send me your invite.
Oh, the private chat. Okay.
Yeah, send me your email and I can because I forgot to add you as co-host, and then you'll be able to see it.
Oh, okay. But
I have 10, so I can just start pulling them up on screen and you can answer them.
Yeah, that'd be perfect. Yeah, if you want to pull them up on screen, I can just run through them. Okay, so sweet. We got the first question from Spirit Falcon. Thank you for this question. First question is the most time-sensitive play, or is the most time-sensitive play the What's a Pool? My free Hedron is worth like $2 and haven't bought more. Can my play be to just participate in What's Up for now? I mean, if you're just sticking to the $2 play and that's all you want to use, the $2 play is probably most optimally used in the What's a Pool, because that $2, the power of that $2 is going to change over time, right? So if you're in a staking pool and you have $2, that pool is only going to grow over time as more people get the chance to participate, because you got people in the Hedron pool that are staking and getting Icosa, putting that Icosa in the staking pool. You got people minting it with HSIs, got the Icosa pool making Icosa. So there's going to be lots of Icosa ending up in that pool and making it hard for your $2 to have any power. So when it comes to your $2, maybe the best way to do it is the What's a Pool, because over time, as people leave, your $2 that you put in will get a larger percentage of that pool. And also it's easy to forget about it, which is great, because temptation is the thing you want to avoid as much as possible. Either you have crazy willpower or you just remove that temptation in general. So by having a $2 in that pool, you can forget it for a while and look back in a year or 2 or 3 or 5 or 10 or however many you want to do. And all of a sudden you can have a massive portion of that pool. So that $2 could be a very good move in the What's a Pool. Hexographer, my brother, what's up, man? I hope you're doing well. If we just made an HSI today, will we be able to use that for Icosa today, or will we have to wait for the HSIs day one? If you made an HSI today, you will be able to stake it or sell it back to the contract in 39 minutes, essentially. So you can mint Icosa today, and you don't have to wait for anything else. It might be something to consider to wait an hour or two, just so that way maybe there's some supply increase, so that way you're not getting slammed into the 360-day window for whatever reason. But you kind of have to monitor this yourself and make your own decisions. It could go, you just have to monitor things very closely. Sickman B says, can I mint all my Hedron from my Hex stakes to stake the Hedron and earn Icosa? Yeah, you absolutely could, especially if you're not going to sell the HSI for Icosa. Then minting your Hedron and putting it in that pool to make it work for you is kind of like making your free money work for you as well, because you already have your Hex stakes, which are earning daily yield for you. Then you got your Hedron earning Icosa for you, and eventually that Icosa will then earn both Hedron and Icosa. It's a win-win-win-win-win. It's amazing. Vets in Crypto says, pros and cons to using multiple wallets versus one wallet for a bonus on WhatsApp and HSI buyback. So when you're using multiple wallets, I mean, if you're using seed words that are very secure and, well, let's just look at it. Let's not look at it from a security standpoint. Let's look at it more from a strategic standpoint. I mean, if you're doing multiple wallets for, you could do it for WhatsApp if you want. I think there's an argument for either way, but really what you would consider for multiple wallets is if you have the ability to be in different tiers, like you can be in the 360, the 270, 180, 90, and 30-day stakes, then yeah, you want to be in different wallets, because you literally can't do these multiple stakes if you have one wallet. So you have to do that if you want to utilize the multiple tiers of stakes. But for the WhatsApp, I mean, maybe. I don't really see too much of the point unless it's something that's like a security thing where you're trying to be secure and try to have your NFTs separated into different seed phrases. I think that could be beneficial. But other than that, I don't see too much of a benefit at this time. Is there a token address for a tokenized HSI stake for your wallet? I'm going to keep the private chat down here. Let's see here. Okay. Yeah. A question is, sorry, I didn't see the last question, but that's all good. Question. I assume we need to wait until after launch to create our 5555 HSI to qualify for the bonus. You don't, the bonus you're referring to, I'm assuming is just like the Icosa bonus. It's a 5555 stake in general. It's going to get you a 10% bonus. You don't have to do it once Icosa goes live. It can be a 5555 stake from 2 years ago or today or tomorrow. It doesn't matter. So I hope that answers the question. Let's see here. We got the sexy time people hopping in the chat. Nice. I can't grab it. If any mods in the chat can mute those guys or get them out, that'd be awesome. Question from Royalty JC says, if I mint some of my Hedron from a regular hex stake, not HSI, will I still get a 10x bonus until the stake finishes? If you have a 10x multiplier on that stake, you have it for the life of the stake. You get that all the way until the very last day. So you'll never lose that stake if you have a 10x bonus on that. So you can mint some or all of them, whatever you want, or all of them to date, I should say, but it won't change that. I assume we need to wait. And so C3 Work says, I assume we need to wait until after launch to create our 5555 HSI to qualify for the bonus versus creating it now. No, you don't have to. I think I actually answered this one. Yeah, you don't have to. Hexiest Man in the World says, what would you recommend is the most important thing to know about to take advantage of either the staking options on day one or on day one? I remember Sloth saying something about 1 or 1.5 day opportunity. So at least from my vantage point, getting in day one, I mean, the highest yield that I see happening with these pools is in the first number of days. And I'd consider personally that day one is going to be one of those days. And maybe there's an argument for day two being the day, but I think it's better to get in sooner. Now, maybe waiting, like I was saying earlier, for a specific time on that to place yourself in the pool. So that way, maybe there is some supply and it's not all in the staking pool. So you're not just automatically a whale when you go in the pool. But I think it's important to get in on day one, especially because the yield is likely to be highest starting today, at least for a little while. Grizzle says, how strong is Alex's neck to hold up his huge Giga braid? Dude, it must be huge. He must be able to deadlift like 3 plates with just his head. I don't even know. It's crazy. Thothschild, nice. Good to see you in here, man. Question. If I have multiple 5555 HSIs through Hedron at 8x, did I do a smart thing? Even if I'm essentially clueless, should I give this Korean dude on Twitter feed my seed phrases to protect my moves? You did the first smart thing, but the latter would not be smart, my man. Oh, man. Good to see you, Thothschild. Lazy Boy says, when does the yield get generated? At midnight each day? As far as I'm aware, yeah, midnight UTC is when everything ticks over for the next day and the next day starts. So yield would be placed into the pool as far as my understanding is. And Jailai32 says, how is the amount of Icosa calculated in regards to the size of a 5555 HSI stake? So let me bring up my formula real quick here. I can't actually remember. There's been so much going through my head the last while that I actually can't remember it off the cuff. Let me just go here. So the Hedron staking pool, so the Icosa to the pool is Hedron burned in the previous day. So all of the Hedron burned, whether it's in auctions or it's been sent to the proof of benevolence, however the Hedron's been burned, it's divided by the T-share rate. And I think it's multiplied by 10 afterwards is equal to the Icosa in the pool. So right now, roughly 1 T-share 5555 stake should get you, I believe, around 242 Icosa, roughly. Don't take my complete word for it, but somewhere around there. Question, is there a benefit for letting current hex stakes fully mature before minting Hedron? Gas savings. That's it. I mean, There's a few things, but it's not like it's time sensitive. Really can let it go and then just spend a little bit of gas at the very end. But the only alternative thing that would be nice is you have liquidity at that point. But I mean, obviously that's up to you. If you see a point where you want to remove some of your hedron so that way you can take some profits, then perfect. But I mean, really there's no difference at all. It's just the timing of when you want to mint it and saving maybe a little bit of gas fees. That's it though. All right. We got James Trader saying, question, when you tokenize and sell for Icosa, it goes into the auction, right? Then you could potentially buy back the sold stake for a smaller amount than it's worth. Yes, potentially. Okay, let's go through the whole situation here. And I only got a couple minutes left, guys. And then Crypto Sloth is coming on, and you're not going to want to miss that. So stick around. It's going to be a great stream. The whole night's going to be amazing with everyone coming on. So again, before I go, actually, real quick, smash the like, whatever stream you're listening to. Make sure you subscribe to whatever stream and as many different streams as you can before I go. Let's get back to the question here. When you tokenize and sell for Icosa, so it does go to the auction, but something to consider here is it depends on how high the yield is in that Icosa pool, because yes, you do get hedron in that pool, and you might be able to get enough hedron to buy back your HSI. The problem is that there's a lot of whales and people that have a lot of hedron that are also strategically knowing that a lot of HSIs are coming on the market. So while it sounds like maybe you pay a smaller amount than it's worth, you might pay more, honestly, because of the amount of people that want these HSIs. So yes, you could try that, but don't be surprised if it doesn't work out in your favor. You can go for that strategy, and then if it doesn't work, just stake the hedron. And I think it's going to be my last question, guys, or one of the last questions here. Garo says, thoughts on selling hedron for Hex, creating 5555 HSI and selling back to Icosa, and then staking Icosa for hedron and Icosa, or do you think staking the hedron would be better play? If you're okay with the idea of giving up an HSI, I believe it is a far more efficient move initially to go from Hex to Icosa. And that, I believe, is going to be the better strategy. Oh, I have 15 minutes. Okay, amazing. We got 15 whole minutes. Sweet. Okay, we got time, guys. So when it comes to this whole play, yes, I think Icosa is the better pool initially, and it might change over time, and not better pool, but it depends. And I personally think for myself, because this is what I'm doing, I'm going to focus more on the Icosa pool. And I'll be honest with you, this is what I'm doing. So Hex to hedron to Hex, then 5555, then creating Icosa, then you get Icosa and hedron. And then you can stake that hedron to earn more Icosa, and both the pools are going to be building, which eventually, if you want more Hex, you could use all that yield to go then and buy Hex again, ultimately. So amazing system. Question, what coins are acceptable to mint a What's a NFT? Great question. So for the What's a NFT during the 14-day mint phase is going to be USDC, ETH, Hex, and hedron. I think those are the only four. If there's any other, I think those are the only four. If anyone wants to toss in the private chat, if there is another one, I think those are the last ones. But one sec, guys, here. Cool. Let's see here. Question. So should I mint all available hedron on instant stakes before using them to mint Icosa? I believe the answer is yes to that, because it's going to advance all the hedron that has not already been minted. So by minting, you should be completely fine. And just make sure that, okay, giveaway says ETH, wrapped ETH, USDC, Hex, hedron, and also Maxi. So just quickly go back in the last question. Maxi and wrapped ETH are also allowed in the What's a pool. But for this, if you mint the hedron in that stake, yes. I wonder though, and this is actually a good question. So guys, keep this up, because I'd love to bring some up like Sloth. I haven't actually had this question answered yet. I haven't thought of it. So I wonder, if you're minting, does the amount of available hedron that you have left to advance on that stake affect your Icosa output? So we're going to hold on to that question, and I'm going to hopefully get, it does. Okay, yes. So be careful. If you're minting or you're advancing your hedron, that is going to affect the amount of Icosa you get. So if you want a maximum amount of Icosa, guys, make sure that you aren't minting, or please don't advance, because you won't get it, but don't mint your hedron. Let's see here. Any more questions there, Bullish? Question. If I mint my normal Hex stakes with a 10x multiplier, will I lose the multiplier? Or can I mint every day with that 10x multiplier? Sorry if confusing. No, it's not confusing. It's a great question. It's good to be clear on these things. You will get that 10x multiplier for the life of that stake every day you want to mint, till the very end of that stake. But just make sure you mint on the last day before the Hex stake is expired, before ending that Hex stake, or you will lose all of the hedron that you could have minted. And this is actually a great reminder for everyone. Before you end your hex stake, make sure that you've minted all of your Hedron. One second here, guys. You can pause. Yeah, so make sure, guys, with your HSIs, you're not advancing. Do not advance your HSI. You will not be able to mint Icosa with that HSI. I need to be very, 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 what's the word? I need to stress that a whole hell of a lot. Question, do I have only 24 hours to figure this out and do this? I have Hedron, I have Hex Stake. It all seems so complex, and I really want to do this. You don't have, like, here's the thing. Yes, you have maybe, as far as capitalizing on the best point in time to get in, there is a window, okay? But as far as participating in this system, then you have plenty of time. You don't need to rush. You can wait and figure this out. And I would advise you to actually figure this out as best you can before you make a major decision, because maybe it's the wrong one. Maybe you think you know what you're doing and it's not the right one for you based on what you hold and kind of what your goals are personally. So you have 14 days to figure out the NFT pool for the We Are All the Source address, but you don't have only 24 hours to figure this all out. You have some time. So take a breath, step back, keep learning, and and wait until it makes perfect sense on what move you should do before moving forward. Golden Seti or Chetty? Seti. Assuming the same USD value, say 1K, which staking option offers the highest yield? What's a Hedron or selling HSIs? This is the thing we don't know. Don't know what's going to be the highest yield. The Hedron pool, the WhatsApp pool, and the Icosa pool are all going to get the same amount of Icosa. So it depends on which pool you can get yourself into with the largest amount of that pool that would maybe get you the most, or that would get you the most yield. Question from Spirit Falcon again. I have more than $2 to invest. Okay, amazing. But I appreciate your approach towards the little guy. New question. Do I lose out if I do say 4 $100 NFTs rather than one $400 one? You don't lose out, but you kind of put yourself in a weird predicament, a weird situation, because with one NFT, you've got one chance essentially at seeing how long you can stay in the pool for. Now, if you have 4 NFTs instead of the one $400 NFT, you could do an NFT ladder. You could send one, like you could break this up differently. You could do like 300, you could do a $200 NFT, a $100 NFT, and two $50 NFTs, or a 75 and then a 25. The 25 is the tiny one that you just like let go and off into outer space, like into the distant future as long as you can. The big one is the one where you try to make as much yield as possible with your funds in one, and the other two you take out over the next year, 2 years, 3 years as you see fit. And you can almost think of them as a ladder in a way. But you could also break it up evenly and do a ladder. So you have like yearly NFTs that you could burn if it makes sense to do that. It just gives you options. Sticking to one NFT, it's not, yes, you might get all the one portion, a bigger portion in one NFT for your funds on one, or that you can get of the yield in one NFT. But the problem is that, again, you have one NFT, and really if you break that up into multiple NFTs, you get the exact same amount of the pool because it's the same dollar value that you hold. It's just across different NFTs, right? Let's see here. Let's see. If you use your Maxi to WhatsApp, you are saying goodbye to your Maxi forever, but you gain Icosa Hedron yield. Exactly. Now, you really got to make sure, especially with Maxi, because I personally believe Maxi is going to be worth a lot in the future. So it might be the play. It might not, but really think things through. Like think about everything you're putting into this before you actually commit a token to this pool. Make sure it's the one you actually want to give up. Okay. Let's see here. Sickman B says, you said don't mint your Hedron. You were only referring to HSI, not native hex. Yeah, exactly. Just for the HSIs. And Henry Yates says, how do I use my tokenized HSI NFT to get Icosa when the live happens? So you're going to go to app.icosa.pro and there will be a page. So there's going to be an Icosa tab. You go to I think it should be the very bottom, and there's going to be a HSI buyback button. You're going to see your HSI on the bottom. You go there, you click HSI buyback, and the system will show you a little pop-up. you'll sell the HSI to it, and it'll show you in advance how much Icosa you're going to generate. And you just follow the steps, and boom, you get Icosa.
And also stick around, because once Icosa goes live, Jim Rat is actually going to do one of his HSIs, and we're going to be streaming it, so you'll be able to see it live.
Let's go. Amazing. Yeah, okay, sick. Yeah, guys, so don't go anywhere. There's lots coming. Icosa's launching in literally 22 minutes here. And we got GRC going to come on, do a live demonstration of minting Icosa. You're not going to want to miss this. This whole thing is so exciting. Sigma B says, you said don't mint your Hedron. Exactly. Yeah, not native hex stakes, just the HSIs. Croquill says, does bonus multiplier apply to how much Icosa you get when you sell to the contract? Yes. I can't remember exactly how much it is, but you're going to get a 10% bonus for the 5555 stake, and then there will be some bonus for a 10x. I can't remember off the cuff though exactly what it is. I'll have to get Sloth to answer that one real quick once he's up. How is the amount of Icosa calculated in regards to the size of a 5555 HSI stake? So let's go into my formulas here, and let's see. So it's the borrowable amount of Hedron divided by the T-share rate is equal to the Icosa output. So off the cuff, if you had a 1 T-share stake, just 1 T-share, then real quick, you would do, so it's 5,555,000 for 1 T-share that you get of Hedron that you get for a 1 T-share stake at 5555. So the total amount that you're given credit for in the system is 1 T-share, and you get 5,555,000. And then you would divide that by the T-share rate, which today is around 23,100, roughly. Yeah, it should be around 242 per T-share, essentially. Yeah, no more questions? All right, sweet. We will. Okay, yeah, let's transition. Guys, thank you so much for being here with me. I hope you guys are learning stuff, and I hope you're enjoying it. I hope you're still excited. I hope you have your plan ready. I hope you're working everything out. Thank you for joining me. I can't wait to keep streaming tonight with everyone and be a part of this. This is incredible. So if we're going to transition, I'm ready when you are, Bullish.
What's up, guys? We are ironing out some details. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for everybody tuning in. This is an exciting time. We have 15 more minutes, and we're going to be bringing in Crypto Sloth, the OG behind this. It was not behind Icosa, but who's really took the time to dive into this in the Telegram and everything. If you guys have a question, use hashtag question as you're leaving it there, so it's easier for us to find and we can get into. We have one here from Hex Crystal. If I lost, actually, I think I just lost that. Hex Crystal, you had a question here. Let's see if I can find another one of those questions. There's Bloom in the corner.
Hey guys.
Hey there.
Well done. Awesome.
How are you doing? It looks beautiful out there. Still daylight.
Yes. Yeah. It's still daylight here, and loving it. We've got 15 minutes to go. I'm having like flashbacks to when Hedron was launched, and there was all these dramas about getting the stream up. At the time, it was just me and Alex, and I was trying to get other people on, and ended up just being me and Alex, I think. And yeah, just trying to.
Can you contrast this? So I wasn't super tied into things when Hedron was launching. Right? Was that back in February? I was in crypto for about a month, maybe 45 days. So I wasn't really super paying attention. I know GRC had told me about it, but what is it like versus this? Because to me, I've seen, I don't know, 30, 40, 60 projects launch from, my time in the past 6 months, 8 months here. And this is the only one that I've seen where there's this much excitement. This many people are talking about it. And I would like to, somebody who's been around longer than I have.
There's a difference in feeling that you get when there's hype and when there's true community and true stickiness in a project. I noticed it with Hex, like so many people would come on stream and have a party about launching or a specific thing that happened, and everyone would just not shut up about it because it was so interesting, so many details. And now what I found in a lot of people, and in myself as well, is that people find Hedron also more interesting because of this Icosa stuff, and like it unlocks so many new aspects of everything that it feels different from just another project that launches, because this is all connected instead of it's just being another project that's loosely related to X. Maybe this is an actual expansion pack of the system, which is really interesting.
It gives guys an opportunity as well to do some digging and gain some value through their learning and understanding, because like guys like me, maybe I don't have the biggest bag in the stack, but I'll sit there all day long and read. You can better believe that. And when y'all are saying everyone's going to sell, I don't believe it. I'm going to read it. I'm going to keep looking. And it gives guys like me an opportunity, maybe guys like Sloth, a little bit younger, to get a nice little portion of the pie before an absolute moon runner.
Go ahead, Blue.
Yeah, the biggest difference for me has been when Hedron launched, everyone was super paranoid about anything that was non-Richard Hart. And Hedron was really the first one. And so we attracted a lot of skepticism and a lot of FUD and some really, crazy FUD. And at the time, like for me, it was like, it felt a little bit like sticking my neck out a little bit. Which I kind of didn't mind too much, because I just thought, because I had a lot of confidence in it, and in Alex, but like it definitely kind of like since then, I mean, we've just had so many sacks and meme coins, and we've had hexagons openly in the community, openly talking about these things, you know what I mean, and shilling them, whereas before it was like it was just straight up hex kind of thing, and you didn't really talk about anything else. So Hedron kind of broke the glass ceiling for that way, and allowed everyone else in. But now it's it feels even more exciting than Hedron. Like I was really excited for Hedron to launch, and Icosa feels like 3D exciting. Like it just feels like so much more depth to the excitement, because there's so many possibilities about how everything could play out. Yeah.
We had him there for a minute.
Yeah, there he was.
He gets that was a special appearance.
He's a shy sloth.
He owns so many. He's getting ready for his busy schedule, owning every dentistry on his wherever he lives in whatever state.
Yeah, for sure. I've been saying it lately a lot of times now that I'm getting a little bit more into the streaming again. It's so good to see new people and new collaborations and new stuff. And this stream is just another example of it, that everyone is just coming together. You don't need your channel to win over all the other ones. You can just combine them. Why not? And
exactly,
it's just so refreshing to see new people and new things happening. It's really cool.
And on that note, I think we got the man back. So let me properly bring him in, and then we'll bring you guys back up.
Cool, man.
I made it. Sorry about that little technical difficulty there. Sometimes tech just doesn't work, but we figured it out, and I am here with 9 minutes to spare before the Icosa launch. I hope you guys are really excited. I am very excited. You know, especially for those of us who were in the early Hedron Telegram chat days. You know, this really feels like everything has kind of come to fruition. You know, before. The code of Hedron and the mechanics were kind of like a really niche thing with a small community of people talking about it and getting really excited about it. And now it seems like the whole community, or the majority of the community, a large percentage of people are getting really excited about Hedron and Icosa now. So for me personally, this is just this is incredibly exciting, fun. Before we get too much into Icosa stuff, shout out to every single person watching today. Thank you for your viewership. We all really appreciate it. Thank you to all of the streamers who have been coming on today. We've had an amazing, amazing lineup with some of the heaviest hitters we have in the Hex streamer circuit right now. So being a part of this personally is an honor. And then finally, one huge shout out to Bullish, who has absolutely killed the organization and production of this show, and with a super quick turnaround. So let's get some biceps in the chat. Let's get some thumbs up, likes, comments, all of that for everybody who has put this awesome thing together as we enter into this new era of the Hex ecosystem with the launch of Icosa. Yeah, guys. And then, of course, thank you, Alex, who is working hard right now to make sure this contract is in development and gets launched appropriately and without success. Hey, Bullish, why don't we bring everybody on and we have a nice little party for these last couple minutes? Gifford, what's up, buddy?
What's up?
Yes, man, it's been a pleasure. Man, it's been a lot of fun. Who else we got? Hey, Markable, Proof of
Let's
Beard,
go.
The man, the beard.
The one and only.
And we got Classic Blue. Blue's in the house. What is up?
Let's do it.
What else we got? Oh, we got Sam. We got Sam. Oh, man. And we got the man, GRC, in the house. Oh, man. How you guys doing? What's up?
Excellent.
Bro,
Very
I'm so
excited. 7 minutes, guys. 7 minutes.
7 minutes and the
Let's
world
go.
changed. Oh, there we go. We got the big man himself, Cryptographics, in the house.
My boys, let's go. Dude, this is the most exciting thing I've seen
Yeah,
in
right?
so long. Oh my god.
Cryptographics, were you great to see you? Great to see everybody here. This has been awesome. I would like to acknowledge Bullish too. I know Sloth just did, but last minute, putting everything together, putting together the little clips, the transitions, the videos, the restreams, like really on top of his shit. Like, thank you guys. Definitely give like a bicep, give a follow on Twitter to Bullish, putting in the work. How is everybody doing tonight? What are you guys most excited about?
I'm excited to get all my coins and get them staked and just like letting the system work for me, man. It's funny with systems like these, like Hex, Hedron, and like Icosa, we're all so excited for like this big thing to happen. But like at the end of the day, the thing that happens is we just lock up coins and wait. Like
Yeah.
nothing crazy exciting happens afterwards. All the fun and excitement is beforehand, figuring the system out, learning about it, unpeeling that onion piece by piece. But when it comes to actually the things that the behaviors that we perform, it's not all that exciting until that chart starts going up and we're like, whoa.
I have a question for everybody here that I was talking to Alex yesterday with GRC, where there is the possibility. That we talked with Alex this morning. Wow, it feels like a different time. Well, what do you? That was my bad. It's been a long day. What do you guys think of the possibility where Hedron has a blow off, and you're able to actually mint? And so right now you can't take much of an advance against it. But what happens when you have that where you could pull 70%, 80%, 90%, and it keeps going up? And there is the possibility, I don't know how likely, but there is the possibility where you could have $1,000 hex stake, HSI, and you take an advance and you pull out $1,200 and you're $1,000. Like, that is a possibility, and I'd love to hear some of you guys' thoughts on this, because that's fascinating.
And it's an incredibly low interest advance.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's very payable, backable. Like,
Well, that's one of the positive feedback loops of the system, Sam. Because what's really cool about that is like people are in the short term extracting value because there is like some kind of arbitration that can be taken advantage of to profit immediately. But what happens 90 days later, because let's just assume a large percentage of them will go on the liquidation market because they're just profiting immediately, so they might not want to pay back their advance. Well, what's going to happen is more Hedron is going to be burned than was introduced in the system via the advance, because you're not just bidding on the Hedron that's in the stake, you're also bidding on the hex that's in the stake too. So it's going to demand more Hedron. So that whole ARB is net negative inflation for Hedron.
How long do you think it will take? I'm sorry, whoever was just talking. What do you guys think also of how quickly Hedron goes to a net deflationary state? Like, because I think it will get there.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to have to happen from borrowing, because just from the inflation won't be deflationary, it'll be disinflationary. So the inflation rate will go down over time. But what the unknown factor is how much people borrow. And if the Icosa gets to that, if the Hedron gets to that point where it is 50% or 70% of a hex stake to get that borrow, then there'll probably be a lot more people borrowing. And the real, the key to that is that anything borrowed paid back is burnt. So that's the deflationary. So it's going to have to happen when there's a high level of borrowing.
In my opinion, it's when two kind of things meet together. One, it's that point you were talking about, Sam, with like the price being sufficient to take advances on, if not immediately profit from. And then there's a little bit also with like Icosa price going up to incentivize people to do that as well. Both of those things go on the HSIs getting on the liquidation market and burning, but also as the T-share rate starts to go up slowly and slowly over time, and as the hex price as the force multiplier on top of that goes up and makes T-shares more difficult to obtain, then the mintability of Hedron also goes down. So as the system ratchets away, more Hedron will get burnt, and then less Hedron will be able to get minted. So it'll meet in the middle at some point. When? I don't know. I'll give it 2 years. I think 2 years is a good time frame to wait for that. But the system's working in a way to get to that point at some point.
Did you guys catch what Alex had said? This was the first time I thought about it this morning, because the biggest piece, we have a couple minutes left, guys. Awesome.
Let's
super
go.
exciting.
1 minute. Yeah, let's do a countdown or something, hey? Yeah.
Forfeiting my face, but let's go. There we
Blue,
go. Nice.
Blue, I know you and Gifford were really there early in the Hedron days, especially pre-launch. How crazy it is to have all this like engagement and excitement about the next thing coming out compared to like when Hedron was coming out.
It's amazing. It feels very similar, but even sort of deeper and richer this time around, I think, because it's such an amazing tokenomics that he's come up with. So we're going to do what are we going to do? Are we going to do a countdown, like a New Year's Eve thing, or we got?
Oh, I'm definitely
ago,
doing
yeah.
countdown.
Yeah.
I don't know what you're gonna do, but I'm
10.
Markable's like, I don't care what you guys do. I know what I'm gonna do.
Okay,
I'll just
Markable,
start
you
All right, here we
lead
go.
the countdown.
10,
10,
9,
9,
8,
7, 6,
6,
5, 4, 3,
2,
2,
1.
1.
Happy
New
Year! All right, everybody log off.
Happy
Yeah,
Icosa Day, everybody.
Happy new coins.
Yeah. All right. That's
Yes,
it, guys.
you can
figure it
stake
out.
your Hedron. Yes, you can stake your Hedron. Just go to the fucking app and do it. And remember everything. Remember, people, do everything through the app. Don't send anything to any contracts. Don't think you send an HSI to here or to there. Do everything through the DApp.
Where's the DApp, guys?
App.icosa.pro. app.icosa.pro. Do everything through that app. If you make an NFT, you don't send anything anywhere. You do it through that app.
Yes, make sure you do everything through the Icosa official website that you can find on Telegram. Go specifically to Telegram and get the link from there.
Yeah, we should have the address. I'm not sure if Alex is going to tweet it out or.
Guys, congratulations on your new coins.
Yes. Hey. One thing I want right now, I want the token address where we can get it, so I can see when a liquidity pool is made. That's the thing I'm most interested in right now.
If a whale is watching, can we just celebrate this launch by just like one big giant green dildo on the Hedron chart? That would be fun.
Yeah.
Thank you.
This let's take a look at this. So what do we got going on here? This is the DApp for this, and what Alex was saying earlier today, and was it Beardy who was just talking about getting like the giant green dildo? If a person who is a whale goes through and takes some of their Icosa, they get to set the ratio, right? So if they take a $10,000 HSI stake and they mint, say, 400 Icosa, then when they go through and they set that ratio, they set it with USDC. Then they're going to take their 400 Icosa and they're going to set it to $10,000 USDC, because that's what they can do when you set up a position. What happens from there is going to be very interesting, right? Because there is incentive to buy it, because you can put it into these stakes and then you're earning the yield on here. But it could be set relatively high to start with. And I mean, if people start to sell off on this at the moment, right now, in this like high energy, high excitement, we're all like very like happy about what is happening. There's going to be demand for it, but I don't know. I think that the Icosa, I was talking to Sloth several weeks ago or something about this, and I wasn't sure about the price of it, but I think that the price might actually be kind of like equivalent. So when you sell your HSI, you're getting close to market value, at least initially. What do you guys think of that? Or maybe you already thought of it and I just thought I'm just late to the party. Hope you're muted. You're muted.
You muted.
Sorry, just one thing before I answer the question. If you want to be extra safe, making sure like your security's tight and everything, go on the testnet GitHub and look at the code, and then look at the code that's just been deployed, and you can make sure they're all the same thing. I'm assuming they are, but if you want to take those extra steps to make sure you're happy with everything and that you know what you're doing, that's something that you could do too, just as a point of safety. Anyways, sorry. Sam, can you just repeat the question one time for me, unless somebody wants to answer it?
So Alex was mentioning this morning that if somebody has a lot of Icosa, those are going to be the people who are going to put it into an LP pool. And when you start an initial pool for LP, you set the ratio. So say somebody took $10,000 HSI stake and they minted 400 Icosa, then they could set it so that the ratio would equal the price that they actually sold it for. Meaning, you're getting 100%, you're getting a dollar for dollar of Icosa for your HSI. and like setting it equal there at par, what happens next is going to be super interesting. Like, is there going to be more people selling or not? Like, I think there's probably going to be more people buying.
Yeah.
Love to hear your thoughts.
Yeah,
that's a great question. Go ahead, Graphics, or whoever.
Oh yeah. Well, I was gonna say is, like, think about it this way: you're giving up an HSI for tokens. You're basically like doing an exchange of value from one thing to another, right? So this thing that you're giving up is inherently placing the value onto this amount of tokens that you got. So that thing, well, like, I mean, personally, or for any of us here, I'm sure none of us want to sell. Like, you're basically selling your HSI for less than you got it for. You're taking a loss if it's anything less than around whatever. I think it's around from $1.87 to $2.14. Or
never sell the golden goose.
Yeah,
Never.
so like I can't imagine for a second that we're going to see a price where it's like on that threshold. It's got to be above. Why would anyone who's already paid that out there give anyone a chance to get Icosa cheaper than what they got it at when they had to give up an entire hex stake for it? To me, at least, it makes no sense. And if there's a rebuttal, please hit me with it.
So think about, if we're excited, but think about like the person who might be using Icosa, and this is going to be at some future date, because right now people are just using it for fun. But in the future, what is the point of Icosa, right? To give people the opportunity to get liquidity, up the Hedron advances, and get everything kind of rocking and rolling. So if I put myself in the shoes and I'm like, okay, dude, I have a $5,000 HSI stake. Shit happens in my life. I need liquidity. What am I going to do? I'm going to get my Icosa, and then I'm just going to flip it to the market. Right, to get cash out. So, and I'm not saying one way or the other. I'm just sorry. Go ahead.
That is a situation where we could see some sell pressure on the Icosa price immediately, because now that liquidity for HSI stakes has been created. So, like, yeah, the people who will be sending HSIs to the contract to stake Icosa probably won't even consider selling it unless it's above the price that they paid for. It wouldn't make sense to. But there could be some people, for some reason, maybe they locked themselves up in a long HSI, and then they need the liquidity now. Now's the opportunity where they might be able to get a decent chunk of that back. You know?
Yes.
And so,
I'm distracted by this.
Someone's got feedback up the Wawa.
Sorry, go ahead.
That's bad for business.
That is a place where people who want to buy Icosa for the staking mechanism, that would be better for them to take advantage of those people selling it under that fair value price or that intrinsic value price, because now we can get it cheaper than sending our HSIs off into the market. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And if the LP person, they do set it up, if they do set it at that equilibrium point, then all's kind of right in the world. Nothing mechanistically about the system is pushing it one way or another. It's only when it deviates is when we start to see incentives align to move it back to that point.
So we're on this topic. I find this fascinating. So now I'm going to put myself in the shoes of the person who's setting up the LP position. I have a $10,000 HSI stake. I get 400 Icosa, whatever that number might be, and I take my 400 and I create an LP pair. Well, given that if I'm the first person doing this, I'm going to set that shit at a premium, right? Like, if any one of you guys are doing this and you have the capacity, and that's you in their shoes, and you're like, okay, cool, I got plenty of money already. Like, put yourself in the shoes of that person. Like, I'm going to set that at a premium. Right?
We're going to set it at definitely at least what you got it at. You're not going to lose on it. Period.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So if you do end up doing that, what's going to happen is you're going to trigger that ART, where people can then make HSIs to take Icosa and then sell it. So if we're assuming you are the only LP person, what's going to be happening is Icosa is going to be entering your LP, and then they're going to be taking whatever you paired it with. So essentially, you would be buying other people's Icosa over time to get as the thing goes back to the equilibrium point. So the question you have to ask yourself is, do I want to buy more Icosa with the other side of that pair if you're setting it at a premium?
Love it. Okay, so explain that a little bit more, because I'm sure that there were some people who didn't grasp that. So when you put up a pair, you're putting up X and Y. And you can set that ratio if you're the first person setting up a pair. You can set that wherever you want. And what Sloth is saying, if I'm understanding the paraphrase correctly, that if I set that at a premium, what does that mean? That means that if I have an HSI that's $1,000, I could put it into the Icosa contract, and I could pull out $1,100 of Icosa. Now, that's effectively what I would have set the price at. Now, what Sloth is saying is, if Sam wants to do this, what is his intention, right? Or what is another way of looking at this point of view? By doing that, that's going to drive the price down, because then GRC is going to go, oh, I'm fucking doing this shit. I'm going to take my $1,000 stake, put it in here, get $1,100 back, go buy $1,100 stake, do it again. Now I have $1,200. Now I have $1,800, and just arb that so that it drives the price down. What does that do to me, being the provider of liquidity? Well, effectively, it drives down the amount of because people are going to be selling the Icosa, so it's going to drive down the price of Icosa, which means that as the person who holds the LP position, I actually get more Icosa. So that is actually a very, very interesting, like, little nuanced insight, Sloth, that you just put forth, that would give even more incentive for somebody to put their LP position at a premium. Think about that.
Well, I actually think it's the opposite. I don't think you'd want to do that, because I think now you're increasing your cost average above the arb point through impermanent loss, because you are setting the price higher, and then people are selling into that inflated price, and so now you're buying that Icosa essentially at a higher price than that equilibrium.
But the idea here is that you're also getting fees throughout this whole thing, and the fees on an initial thing, like, I'm providing liquidity, and the fees are like, I'm surprised at how much money I'm making on a daily basis.
Sam, just tell them. Just tell them.
Like, just today, $2,500, guys. Like, this is like stupid. I'm like, what the F is happening right now? And I'm like.
People like to mitigate those fees, but if you realize that nobody's providing liquidity, the fees are a lot. But it's not for everyone. Like, if you have under a few $1,000s you wouldn't want to do that.
What pair are you doing, Sam?
ETH and Hex.
Interesting.
It's
crazy. Wow.
Crazy. It is absolutely. I did a little bit with Hedron and USDC, or Hedron and ETH. I don't remember which one it was the other day. And it was like, I'm earning $2,000 a day, like, just from that. And it was a smaller amount of total, like, market value that I put into there. And because I knew that people were going to be excited about, like, all this stuff coming, and they were going to be buying and selling and buying and selling. Like, the people who know what's going on are going to be like, oh, I want more of this. The people who don't know and they see a price going up, they're going, oh, let me just sell this shit. Like, it's just dust in my account. Let me just try to sell this. The price is up, right? So there's going to be both those things going on.
And did you use version 3? Are you doing, like, so you set the range? Right. Yeah. So that's interesting. For ETH Hex.
It's a part of crypto that it was initially just, for some reason, even though Richard was screaming it over the rooftops, maybe not specifically, but he was letting you know, like, this.
Real quick, breaking news. Alex just posted the Icosa and what's contract addresses in the Telegram, if you want to check those out. Contracts being verified, app being pushed. Do not send any funds to these addresses. Use the DApp.
I haven't been able to get on it yet, to be quite honest. It won't connect.
No, same.
Yeah, there's a whole process Alex has to go through. So just a little bit. It's going to take a little bit of time for all these things to go live and be functional. But it'll all come out with some time. So just pay attention.
I'll be back in just a few.
What you don't understand, Sloth, is that I want it now.
Oh, yeah. You know what?
Yeah, that's fair.
Markable, you're absolutely right. I didn't take that into consideration. My apologies, man. Sometimes I forget to take other people into consideration.
Yeah, well, other people doesn't really matter, but as long as you keep me in your considerations, that would be nice. Thank
you. For all you guys that are brand new, just make sure if you just did the HSI stake, which I know a lot of you guys did, big or small, you have to actually tokenize there's a tokenized feature at the end there. So don't forget that, because I can imagine that if you hadn't done it yet, you could, if you just quickly did that, we kind of brushed over that. But you want to press that tokenized feature. It's right over on the right-hand bar, right where you would do your mint. It's right there as well. If you go down, there's a scroll down feature. You need to tokenize that, and then it'll be eligible to be traded and moved.
Rightio. So it is up. We are live.
We are live, guys. It's happening. The world has changed.
Can we see the activity by any chance? Is there any like that would be awesome?
Yeah, go to Etherscan. Yeah, you can go to Etherscan and put in the contract address. You can find the contract address pinned in the Icosa chat.
Yeah. And then you can throw that into Etherscan and you'll see that so far the only transaction on there is just the creation of the contract, which is actually kind of cool to see. You see the Genesis really transaction, the Genesis it
costs $300.
Dude, we are such nerds. It's insane.
Our Sunday night.
Like my girlfriend was looking at me a few days ago, and I was hyped about all this shit, and she was looking at me, and she's like, "I never knew you were this kind of nerd, but now I see. Now I see."
It's finally come out.
This is work.
Yo.
This is work.
This is work.
I'm working.
You say, yeah, work. I love that.
I'm working. All right.
You won't be complaining when we get our third Lambo.
I'm grinding so hard.
Hey man, nerds run the world. So I mean,
oh, that's for sure. It doesn't really work when I tell my girlfriend, "Yeah, I'm working," and then she hears me laughing in this room and just shouting with people.
That's the soundproof score, bro.
It's the best work ever.
You got to soundproof it so you can be like, you open the door, you're like, "Send the money, send it."
RG says that none of you will ever get laid again.
My girl.
Well, I'm gonna
Is
try.
Yeah. Is there a background noise on somebody's, or is that just on my end?
I can't hear anything.
Your end.
You still hear it?
I think it might just be on my side. Sorry.
It might be mine. If it's on, let me know, and I'll say I'm going to mute because it might be mine. I took my headphones off. I might be creating a feedback loop.
I just wanted to say, by the way, about the liquidity providing. I didn't know a lot about it, and I know it can be a bit daunting for a lot of people. But for everyone that knows me, I'm a videographer, and I've been editing a very interesting course from Mr. Motley himself with Wendy's for Tendies. And yeah, so I'm editing that, and LPing is going to be a big part of it.
Nice.
I won't say more, but
okay, they're gonna. It's like a tutorial.
Yeah, just explain
on
how it works and just give some strategies. Yeah, people. Because I feel like that is a bit lost in a lot of people. Like not a lot of people talk about it, or at least like directly show you.
You know, I was thinking about.
And that was nice.
I was thinking about when before I think Gifford was talking about it, and then someone else was talking about it as well. But like, this is the first time in the history of humanity that LPing is available to plebs.
Fuck yes.
Like this only in the last 2 years.
Screaming it. I've been screaming it. I've been trying to tell people. I'm like, everyone's like, no, listen, I need to say this. Everyone said you need to be a whale to provide liquidity. A fucking whale? How fucking retarded are you? A whale? You need $100 million to fucking provide LP? Like, learn what you're saying before you say it. They were saying that from the day I asked this fucking question. If you're a whale, it's a good call. If you have 12 grand, it's a good call. If that's 10% of your stack, you know what I mean? It's time to talk about this stuff more logically instead of just, oh, I'm already rich, I don't care.
Blue Bum, that's a very good. Go ahead.
Well, no, even 3 or 4 grand is like enough to make money on LPing.
Oh yeah,
you just do it at a different level. You know what I mean? Like especially as the gas prices are low, it's pretty cheap to get in and out of pools at the moment. Like how much is it going to cost you? $20 to get in and out?
I popped my cherry last night. I started with 2,500. I just checked. I made $130.
Damn.
Yes.
Wow. Look out. That's insane. Like on 2,500. That's.
Well, one of the things that anybody who's hesitant or kind of, I don't want anybody to do LP.
That's 77 grand a year, by the way.
That anybody who does LP takes away from the returns that I'm going to get, but I do want everybody to win. So when you consider LP, if you're hesitant or you don't know a lot about it, educate yourself. But what is Richard Hart talking about? Who gets fucking rich? Founders, people who buy shit and hold on to it for a long time. And what is the other one? Exchanges. Do you want to be an exchange? That's what you're doing by being LP. You're being an exchange, and you are earning the fees from all the people just going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. So
trustless. I just want to say something real quick. Special shout out to Sam, because Sam was like, "No, I'm gonna figure this out. Something's not making sense." He literally put his own money into it. I'm sure in the beginning he lost the money just testing it out. But shout out to you, because just watching your journey, you gave me the confidence to be like, you know what, let me try this out. And so like shout out to you. And then just as a friendly reminder, watch language. We're multicasting. I don't know how other people want stuff said on their channel, so just a friendly reminder.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
No, I didn't realize the returns on ETH were that much. Especially like I'd LP on other networks, but the returns weren't that high on those networks. So seeing that on Ethereum and the gas fees are low is actually making sense to do that.
It makes a lot of sense, but you see how smart guys like you almost dim that part, because that narrative that plays is pretty strong. It's pretty strong that you don't earn any money doing fees from a bunch of people who have never done it. And that's what I'm fucking sick of. And it takes a guy like me to come in who doesn't have all the answers, but is willing to call out people that are clearly bullshitters. Like, and I'm not saying they're bullshitters because they're bad people. It's easy to get rich in one asset and then think that it's like the only way things work. I can imagine if that happened to me, I would do the same exact thing, but that's just not my story. You know, I'm not there yet. Like, trust me, someone gives me $100 million, I won't be on this stream. Promise you. I promise you, I'll be chilling.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So
this stream is kind of chilling.
Hey, 82. It's like 82 billion Hedron has already been staked. So it's looking like on the contract.
How much?
One of the
82 billion.
Drop the address again for them, please. Somebody just asked for the address in the chat.
The interesting thing
it's literally scrolling on the bottom of the screen.
Oh,
no, I meant.
Can you copy that? I can't copy that though. Can you put it in the private chat?
Yeah, I'll put the Etherscan.
And people are suggesting that you use the DApp rather than the address itself. I've noticed.
Yeah, don't use the address. Yeah, go to that Etherscan website that I popped in, and then you'll see all the Hedron that's in the contract. And this is important for you guys to know. So when you stake Icosa, the coins are burned, and the reason why the contract can do that is because the contract can mint Icosa. So you're able to burn it and then remint it, kind of like hex staking. But the Icosa contract obviously isn't the Hedron contract, and so because of that, it can't burn the Hedron because it can't mint it back for you. So the contract holds the stake Hedron, and then when the contract holds the stake Hedron, you unstake, it's going to send it back to you. So that's why when we look at the contract and we see all of that Hedron, and we see that on the DApp that there's Hedron that's staked, we know that that's staked Hedron. Don't send your Hedron to the contract. Do not send the Hedron to the contract. That is incorrect. You will lose it and never get it back. Stake it through the app. Okay, that just explains why you see a bunch of Hedron in the contract. But yeah,
nearly 100 billion Hedron has been staked so far.
Over now. I just looked from the thing he sent over. It said it was.
Okay, it looks like we have
104
billion. Actually, now it's 104. People are flooding into this.
Damn.
I'm gonna see if I can get on.
Guys, we have the entire day.
Yeah, let me help some people out. If anyone's having issues on your keyboard, if you press F5, that will do a hard reload on your browser. If not, add question mark and like random numbers, hit enter, and then that will clear cache.
Thank you, sir.
That's a good tip.
I want to highlight, or I want actually graphics. If you're still sitting there, like, can someone mention the time sensitivity of this, because it's not. I don't want everyone to freak out.
Yeah.
Like I've been talking to guys about this, so I might have better insight. Like, I'm not worried right now. Could somebody remind everyone that they don't have to be freaking the fuck out so that they can probably relax? We're all nerds and we just kind of want to learn, but really let them know about the time sensitivity aspect.
Yeah, 100%. Sam, you got something? What's up, Sam?
So I've got my little computer up here in the DApp for Icosa. And on the left-hand side, if somebody wants to share the screen on here, we have Hex.
Yeah, anyone has the ability to share, by the way.
We have the icon. It says apps, and then it says Hex, Hedron, and Icosa. And has anybody gone through this yet? Played with this?
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
So if I'm going to be, if I was going to stake Hex, I'm going to click. I'm sorry, stake Hedron. You're just going to click on the app that says Hedron, and then go through, and you can stake it through there.
Yep.
No, you do it through.
Wait.
So you do it through the Icosa is the staking of the Hedron. So you go to the Icosa tab, and it's on the right-hand side. You'll see Hedron staking, stake Hedron for Icosa, and that's where you create a new Hedron stake.
Okay, what's the difference? Because I'm sure people are going to have this question. So when I click on the Hedron tab, it says Hex staking HSI encapsulated, mint all, and then create stake. So what is that utilized for?
That means creating an HSI.
Oh, so creating an HSI through the Icosa front end?
Yes.
Yep.
Oh, interesting. Dope.
But you can also create a native hex stake through there as well. If you're under the hex tab, you can just create a native hex stake under the hex tab, and you can also create an HSI under the Hedron tab.
Yeah, so he made this platform so you can do everything on this platform.
It's a one-stop shop, and it's going to have more things in the future as well.
It's fucking
This
great.
is fucking awesome.
Yeah, does he plan on showing the daily yield on the hex stakes as well?
Mm-hmm.
Wow, Randy already got his first. Nice. It's quick, man.
Whoa, Randy, quick with the HSI sell. Nice.
So is there...
It looks like there's a liquidity pull up.
Yeah.
Let's take a look. Let's take a look.
I just wanted to ask, where do you look for the first liquidity pool? Like where?
Yes, that's a great question.
Yeah.
Well, the big thing that we've been talking about is like what the price of Icosa is going to be, and a big part of that is going to be like what that initial person sets the price as. And
yeah. So where can we look at it?
I'm on Dex Screener right now.
You get the contract address, and you put the contract address into Uniswap or Dex Screener.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
That works on Dex Scanner, and it'll pull up where the liquidity is being provided.
Yeah, we've got Hex versus Icosa at the moment. Just created 6 minutes ago.
Guys, maybe how does a chart create? Like how is a chart created?
You go to the Uniswap.
It depends when it's public.
Yeah, but is it automatic?
Someone has to create the pair, so they have to go to Uniswap, and they have to put the two sides of the pair in at whatever ratio they want to start.
Yeah, the liquidity.
At. And then
it looks like the pair, the first pair is.
Yeah, but then the chart gets created automatically. That's what like the actual chart, the expression.
Once everyone gets settled with what they're doing, somebody pull it up.
Right now, so I'm looking at the price of it on Uniswap, and it looks like right now one Icosa is 44 hex. And so that looks like right now it is overvalued relative to its arm point.
X is what, 6 cents? So that's $2.64 for an Icosa, right? It's about 6 cents for X. Okay, so $2.64 for one Icosa right now. What is the amount that was put into the LP?
$44.70.
The pool I'm looking at has $9.6 thousand of liquidity, 9.6K liquidity.
What? Really? Which one are you looking at?
I see on Dex Screener, it's 9.6K of liquidity.
Oh, okay, that's way better.
Market cap of 38 billion.
We're killing it. $38 billion market cap, baby.
Yeah.
Yo, this is so interesting to actually see the beginning of a coin, to learn how all that stuff works. It's really cool to be here. Yeah.
Watching Hedron was fun, but this is way more explosive for some reason. I guess it's because it's like the staking feature, which keeps people in the game.
I guess, yeah.
But it's like, oh my god! I watched the Hedron price from the day one. I 10x'd all my stuff, and I was excited, but I didn't know, like, I was fresh. But this is like, oh my god, we're in a bloody bear market, and people are. I mean, we have 728 live viewers on this restream, and we're in a bloody ass bear market. You know what I mean? And I think it's really fun to watch. And I do feel some sort of like weird feeling about how dope this is. But I'm not thinking about the games at all. I'm just thinking about how amazing it is to be a part of this.
Anybody seeing good questions in chat right now? I know Bullish stepped away for a second, but let's see.
Let me look, and I'll pull up any questions. Let me look real quick.
Where is the Icosa app? I just saw that question.
6 T-shares gets you.
Because it's not in the main site.
App.icosa.pro. app.icosa.pro.
Thank you. Catch that, guys? app.icosa.pro. That's the website to get to the DApp. It's not
Okay.
currently
I'll here. I have the DApp up on my computer right now. I'll share my screen. And let's see. Is anybody else able to pull it up, or I don't think I have permissions to pull it up.
For the DApp, I have it up. I can show you.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not coming up for me yet. Not on this computer.
Got it up.
And just another reminder, RG just said, just chill, nothing to get excited about. Everyone just chill.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, if somebody wants to go ahead and share the, if somebody wants to go and share the Icosa DApp live, we can kind of walk through each of the specific parts. And then I know GR's do a walkthrough, sending a HSI.
I'm not gonna lie, I haven't been able to get it to work yet. If I'm being quite honest.
You haven't been able to work.
But again, I'm focusing on more than one thing. I have the HSI.
It worked for me when I cleaned my cache.
All right, I was frozen for a second. Let's try it now.
We're now approaching 750.
How's that, Bullish? Am I still? I might not be the best one to share things. It seems like my computer is still being wonky with Restream. Oh man, am I frozen right now, guys?
No, we can hear you.
You can hear me? Okay.
Yeah.
You're good. The app's up. I'll take care of the bottom end of it.
Be right back, guys.
We'll wait here.
But
if your computer's being buggy, you're not going to be able to move through it.
Yeah, I was sharing. I'll let somebody else take over here.
The screen share. Don't just do the screen share if it's going to be buggy. Like most, with all the streams going at once, it is a little slower in general. Okay. I think on most ends. But if your computer's working flawlessly, then feel free to pull it up.
I'm gonna start going through the chat. See if any good questions. Don't want to ignore you guys.
Something to consider too, guys, is that like the gas fees right now, if everyone's going to try to jump on this, gas fees might kind of spike a bit. So, I mean, it's kind of, 23 hours. We need to chill, spread out, get lower gas fees, and just take your time, No point in rushing.
Yep. And you could always try it on the test net if you wanted to practice before doing it on the main net. So you can still use... you can still use like the test net, like if anybody wants to practice before they do it with actual something of value. Can people hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah. Okay, cool. It's kind of a bit weirdo on the old tech front, isn't it? Oh, hello. Sam's girlfriend.
Yes. She's like, dinner's ready, fellas. I have to go. This has been amazing. Super excited to be a part of this. I appreciate everybody here, everybody in the background, Bullish, everybody who's watching. Appreciate you guys. I'll talk to you tomorrow, hopefully.
Thanks, Sam. Enjoy your dinner.
All right.
Thank you.
Thanks, brother. Good to see you again.
Yes, you too.
Let's see. So we got a question from Billionaire Foresight. He says, should I sell my HSI for Icosa now or wait, since Icosa is overvalued apparently? Yeah, so this is actually a good point that I like to bring up when I'm talking about the price, especially in these first 30 days now that it's live. Whatever price we see on the price chart is kind of an illusion. The actual price is whatever you get when you sell your HSI. So like even if the price on the chart is like worse, it is like you get a better deal by buying it off the market. If you've already made that stake, like you can't liquidate the stake to buy it off the market. So like you're not able to take advantage of that price differential if you already have hex staked because it's locked. So you might as well just go ahead and sell it. That only really matters for new hex that you want to sell, a new hex that you want to stake to put into the Icosa contract. If you want to wait and see if you can get a better deal off the market, you can. And you have a whole 24 hours to wait to see if you could get a good deal off the market. But right now, from what I'm seeing, it's looking like the price is above its fair value at about 41 hex per Icosa. It's about $2.75.
Yeah,
But that's very thin liquidity, so you can't pull that out like just as a heads up.
Exactly.
Yeah. And then also if the price was under the point, then and there was only $9,700 worth of liquidity, you'd eat a lot of slippage if you're trying to buy. Like if you try to buy 10,000, like you wouldn't be able to get that price for the majority of the coins you're buying. So just be cognizant of that.
It's almost like something in there is a stable coin, isn't it? It's like it's algorithmically incentivized to keep at a certain price level or a certain ratio.
Yeah. And then it looks like Tiago, he posted a contract. If you're getting a contract from this chat, I'd be careful. If you want the contract, I would just go to the Telegram and look for Alex's message itself, and then copy that into Etherscan and make sure everything lines up. So do it from there. Don't get it from anybody in the chat, just to be on the safe side.
Yeah, and there's also Crypto Vince just tweeted out as well, guys. There's a scam account of Alex's Twitter account telling you to send funds to an address. That's not him. Don't send any funds to any addresses. Just wait. Only get stuff from Alex himself. Make sure it's legit.
And if you did
everything,
it's a great learning opportunity.
Unfortunately,
you paid for a lesson.
Because you lost all your money, sir. But seriously, if you do something like that, seriously, you have to check. You really do have to check. This is your bank. This is your life. This is all your money. Please, God, look at the last 4 digits. Please pay attention to the little things and make that a habit. Because at the end of the day, it is a habit to pay attention to the little things. You could be fine for the next 3 months just kind of scanning through without a treasure. But your day will come if you don't pay attention closely. Because there's always room for attack if you don't have your 6 covered in crypto. I promise.
Yeah.
Recently, one of my onboards got hacked, and it was because their seed phrase was digitally saved, and told them many times, but laziness. So
guys, I've got a question. So in terms of let's keep it really vague. In terms of perception, like your percentage of economic energy that you have, that you're giving towards this, how are you splitting it in between the pools, like in terms of percentage of economic energy?
As far as the staking in particular, or as long with the HSI buyback?
Blue, can you say the question one more time? Sorry, I had my attention somewhere else and do want to be a part of this.
Yeah, that's cool. So there are three pools. There's the Watson pool, there's the Icosa staking, and there's the Hedron staking. And they're all kind of got different incentives and different tokenomics. And so I'm curious, within the economic energy that you have available to you at the moment, what kind of distribution are you giving to each pool? Is it like a third each, or is it like 20% Watson, 40% the other two, or is it have you thought about? Yeah, I'm just a question.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Marco.
I'm doing. I'm still gauging, but between 60 and 80 in Icosa, and then 20 in the pool in the Watson. And just the Hedron, it's just a bonus, but I don't really care about that. It's just I just want the Icosa, and the Hedron I will get anyways from Hex. So every time I won't sell it, I will just stake it, but it's not necessarily interesting to me.
Yeah,
because I think the yield is too low, but we'll see. I don't know. But
yeah, the Hedron, since the Hedron price has gone up, in dollar value percentage, that's where the most of my money is going to go. Because I don't plan on selling any of my Hedron. But I am putting a decent amount to the Icosa pool because I anticipate that yield would be fairly higher. And then the smallest allocation will be into the We Are All the SA because it's a longer term play. I think it probably long term it'll do the best, but because my funds are locked and I really don't want to have to cash out on any of that stuff, I'm kind of letting time inflate that bag more than my initial investment. But I am going fairly heavy into the Icosa pool because I do believe the yield will be fairly high. Yeah. What about you, Graphics?
I think for me, I'm going heavy into the Icosa side. I'm going to put a small, it'll be very minimal into the Watson pool. I kind of want to just set it and forget it and allow it to do its thing over a number of years and not have any temptation personally. So I'm going to just throw a small amount in the What's a pool, and I'm going to go heavy into the What's a side personally.
Nice. I like it.
Real quick, Sama Lama says,
Yeah.
as much as we love looking at you sexy son of bitches, some please figure out how to share a screen and run some functions on the side, because nothing seems to be
Well,
working.
the problem
It's
is
all working.
that the stream is overloading and you can do your own fucking shit. So go on.
Yeah, tell us how it goes.
For you guys in the chat that are asking me like to give a 5-minute Icosa or Hedron thing, you're already fucking broke because you're wrecked if you're fucking around with shit that you have no idea about. And I need you to focus. I need you to focus up for a minute. If you have no idea what the fuck's going on, put your fucking hands away from your computer and listen for once in your fucking life. Seriously,
can we take the swearing down? We've seen a bunch of times in the comments. Let's chill on the swearing a little bit. We got a lot of people in here.
I never
Crypto file. Just refresh the app.
Yeah.
Just click refresh.
Yeah, and so if somebody asks about like the bare basics of Icosa, basically all you really need to worry about up front before you do any kind of research is that you can just stake your Hedron, earn some Icosa, and if later you want to stake Icosa, you can earn Icosa and Hedron. So yeah, that's the bare basics of it, and then from there, just anybody, all of us up here, well, I guess except for Markable, but we all have videos and stuff and streams about Icosa. So there's plenty of resources out there to go ahead and do a deep dive, and the Telegram is a really great place.
Yeah, if you go to the Icosa Telegram group and type in !pasta, all no spaces, you'll find a whole lot of different information that you can pull up. There's also a tokenomics. People have put in a ton of work to make this understandable. There's also, if you put in !media, there's a whole lot of people who have already done live streams, such as Cryptographics and Sloth, who did amazing, like, educational videos on all of this stuff. Yeah, I mean, you have to take the responsibility yourself, or you're not going to learn it. You know, learning is a process, and you get the understanding once you do the work. So, go out and understand stuff.
Mm-hmm. It's going to take time, honestly. Like, this is a complicated system, and I mean, like, it's going to come in layers. You might get the basics, then some else is going to click, and then you're going to have to go a little deeper, and suddenly something's going to click, and it might take a while, and then boom, you get the next layer, and it's deeper and deeper and deeper. And even for all of us here we've been diving in and really trying to get our hands into this and figure out what's going on, there's going to be more evolutions of this as well that are going to come out to understanding the system even more. And so what we're understanding, and for those who understand the system even maybe better than us, like some of the guys in the Telegram chat or Alex, I mean, like, there's evolutions that are going to come up that are still unknown. So this is a constant process. So just like keep learning, and you will get it, but you got to keep trying.
So I will say the only time-sensitive thing in this whole system is the We Are All the SA pool that closes after 14 days. So if you want to, it's a little bit more advanced feature, but if you needed to start somewhere and you're worried about time, go look at that first. Cryptographics has great videos. I have some clips out there. There's a lot of resources, so start there. And then
I got Gifford on tomorrow morning. So anyone who has questions in the morning after you wake up, like, Gifford's going to be on the show. We're just going to be talking. We're going to be answering questions. Yeah. That's it. That's it. Amazing. Literally, because Gifford's I've been watching Gifford for a couple of weeks now. Dude's a genie. Oh my God. And I really enjoy talking to him. And guys, remember what Sloth said. The most time-sensitive thing is the 14-day period. It's the what do they call it? A period of limited edition, not limited edition, whatever you call it. There's a 14-day period only. After that, done. Endo. That's why we're all really excited about getting a little piece of that pie, guys, because 14 days in a month, you're going to be like, damn, that 14 days was insane. You know what I mean? You're going to be like, we got in, we were paying attention, we had enough wherewithal to get in there. And I think it might pay off big time, but no expectations from me. I'm just watching.
Just watching, and you're just putting out that daily content.
Yes, I love it. 11 a.m. baby, every single day. I love crypto.
It's really nice. It's cool to see this really feels very similar to the Hedron launch. I just remember like my my eyes being glued to the screen of the price chart, just like what's the price going to be, like, because up until now everything we've talked about has been hypothetical. Like everything has been qualified, but we don't really know. We have to wait, and then now, like, it's here. We get to see the data that actually counts right in front of our faces. So this is awesome.
Just real quick, the beached whale. You said the 14-day deal is the only thing you don't understand. Like Sloth said, he's got plenty of videos. I've got a video. It's like Hedron the Sleeping Giant Part 3. That's the one you want to go watch. It's all about the what's a pool. So go watch that one on my YouTube channel, Cryptographics. Also go to Crypto Sloths. I think you've got even some more in-depth stuff talking about the technical side of it as well. So bounce back and forth between both of ours, and you'll understand it today.
What a bullish title on that one.
Yeah,
I tried, man. I tried to get people's attention. Like, hello.
That got me jacked up. I'm like, ooh, you're right.
Yeah, it's sick. Yeah, I was trying to. It's
All
like,
right, so it looks like we're going to transition a little bit into, I think, David Feeder's video that you did walking through the testnet. And so I think that would be a good resource. Give us a 20-minute break. We get some water, get a refresh, and then we'll hop back on and answer more questions.
amazing. Let's get it.
Peter here, back. Hey, Mexicans. How's it going? David Feeder here, back at you with another tutorial. And it's going to be on the test net for Pulse Chain. And there's a new expansion pack for Hedron, and it's called Icosa. So the website is Icosa, it's ICOSA.pro. And this is the website. It's got all the details. So you can definitely go ahead and read that and enjoy. And then the website for the demo it's actually app.icosa.pro. So this brings you here to the testnet trial. So over here on the left-hand side, we're going to go ahead and click on Icosa. And then it kind of shows us our wallet here. I don't have any Icosa. I've got a 10 million Hedron, and we've got one untokenized HSI stake, which I'll show you in a little bit, and 0 tokenized. So we're going to click all the buttons. We'll go through everything. The first thing you can do is you can stake your Icosa, and if you do that, then you'll get more Icosa and Hedron. And then the next thing you can do is you can stake your Hedron, which will give you Icosa. And the next thing we can do here is you can buy an NFT that mints Icosa and Hedron while you hold it. And then when you want all the money from inside of it, you burn the NFT. And then you get the Hedron and Icosa you've been mining with it. And the longer you hold it, the more you make. So that'll be cool. That's cool. We're going to mint one of those. And then the last thing you can do is, if you don't have any Icosa, but you want to get some, you can take a hex stake that you made using Hedron, and you can tokenize it into an NFT, and then you can send it to the Icosa smart contract and basically give it up, and in return you get Icosa. And then you're giving up your hex stake for that. So we'll try it all. So let's go. First, we'll start with Hedron staking. This is pretty simple. If you've already got hex stakes and you're minting Hedron, or you can buy some from the market, then you can come in here and stake it. So what we'll do is, I do have some in this wallet, but I'm going to pretend you don't have some, and we're on the test net. So what we're going to do is we're just going to go to pulsechain.com, and then you're going to scroll down, and we're going to go to the trading, which is this is the testnet version of PulseX exchange. And then we're going to basically buy some Hedron. So I've already got 10 million. We'll buy another 5 million. All right, cool. So we'll swap some test pulse for Hedron. Hopefully it should confirm pretty quick here, seeing as how we're on Pulse Chain. Oh, look at that, 3 seconds, perfect. So much faster than Ethereum. Awesome, all right, great. So now we've got a bunch of Hedron. So let's go back to Icosa, and this is the Hedron staking. So we're going to create a new Hedron stake, and we're going to do 15 million. Awesome. And then I'm going to approve unlimited for myself, so that way I don't have to pay gas in the future to do more of these stakes. I can just keep adding Hedron and not have to do this. If you want for a little extra security, or if you're only doing one stake, you can approve just the exact amount of Hedron you want to put in, and it's kind of like a one-time thing. And then the smart contract can't spend any of your other Hedron any other time. So I'm just going to do unlimited because I'll be doing more over time and just adding more. So it just saves me another step. Okay, so now we did our approval, and now we're going to go ahead and stake the Hedron.
We have Alex in the green room. Stand by 2 minutes.
And now we do this one. Now we're gonna stake it. And then there are rules for how long. This is a little different than Hex. So for us, it's a minimum of 30 days that you have to wait. And then after that, you can undo your stake, right? So it's not quite like Hex, because in this one you can keep it going even after the 30 days and just let it ride. You don't have to unstake it if you don't want to. There's no maximum in Icosa to stake your Hedron here, so you could just leave it and then come back years later, and then you've been mining the whole time. There's just minimums here. You have to do the minimum. The bigger you stake, if you're like a whale or a dolphin or a squid in Hedron, if you have a lot of Hedron, then this will be higher, and you'll actually get a bonus depending upon how much. So this is cool. All right, so that's it for staking Hedron. That's staked. You can come back later and you can always add more to it, and then after 30 days you can end it. If you end it now, it is emergency end staking. I think the penalties in this are even stricter than Hex, and you will lose. If I were to click that now, I'd lose everything. So careful with that. So this is kind of cool. This is We Are All the SA, which is the source address, which is like Hedron's version of the origin address, like in Hex. So what this is we're going to mint an NFT. It's like a one-time thing. It's going to be for 14 days only. You're going to put your coins in. I think it accepts a Hex, USDC, Ethereum, bunch of stuff. And then you get an NFT. And the longer you hold that NFT, the more Icosa and Hedron you're mining in that NFT. And then when you want to cash out, then you burn the NFT. You come back here and give it up. And then you get the Hedron and Icosa. But it's one time.
How's it going? Can't hear you.
Good, I'm going good. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Hey, how's it going, man? Congrats. It launched.
It's seems to be working good. Just anything. There's little issues, but
Yeah.
we're all good.
2 tokens in a year, man. That's a crazy accomplishment.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what was the process setting all that up? Oh, we got a GRC.
Sorry, couldn't hear you. What'd you say?
No, so what was that process that last like couple hours or so just to set everything up?
Oh yeah, it's like, well, you got to get all the contracts flat and ready for deploy. I still have to verify some stuff. I've got to get the OpenSea stuff going so you guys can see the tokens on OpenSea, the Watsa stuff. Getting the reorganizing the DApp for Ethereum, doing the API stuff. So yeah.
Yeah, that sounds like a lot. It must be
Yeah,
tired.
there's a lot of stuff involved with making something function. So.
But hey, it looks like everything's running good. The DApp looks like it's running. I see Uniswap pulls up. I have Dex Screener up.
Oh really?
So the Dex Screener thing that I'm seeing doesn't seem to be updated with what I'm seeing on the Uniswap liquidity front end. It seems like
Yeah, I see like a hex / ICSA. 22 prices.
Yeah, because in Dex
Yeah.
Screener, I'm seeing something with only 10K liquidity, but the Hex Icosa pair on Uniswap has 90K right now.
Yeah, it must take them a minute.
To update. But I'm also looking at I think if you go to the trading box on Uniswap, like the swap page, and I think if you just type it in, that'll be like the updated ratio with what's actually in the liquidity pool.
Oh, that's a good idea. Let me try that. I just want to know what the USD trading price is at the moment.
It looks like $2.13 on my end.
Oh, so that's basically on par with a hex stake, roughly.
Yep. It's a little bit above, but probably not sufficient to take advantage of in any significant way. Sounds about right.
It's like what's the R point technically, like 2.08? Okay.
It's $1.87, something like that. Unless things change. Oh no, because hex price went up recently, so yeah, like $2.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yo, real quick, Alex, man, A, great to meet you. Finally, get to be on stream. But B, my God, great work, dude. Unreal. Like, congratulations on the launch of Hedron now. Icosa is so cool. Like,
Yeah, thank you. I'm still like suffering from the shock of it. Like, it doesn't feel 100% real yet, you know. But,
totally.
you know, the last 4 hours have been a mad dash to just get all the pieces in, and they're still waiting on the OpenSea stuff, which takes a while because OpenSea is a little annoying, but you know.
I can't wait for you to have a chance to sit back and put your feet up for a minute. I can only imagine that it's just a freaking Because I get tired just covering this shit. I can only imagine creating. Seriously, I swear to God, I'm like working my ass off trying to keep up mentally. Like just, and it's incredible to see. I have officially swapped one of my HSI buyback Icosa here on the net. So I'm gonna look up where to find the buys and sells.
Awesome. So just some PSA stuff. The app is functional. Everything's working. There have been some minor issues with some people having issues using ETH with the We Are All the SA. If you're having that issue, clear your browser cache. Try again. That should be resolved. If you can't load the Icosa app at all, definitely clear your browser cache because it got updated from the testnet version, and Cloudflare, who does all the cachings, like kind of slacking a little at the moment for whatever reason. So that's the thing is clear cache. It'll generally solve the problem. If you have issues with you've done some action and the transaction's gone through, but the app is just stuck at wherever it was, just refresh the page. Should work. Yeah, these are things we will have to kind of either iron out or figure out where that causes. But right now, when you have this massive influx of people coming in and the Telegram chat's going off, it's hard to actually track down what the specific issues are. So yeah, clear cache, refresh page, two most powerful things you can do for the short term until we find any weirdness going on with the app. But other than that, like contract's good, everything seems good.
Nice.
That's awesome. Amazing.
I guess now all the hard work's done. Now we just sit back and watch it happen.
Yep. I think one of the coolest things, and I want to know from your guys, like from Sloth and obviously yours as well, Alex, from the very beginning, like, when I came into the Icosa chat the first time and started, trying to figure everything out, I think it was around 700 people in the chat. And that was probably 2-3 weeks ago now. And I just checked and it's already up to 2,800 people. And that's been going up. I think it was 1,700 last week or 1,400 last week. Like, it's crazy to see everything grow. How long did it take to go from like a few people to like the first 100 in that chat?
Oh, that was almost instant. Really, the struggle was like 700 plus. Like,
right.
That was where a lot of the people, like, it was very slow until like there was a lot of coverage and people were getting excited, and then it seems like we went from 1,000 to like 2,800 in like a day or two. Probably was longer than that, but that's what it feels like.
It definitely felt. I don't think it was a week, honestly, because I thought like 2-3 days ago, 4 days ago, it was at 1,700. I swear it was 1,700 like within the week at some point.
Yeah, definitely was. Like, it's kind of exploded. So
yeah, it's amazing.
I'm gonna tweet out this contract address.
Yeah.
Now
I
I've got like
remember,
guys on Twitter pretending to be me.
Yeah.
So within the first hour, there's already $4.8 million staked. Pretty
Staked
cool.
in the Hedron.
Well, yeah, what I see on the contract address.
Oh, that's
I think in Hedron, yeah.
yeah, that would all be Hedron. That's crazy.
Looks like
It's
one and a
pretty
half
cool.
trillion. Will there be
It's ridiculous, man.
any, what would be the best way you think to see like all the different stakes that individual wallets have, so we can kind of see that? I know you were working on a thing before to kind of aggregate wallet addresses, like their hex stakes, and then like past behavior. Is Icosa stakes going to be included in that data set?
Oh yeah. I basically already got that tooling working out. So yeah, it's gonna take a little bit of time to get all that kind of stuff, built, buttoned up, and working. But yeah, there's a lot of cool metric stuff coming out.
Hell yeah, that's gonna be a lot of fun to keep track of all of that, and especially kind of to see the granularity of like, we have a crap ton of Hedron in the pool already, which is awesome. But it's gonna be cool to see how many of those are like large players versus maybe a bunch of medium players and a bunch of small players. Like seeing that dynamic is gonna be cool to analyze, especially from like how much of the supply is actually being sucked up via staking. How much are people participating?
Yeah. I want to see like EES metrics and stuff like that. So
what are you looking forward to seeing now that it's live the most? Like what metric?
I mean, I'm interested in the Icosa staking because that's really indicative of the amount of HSIs going in, and like I could just figure out how many HSIs are in there, but it's still got the whole sticker shock thing. So
Yeah.
yeah.
It looks like there's 3.14 billion Icosa points, and there's
So
6. Go ahead.
Multiply that by the share rate, and then that tells you how many Icosa there are. And then I guess multiply that by getting that back to US dollars is going to be a little complicated.
Yeah.
Or getting that to actual hex, but that's a pretty sizable. I know 1 million hex stake is for 5555. It's roughly worth 30,000. So
30,000 points.
30,000 Icosa. So even less points.
My stake by Hedron.
You said even less points. It's 30,000 points, so it's even less points. Yeah. Because you divide it by.
All right, I'm done with the computer. I'm good, dude. I'm good.
What's just because maybe some people haven't heard really what's been going on with the SA and what the SA has been doing in the background over the last while. So there's been like 21 trillion Hedron previously burned, and there was $1 trillion that got burned the other day. Was it? I think as well.
Yeah. So there should be about 42K. Roughly 42K per day going into the pools.
Right. So all of that 21 plus the other trillion is effectively being split up into the Icosa pool, or into the pools for Icosa. And then also the Hedron is going in. That's because it was proof of benevolence is how it was burned, right? So which means that the entire amount of that the SA burned is divided up over 365. And that's the daily Hedron yield in the Icosa pool. Is that correct?
Yes.
So 22 trillion is the number?
22 trillion. I don't know. I had to look it up.
Yeah, let's just say it's 22 trillion divided by 365. That means there's 60.27 billion Hedron going into the pool every single day from that for 365.
Well, there's no Hedron going in the pool from the burning.
Isn't the proof of benevolence going into the pool as
Icosa?
Yield? As but not Hedron yield.
No, that's burnt. It can't come back into existence.
Ah, okay. Well, I didn't know. That was a misunderstanding then. Okay.
Yeah, the Hedron yield comes from the HSI buyback. So when you do the HSI buyback, the contract will borrow against the HSI, and will put the hedron it borrows in the yield pool for Icosa stakers, and then it doesn't ever pay it back because it doesn't care, like it's going to get liquidated, so it doesn't matter.
So the proof of benevolence function then never actually inputs hedron from the hedron burn into the hedron yield in the Icosa pool.
No, there is a function in the Icosa contract called inject seed liquidity that anyone can call that will throw some hedron in there if anyone ever does that. But proof of benevolence just destroys hedron straight up.
Yeah, that seeding function where you can see the liquidity, that hedron will actually go to the Icosa stakers, right? It's not burned, but it won't generate Icosa yield. It's just seeding the hedron yield, correct? Or will it do both? Okay.
Well, it'll seed Icosa too in proportion.
Okay.
Gotcha. Yeah, it does both.
So
that's crazy.
That'll be a fun day if we ever see anybody use it with a large volume of hedron, because we'll know we get a lot of yield coming out for however long they divvy it out for. But yeah. Is the I can't wait to see the hedron whale bot start saying HSI sold to the the X size HSI sold to the Icosa contract. That's gonna be fun to see on my Twitter feed one day.
Yeah, sometimes you see some crazy large buys on there that you don't expect at weird times, and I have a feeling that you might with this too, because a lot of people are DMing me, which is interesting.
Mm-hmm. Another thing I'm interested to see is how if people start adding a bunch to both their hedron and their Icosa stakes when we get closer to day 91. Because if we see that there are a bunch of HSIs ready to go, all that hedron being burnt is going to bump up the Icosa yield for the next day too. So there'll be like day 90. We've been talking about day 91, but there's also day 92 when we get another big payout.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's going to be awesome to see all the stuff we've been seeing in testnet in action.
Yep.
And if you have anything you want to tell, Gifford's coming on the show in the morning. So if you guys have any news that that comes up in the 10 hours that you want to whether there's people being malicious or anything like that, you never know. I'm telling you, people, it gets crazy. Sometimes there'll just be like a spam. You never can stop with that spam stuff, and you can actually protect a few people because sometimes new people really don't know how to not get scammed sometimes. So just telling them straight up, like you just did, you said there's a guy on Twitter impersonating me directly. If you have never seen something like that before, don't fuck around with Twitter at all. Oh, excuse me.
Oh yeah.
But just please keep it down. Try to take it easy. Keep your heart rate down when you're doing this stuff. There's plenty of days here to focus on what's going on. And I think it's important because guys, you know how guys get their heart racing. They want to act, they want to move. And I'm saying sometimes you just want to 14 days is for the mint phase on the NFT. You need to, that's the longest. You got 14 days just for the first thing to come up. So you just take it easy.
Yeah. Like I know a lot of people are kind of probably racing into this at the moment. But the reality is anything that happens over the next 24 hours is all in the same playing field. So you have time to kind of just sit and watch. You don't have to be chomping at the bit to get in.
Yeah. Remember when I said that there was 4.5 million staked? Now it's already 6. That's 10 minutes ago.
Well, hey, that's $6 million. That's $6 million of sell pressure that doesn't exist for at minimum 30 days.
Yeah, sure.
Wow, that's so true.
Yeah, and it doesn't look like we've gotten a big sell the news event yet. Maybe we've got it earlier today, maybe with that big 20% dump. But right now, the price is holding up pretty well. The hedron price.
Yeah, it's going to be super cool to see how this all plays out.
Yeah.
Yep.
Would it be very, very crazy to see something go into price discovery that everyone fudded? And I'm not saying it will, but I'm saying we were looking at those floors earlier, or those buy walls earlier, and it started all the way over on the left. And by the end of the day, silver was posting all the way over on the right, that buy pressure wall. And I was like, holy smokes, I don't know much about it. And I was like, and then I looked at the chart and I was like, there's nothing above this. There's one or two cells and they're already out. Right. So it's like, oh my God, when you start to see these metrics and understand them on the chart, you're just like, Some of these things can blow because there's just nothing holding them back sometimes.
Mhm. Yeah, like, it's going to be like the effect it has on Hedron. Like, obviously, like, you're locking Hedron up, so like that's an effect, but it's going to have an effect on Hex as well. So yeah, like it's going to be a wild ride for the next, like, I don't know, probably at least 2 weeks.
Yeah, pretty volatile. Pretty much every piece of information is pretty important. As in these next 2 weeks, it's going to set the stage for everything else to come, and we'll see how successful the HSI buybacks is. Because that's kind of like you were saying, how much Icosa we get is kind of really indicative of how much of the opening of the system has incentivized people to jumpstart the rest of the Hedron system.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I said, I'm still on sticker shock mode at the moment.
Yeah. No, that's understandable.
I'm gonna have to change my Twitter profile picture or something. I'll change it to the Icosa logo.
Your sticker shock face and your pre-launch face are similar.
Yeah.
Like if I was sticker shocking, I'd be like punching holes through the wall. I'd be so stoked out. But again, I think it's so. I just want to say, because I'm not going to be on here too much longer, and I got about 10 more minutes. And Bullish says he has to go too. I don't know how everything's set up, so you guys just deal with that. But I want to say thank you so much, Alex, for being professional throughout all this, giving people level-headed information that they could choose to digest or not. They didn't have to get it smashed in their face with like, oh, you're doing something wrong. You're a noob. You don't know what's going on. Oh, and instead you said, hey, there's opportunity here. We're building on this, more positive externalities. You know what I mean? And I just really appreciate the way you went about it. It makes it easier for guys like me to digest in a world full of like nonsense, to be honest.
Yeah. Like that's the goal, right? Like, we want to build cool things and we want to make them hopefully as easy to use as possible and get people up to speed on how they can interact with these protocols and, do good things. So I'm gonna drop off here. I just wanted to say hi for a bit. Anyone in the chat that's having issues with the DApp or anything, come talk to me in the Telegram. We'll dealing with them one thing at a time. So just let me know. But I'm gonna head off here for now, and I'm gonna get a lot of this OpenSea stuff taken care of, and so we can.
Alex, thank you
keep
so
enjoying
much.
Icosa.
Yeah, thank you.
Congratulations again, man.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
Reds.
You made our day.
Yeah.
You made all our days absolutely lit.
Thanks for making the bear market. Thanks for making the bear market interesting, man.
Yeah, no problem.
Good stuff.
Hope to do it again.
Hell yeah, man.
Right.
Good weather.
Win third coin.
Yeah, that's gonna do it for me as well, guys. I'm gonna hop off fading quickly here, and I'm in need of some serious food. I'm running low on fuel, so oh man. What an exciting time to be alive, though, guys. I'm so glad that we got all to share together. All of us that have been streaming today, all you guys in chat, everyone that's been here for the last, I don't know how many hours we've been streaming now. Almost 5 hours.
Yeah, it's incredible.
Oh, you should try 24, man.
Oh, dude, I don't know how the hell I would do that. I'm fading at 5 here. Like, I need a bigger fuel tank.
I'm doing a 24-hour live pulse stream. You guys can all
Were
be
you
on
around?
it, of course.
Were you
I'll come on to
around
that.
when I did the Steak and Chill stream? When was that? When Hedron launched, I think. I think it was when Hedron launched. I can't remember, but I was just chilling for like 20 hours straight, just on playing chill music and just hanging out with people. It was good, man.
I think I remember that stream. It was pretty cool, man.
I can't
It
do
was,
it yet.
it was really chill.
That's nuts.
I think we've minted a new subclass of hex streamers, the Icosa Hedron streamers. I think
for sure.
Everybody who's participated in this is like the OGs of it, OG Icosa Hedron streamers.
Oh,
Definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely. And everyone here in chat. You're here with
In
us.
the
You're the
chat.
OG Icosa.
We're all OGs. We're all OGs.
Hey, we fought the FUD. We fought the FUD. We fought the FUD.
Yeah,
There's a song that was like perfect for that line, but I can't. Oh, what is it? Anyways, okay, boys. Hope you guys have a great night.
Peace out,
Chat.
graphics.
Thank you guys. Good luck, everyone. Peace.
Oh, that was it, CryptoSloth. The Hex Logic said in chat, I was there on Steak and Chill. So the stream was called Steak and Chill, and that became a YouTube channel. So if you go on YouTube and you go to Steak and Chill, it's my brother who made like a bunch of lo-fi hip hop music, and then he put Hex streamers' voices over them, so you learn about Hex while you're also listening to chill music. And our mascot is a sloth.
Yeah, that's what it says. It's not the other sloth guy, right?
So I drew a sloth and a mascot, and I animated it, and now we have a mascot that's a sloth. So works for you as well.
We're still live, by the way.
I know.
Yeah.
I didn't know if you guys knew. I forgot. I didn't see it for a second.
Oh, I know.
Are we?
Yeah, those videos are really cool. Those videos are really cool. I like listening to them, like with just Richard Hart talking with some like chill lo-fi music.
Right.
Pretty sweet. Yeah.
Yeah, we're trying to make more, but there's so much shit to do, man. It's it's intense.
Yeah. All right. Looks like. All right. Peace and out.
Yeah, I had a great night, guys. I hope you all have an amazing night.
Thanks for holding it down, man.
Dude, we're gonna remember this and laugh and joke in years, and it's gonna be incredible. It's gonna be such what a great experience. Hey, we got to live through that Hex starting experience again. Thank God. It's gonna be a great future, guys. Have a great one.
Peace out, GRC.
Do I wait? Where do I click then? I'm also leaving because.
All right.
It was nice, man. Good stuff.
This was a lot of fun. I'm glad you came out to make an appearance for all the streams, man.
We can do more streams, man. I'm down.
Absolutely.
To more.
Absolutely. We'll be in contact, man. You get some rest. I know it's really early in the morning. Where you're part of the world, man. So,
yeah, really early.
You'll get some well-deserved rest.
See you, man.
Peace out. All right, everybody. That's it. You know, from the launch of the first Hedron Telegram chat all the way to the launch of the second part of the Icosa Hedron system. We did it, everybody. Another immutable smart contract for us to earn trustless yield on has been launched, has been created, and we all get to enjoy its genesis and evolution from now until eternity. Thank you, everybody, for this absolutely incredible audience with incredible questions. I know we were a little spotty with the questions from time to time. We got a little wrapped up in the excitement, but I know I speak for everybody who showed up today. We appreciate your viewership. We appreciate your participation. And I'm excited to continue to grow, learn, and watch these systems that we all know and love continue to evolve as the rest of crypto grows and we grow as well. You guys have a great night. Enjoy Icosa, enjoy Hedron, and enjoy the rest of your day or night wherever you are. Peace out.